ile samborera woa naijifundea dunia yetu samborera mbona wazimu mai tua dunia samborera woa najisondeka sio wa Mungu samborera ni watu mai watu wabaya samborera wana huluma wanasema jisema samborera dunia ni yao mai Mungu akipenda samborera takukumbuka wakupenjia samborera jaribu mbele ya Mungu samborera tajibu haje watasema juu ya rangi yao ya Mungu wameua corazón
morning, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Morning once again. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the patience. You've been with us since the time of registration. We are about to start today's activities. But before I maybe lay out the plans for today, I would like to invite Anita to just pray.
Maybe you should say who you are first. There's some people who weren't here yesterday.
My name is Meshach Omega.
My name is Angela Wawero, and we're really happy for you guys to come back again. And it's nice to see familiar faces from yesterday. As we said, we obviously want to invite God in this presence. So we're going to invite Anita Korote to come and pray for us. Thank you. So if you can all stand up and bow your heads. If you have hats, please remove them.
Let's bow down for a word of prayer. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you for this good day that you've made, Jehovah Father. We thank you for yesterday, Jehovah Father, and we thank you for today, for the good things you've planned ahead of us, Jehovah Father. We thank you. We pray for all our panelists, moderators, speakers, partner, all representatives from the university, Jehovah Father. Guide those who are on their way, Lord. Cover them with your blood, Jehovah. And any proceeding, Lord, that we make, Jehovah Father, bless it, Jehovah Father, that it may proceed. We pray this shortly, believing in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Yes, I'd like to give special thanks before Joseph comes in. We really appreciate you, our partners. I'd like to thank the early alumni who've shown up. Clap for the early alumni. I see a team from Save the Children. Clap for Save the Children. Akofe, clap for Akofe. Thank you. We have Technical University of Kenya. Clap for them. Thank you. University of Nairobi. Kenyatta University. Maseno, we also have Maseno University. Thank you. We have also, of course, our partners. We have Kipra, we have Kipra. We have also, of course, Green Space and Yali Networks. Akofe. So we really, really, really appreciate you. Yes, of course, Kenyatta University. Thank you, Rosasi, for that. Over to you.
Thank you, Anita, for that. Welcome to day 2 of the Youth Climate Summit and Festival at the Sarit Center Expo. We have moved to these 2. We'll be having 3 rooms for today.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the support that you accorded to us yesterday. As your co-host, it has been really, really nice. And I've been having a very nice experience. I don't know about you, Angela.
I've had a delightful experience. You're a delight to work with.
And today we want to shift even a gear higher. We want to just get into that mood of more festivities and more talks as we get into that space of climate actions. So we'll be having 3 rooms. There'll be this main room. This will be the main room. The next room and the room after that will also be at our disposal. Therefore, there'll be proceedings that some of our members will be following from the other rooms. And we just invite you to actively participate in the festivities.
Yes, and we'll let you know where certain sessions are happening, and then you can make a decision which session you want to participate in, depending on what you're interested in. So just to say, the next room is called Maranga. So when I say Maranga, it's the next room. When I say Makunga, it's the one at the end. But yeah, so it will be an eventful day. But let's keep that Friday energy, because it's Friday, right? The weekend is winking at us, right?
I still have that South African yoga challenge. We'll take it up again.
I'm going to change it up for you.
Thank you. I think we'll get into the program of the day. We'll start with a recap, just to get a feel of what happened yesterday. Then we'll be inviting the next speakers. So help me invite the Partnership and Resource Mobilization Chair for the Alumni Chapter of Kenya, Jose Kolala, for the recap. A round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can I hear some noise from their end? Good morning. All right, I just want us to go through the recap of what we did yesterday. Perhaps maybe I feel There are some of us who are not there yesterday, but today they are present. And before they pick up from the proceeding, it's good just to let them understand and have an idea of what transpired yesterday. Yesterday was a very, very great, we had great sessions. There were entertainers, speakers, panelists, and all that, and everything moved on very, very well. So the session was opened officially by our chair, who was welcoming all the participants in the forum, and he mentioned more about the need for us, the young people, to come together and to be included in the policy formulations, advocacy, creating awareness, and have those very vital conversations towards issues to do with the climate change. He also happened to mention that after this event, we are going to have a post-summit campaign that is going to run for 1 year, just to create awareness on matters to do with climate change. We also had a co-chair, Mr. Hudson Thomas, who is the director from Greenspace Network, and he also talked about the need for us to do capacity building in terms of opportunity innovations, have the seminars, and create those awareness on matters to do with climate change. One of the important things he mentioned is that how might we have an aspect or venture into the space of climate change entrepreneurship. Very, very important point he mentioned there. He urged us, the young people, to lead delegations that will head to the forthcoming climate change in Nairobi. We have another climate change in Nairobi that is happening a few weeks from now, and it's urged for all of us to participate in that program, either physically or virtually, and take these issues we are talking about to another level. We had an amazing video from Greenspace organization. The video was, it's a very short video, but it was really, really touching, and it was displayed, and all of us, I believe, we enjoyed. Yes, we had also session 2, where we had speeches from our visitors, our guests, and all that. And there was one that was read from Kenyatta University, and a representative of the Vice Chancellor from the Kenyatta University was there, and he read actually the speech from the director. One of the things that he highlighted was that the partnership that exists between Kenyatta University and YALI, and he mentioned that this partnership has really been strong on the ground, and it has led to the empowerment of many young people. Again, he mentioned about the aspect and the involvement of Kenyatta University, where actually they are doing things to do with the tree planting from one point to another and all that. And he also mentioned about the idea of coming up with the policies that will take climate change to another level. We had also another speaker, that is Yvonne. And Yvonne Arunga, who is the county director from Save the Children, also happened to mention very important things about creativity, innovations, and all that. Then we also had another one that's from the Dennis Otto Education Division USA from Washington, and she talked about that partnership and how YALI has supported 1,700 young people in Kenya, and how YALI exists since it was launched in Kenya over 10 years ago. We also have session 3, where we had panel discussions, and the panelists were they were talking very important things in areas to do with the youth and tech innovation for climate resilience in Africa, the program that was led by our moderator, Isaac Okoth. The panelists included Eunice Mutisia, Jessica Chege from Clean Energy Foundation, Jackson Kiptanui, Jenga Future Initiative, and then we have Gatambui Ndugu from Kenya Judiciary, Bosco Juma, founder Big Ship, Then Ngong Road Children Foundation was represented by Akinyi Atieno. They talked on very, very important matters on to do with the innovations in the areas of climate change, and also the issue of inclusivity, gender inclusion of the climate change space, and the need for us to have everybody on board so that we can take these matters to the climate change to another level. Session 4, we had also panel discussions, and the topic was about the impact of climate change on the children, and we saw very, very amazing discussions there. And we had discussion on what the effects of climate change and what we can do to safeguard our children when it comes to matters of climate change and all that, and the role and need for us to participate again in the matters of climate change. Then we had session 5 panel discussion, and it was about the strengthening public awareness on climate change, and the session that was moderated by Dr. Robin Omeka. Yes, we had a panelist who really talked about very, very important issues. We had a panelist that is Deputy Director from Kenya National Library Service, who highlighted on the importance of, or the space through which the Kenya National Library Service is taking to create awareness on matters to do with climate change, and also the need for us to invest in the virtual libraries that we can use and have content to do with how we can mitigate issues with climate change. We also had Otieno Barak from Christian Aid Global Center, who talked about their mission to tackle poverty and also the need for advocacy in the matters of climate change. Engineer Kerubo Gillian from Power System Design Engineer, who talked about how we can invest in natural resources to provide energy, that's clean energy and all that. And also he highlighted the partnership that they have with UNEP to get electrical motorbikes. Those are some of the few things that was discussed there. And we also, so basically those are some of the discussions that we had yesterday. And of course, there was very great entertainers from various areas that made the day just colorful and made it to the standard that we needed. And of all of us, we were involved, we participated, and I believe today it is going to be more better than yesterday, right? So if you believe that it's going to be more better than yesterday, you can just give that clap. Yes, we psych up so that it can really work for us. And I believe today, as we'll be leaving this room today evening, I believe there is something that we'll be able to take home and something that will take us to another level. Let's not this just be a session where we come discuss things and then we go back to our cocoon. No, let us wake up and see what is the next step, what is the next thing that we really need to do for us to be able to play our role effectively when it comes to the matters of climate change. Thank you very much, and I believe I want to, this is the time I want to take it back to our MC so that they can proceed with the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him for the recap. I had 2 take-home points for yesterday. Less noise. You remember, less noise, more voice. Less noise, and by voice we mean our input collectively together towards climate action. My second take-home point, how do you eat an elephant? 1 spoon. Those who are not here might think we are literally eating an elephant. So who's the elephant in this case? Climate change, right? 1 step at a time. Thank you so much, Joseph, for those recap. I want to recognize also the presence of Dr. Rose Ngugi from KIPRA, the Executive Director of KIPRA. Ladies and gentlemen, the next step, today we are going also to just have we want to now see the nexus between now public policy climate change, green financing climate change. We want to see how does agriculture fit in. So today's sessions are also going to be very, very insightful. And before we continue, I'd want to invite a seasoned public policy analyst, and who's going to take us through a capacity building session just to learn how we can get on board with the public policy and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Kivoi from Kipra.
Okay, thank you very much, my colleague Meshach. And I also take this moment to recognize the presence of our executive director. Now, as you are aware, Kipra is a public sector institution, and we normally deal with the capacity building and policy research of both the public, that is national government and county government, and also the private sector. We have got a number of capacity building programs, like the one that we are involved in here. Then we have got those ones that are also tailor-made to suit the needs of the institution. So I will kindly request all of us to check on our website and see the kind of activities and the kind of capacity building programs that the institute is involved in. We also have a 1-year training program for young professionals below the age of 40, where we take them through public policy making, implementation, all the areas, even in research. And this one is free of charge. And we normally advertise that in May, June. The training starts in July of each financial year. Currently, we have a group that was taken last month. So check, interact with that, and then if you have any questions, send us an email, call the office. We will see how we can assist you. Now, we are here talking about climate change, and we would like just to see where each one of us falls in as far as this issue of climate change is concerned. So we are looking at something called stakeholders. A stakeholder is you and I. All of us are stakeholders in an issue. We are stakeholders in everything that is happening around us, issues that concern us. So basically, we ask ourselves, who is a stakeholder? And we are saying that a stakeholder is any person, group, or organization who stands to gain or lose from a policy, project, or program. Like we are here talking about climate change. There are individuals who will gain. There are individuals who will lose. So we ask ourselves, how do we ensure that we bring everybody on board? For example, these people who burn charcoal, the people who engage in logging, destroying our forests. How do we convince them that they stand to gain by joining the climate change agenda? So they are also stakeholders. Then we are saying that the interests are diverse and they vary, and most of them they are in conflict. Because there are those ones who want their way. But you see, in public policy, we are saying everybody counts. When there is flooding, everybody counts, even those ones who are not affected by flood. When there is drought, everybody counts. And then you are saying that benefits from the policy are not neutral, others gain or others lose. We've just said that the climate change agenda, there are people who will gain, there are people who will lose. Now, it doesn't mean that those ones who are losing are not benefiting. It could be that whatever they have been gaining from has been affecting the environment negatively. Like people who build on riparian land, people who engage in logging. So now all of us fall under those three categories. So you can choose where you fall. One of them is the official actor. And this one is a participant in the public policy process whose involvement is mandated by their official position they hold. For example, government officers. Government officers are officials. You have got the executive, we have got the legislature, you have got the judiciary. And we are all aware that recently when the caveat on logging was lifted, some citizens went to court and the judiciary was able to stop the process until the case is heard and concluded. So those ones are official actors. Then the other ones are unofficial actors. And here, this one is a participant in the policy process who does not have constitutionally or legally created incentives or mandates to be part of the process. And I think that's where most of us here fall. If you are here and you are an expert in an area, you are a researcher, you are like news reporters are also unofficial. They are unofficial actors, all of whom are important in the policy process. Then we have got others like individual citizens, communities, interest groups, political parties, think tanks like KIPRA and others, then research organizations like universities. So you need to ask yourself, where do you fall in as far as this issue of climate change is concerned? So when we classify stakeholders, we have got the commissioners who include the government and development partners, because they're the ones who drive the agenda. They have got the power, then they have got the resources. Then you have got practitioners, national research institutions like universities. IPRA is one of them. Then you have got external expertise. Then you have got facilitators who include aid agencies or development partners, then NGO or community-based organizations. So what are the role of commissioners? They are the ones who will decide the policy reform to be done. They identify the outer limits of acceptable policy scenarios. For instance, the government has some rules in as far as how you and I should interact with the environment. Like, where do you dump your waste? Where do we dump our waste as citizens of this country? Some of us just throw them anywhere. But now, if you are found, you'll be prosecuted. Then you have got the idea of ensuring that there is effective and transparent communication. That's where we need to ask ourselves as actors in climate change. Are we carrying out effective communication to all Kenyans in their languages, not just in English or Swahili, but in their languages that they understand? Then organizing trainings and capacity building sessions. Next. Then you have got practitioners who carry out the KIPRA did a study last year on the impact of drought and how vulnerable some counties or regions are. I think you need to interact with it because we have those publications on our desk there. Then we have got the issue of maintaining best practice guidelines and research analysis in as far as climate change is concerned. Because there are some Kenyans who might think that climate change is an issue that doesn't concern them. It's very far away. Yet it concerns all of us. Then also, good practice and principles for stakeholder participation. That's why I asked all of us who are here, we may not have invited everyone here, but you as an ambassador, you need to go out there and take the message to communities that are affected by climate change. Speak to them the language that they understand, because you are one of them. If it's from universities, speak to those young people a language that they understand. Talk to them on WhatsApp. Talk to them on Facebook. Because climate change is no longer a hoax, because we have seen the impact of climate change. Then you have got the issue of supporting capacity building. That's why we are here as KIPRA. There are some young men here, young ladies who are here because KIPRA invited them, courtesy of this partnership we have with the organizers of this event. Then we have got supporting creation or expansion of institutional alignments. And this one I think you can see from these banners that we have here. Then enhancing credibility, quality assurance, and policy impact. Because we are saying we are using evidence-based information. It's not just stories, but evidence-based research is what we and the universities conduct. Then what is the role of stakeholders? Then you have got power. Power here, we mean the extent to which a party has means to impose its will in a relationship. And as we said, government is the biggest actor in public policy. Because if the government today was to announce that we are not going to use our vehicles on the roads, nobody will come out with their car. If the government was to announce today that we will not be using our, which item do we use that has a negative impact on the environment? Yes, the charcoal that we used to cook in our homes, isn't it? If the government was to announce that we are not going to use charcoal for cooking, I'm very sure those of us who transport charcoal in the boot of our vehicles, we will not do that, isn't it? So because government has power, then there are also some individuals who have power. Communities also have power. But that power needs to be checked by government because they can go overboard in as far as climate change is concerned. Then you have got legitimacy is socially accepted and expected structures or behaviors. For example, if I may ask, are we allowed to just wake up one morning and start clearing trees? Because they are in your compound. Can you start cutting them anyhowly? Ladies and gentlemen, can we wake up and start cutting trees down? Because they are yours, isn't it? That's why we are talking about legitimacy, socially accepted and expected structures or behaviors. Or you start blowing smoke from your vehicle. This is smoking car engines on our roads. Then urgency, time sensitivity or criticality of the stakeholder claims. When there is drought, for example, we have seen how the government responds urgently. It mobilizes all government agencies to respond to the issue of drought or flooding. Then attitude. Attitude here we are saying about being supportive of an issue or opposing. But there are some people who oppose. For example, logging. When the government said we are lifting the caveat we had placed on logging, some Kenyans who are opposed to logging went to court. And the courts were able to listen to them. That's why we are talking about the attitude of a stakeholder. There are those ones who will support an issue. There are those ones who will oppose. Then the risk, potential for threat or cooperation. The risk is there are some individuals who will oppose a public policy issue. There are those ones who will oppose. There are those ones who will want to sabotage a public policy issue. So those are the 4 steps of stakeholder analysis. The first one is you need to identify the stakeholders. Those of us who are here, at the end of this day, write down a list of your stakeholders in the university. You are a university students. Who are you going to be working with to drive the agenda of climate change home? If you are from the village where some of us were born and raised, identify stakeholders, the individuals you are going to work with to drive the message or agenda of climate change home. Because this work is not just ending here. It has to go to the communities, to the grassroots level, where the people, Kenyans who are affected by climate change, live and reside. Then also you need to understand the stakeholder needs and interests. The stakeholder needs and interests. Like those of us who use charcoal for cooking. We should ask ourselves, shall we provide for them an alternative? An alternative form of cooking apart from charcoal. Then also prioritize. You need to prioritize and reconcile or synthesize the stakeholders. Because there are some stakeholders who may not be interested in what you are doing. Then you integrate stakeholder needs into the policy process. Like those of us who use charcoal or firewood. How are you going to help them to stop using charcoal or firewood? What other alternative source of energy are you providing for them? Like, for example, biogas, isn't it? We are aware of biogas. This is renewable energy. So what are some of the tools for stakeholder analysis? We have got what we call internal and external stakeholder analysis. Internal, you look within. External, you look outside. Then you have got primary and secondary stakeholder analysis. Primary, you are looking at the main one, the major people who are affected by an issue. Like if we talk about climate change, who are the primary stakeholders? Who are the primary stakeholders in climate change? Wild animals? Are wild animals primary stakeholders? Wild animals. What of human beings? Stones. Next. Then you have got force field analysis, whereby you have to go out. You have to go out because you are doing stakeholder mapping. Force field analysis, you have to go out to the field. You have to go out and collect data. Ask yourself, who do we need in this climate change agenda? If you are driving the goal of climate change, who do we need or who do you need? If you are a young boy or girl and you are in primary school, you will have to recruit your young people because there's something you can do. For example, planting a tree, because I'm seeing very young people here. Planting a tree. Planting a tree will not cost much, isn't it? Yeah, planting at least 2 trees in one term. If you are a young person in primary 7 or primary 4. Then you have got power attitude matrix. This one we have talked about. There are individuals who have power, but also they might have a positive attitude or a negative attitude. They may not have power, but they may have a positive attitude, isn't it? They may not have power, but they might have a positive attitude. Or no power, negative attitude. Power interest attitude matrix. Individuals who have power, they have a good attitude. There are those ones who have power, they have a negative attitude. Like, for example, those who benefit from logging, they have resources, but they have a negative attitude. Then you have got the power impact. Like the government, it has power. And when the government speaks, won't all of us listen? All of us will listen, isn't it? Communities where we come from, if you are to stand up and say there is no logging in this forest, won't the government listen? Then you have got influence, interest. Those ones who have a lot of influence, they also have a lot of interest. There are those ones who may not have any influence, but they have interest in the issue of climate change. Then you can also match the 3: power, interest, and attitude. And there we are looking at if they have power or they don't have power. If they have interest or they don't have interest. If they have attitude or they don't have attitude. But it is good if you have an individual who has power, they are interested in the climate change agenda, they also have got a positive attitude towards the issue that you are discussing. Then you have got the issue of a stakeholder circle. Stakeholder circle is that you are asking yourself, in this circle of climate change, which people are in it and how are they going to impact on the agenda that we are driving. Let's go again. Bring the whole of it. Now we are saying that one, we have got people who require minimal effort to convince. Then you have got those ones who require, who should be kept informed, likely to influence the more powerful stakeholders. Then you have got those ones who are passive and should be kept satisfied. Then you have got the ones who require maximum effort. They are key players, like those individuals who are engaged in logging. Those ones who are involved in the business of charcoal. They have resources and they can sabotage the process. So you require maximum effort to bring them on board. Then you have got the ones who are passive. They are just there, you don't know where they fall, but keep them informed. Next. I think basically that is the issue that we are looking at today. So from here, ask yourself where you fall as a stakeholder and who you are going to bring on board in as far as climate change is concerned. It doesn't matter your age. You may be 12, you may be 10, you may be 15, you may be 22, you may be 40, you may be 70, but you are an actor in climate change. Who else do you bring on board in the evening when you leave this session? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kivoi. Before you leave,
Okay.
thank you for that insightful taking us through the role of stakeholders. You have challenged us mentally. That, let me ask a question on my part. When you are planting trees, who's your primary stakeholder? Is it the tree or the person that will benefit? Tafakari ya babu. So, we'll allow us to just take like 2 questions from the participants over here. I'd requested that the ones who were in the other rooms to write questions on a piece of paper and give it to the ushers and bring it in. So in this room, we are going to take around 2 questions, and if there are others that may come from the other rooms. So who's going first? I'm seeing a hand there. The second one? Going once?
Okay, good morning. My name is Tim Baraza. I come from Busia. I'm the bamboo artist. So, under WIPAD. So my question is, why climate action awareness is very expensive?
Thank you. Second question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruben. My question is whether KIPRA has a paper, a research, an ongoing policy push that concerns climate change and young people. And if there is such kind of a paper, whether maybe you can share with the participants that are here so that maybe they can increase their knowledge on the areas that as young people they can get involved, actively involved when it comes to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. You can answer those 2.
Yes, the first one is on why climate change is expensive. And they say ignorance is more expensive, isn't it? Ignorance is more expensive, and that's why we are here. Please, let's take the message to our people where we reside. It is more expensive to have a messed up ecosystem than to deliver the message to the people who need to hear the message. And as I say, nothing is cheap. So it's more expensive having a messed up environment than driving the agenda of taking the message to the relevant individuals who are concerned. Then the second question is on whether KIPRA has such a program. We have a number of studies we've carried out on climate and the environment, and I think there are just some that have been brought on our desk out there. You can pass by and pick. We will not sell, just pick them. Then you can read. And there's a number of activities that are currently going on. For instance, we normally have mentorship programs for university students. We go to every university, drive the agenda of climate change. Some of them are here. They are here courtesy of KIPRA. KIPRA is partnering with the organizers to bring those young people from universities here so that they can be part of the youth climate change agenda. So there's a lot that we do. We also have got the young professionals programs that I mentioned, and part of what they undertake in their training is this issue of climate change. We want them to be champions, to be policy analysts, to be policy makers, policy implementers, in as far as climate change is concerned and any other public policy issue. And as I say, since you are also our stakeholder, we will wish to also hear from you. Tell us what you want us to improve on, or what you want us to include in our programs, because we are always open to hear what you think and also to improve, because no one is perfect. We learn from one another. So if you have any issue or any matter that you want us to include in our programs, please don't feel shy to just walk on our desk or write an email. We will get back to you, and we really appreciate concerns that we get from our stakeholders, because we've been talking about stakeholders, and nobody's views or comments are taken for granted. So please just feel free to write to us or call us or visit our desk and leave your comment there, and we'll attend or listen to you. Thank you.
All right. There are 2 questions that have come from the other room, so in interest, we can just go through them. And there's also just one more question from here. There's a question from, when given a chance, just write your name. The people in the other room, just write your name so that we can recognize you. There's a question that says, At what stage do you do situational analysis? That is the first question. The second question, what is the main challenge in policy formulation and implementation? Those two questions. Let us take this one, the one in the room, then you can answer the three.
Good morning. My name is Wanjiro Kagiri, representing Save Dada Kenya. We are activists of environment and human rights. My question is based on aroma. The reason why I'm saying it's aroma is because there was a Roma policy where manufacturers who use non-biodegradable materials were meant to be responsible for the collection or the waste management and the disposal. So far, we haven't seen the collection or any form of responsibility in collecting the plastic bottles, glass bottles, which are continuing to further the harm to the environment. So what happened to that?
Last question from our sister there. Manufacturers, I think the government expects manufacturers or individuals who are manufacturing those materials to have collected them. And you see, when you are talking about policy implementation, it doesn't happen in a single day. It's a process. Because as we saw in this stakeholder mapping, there are some individuals you need to keep talking to them. Keep talking to them so that they can get the message home that is in their interest. So right now, it's not like the government is not doing anything. We have got bodies like NEMA, KIPRA. We are working with these sectors. It may not be in the public domain, but there's a lot that is happening. And with time, the mess will be sorted out. Even the agenda to clean up the Nairobi River. So there's a lot that is happening. And many good things, by the way, rarely make it in the public. So a lot is happening. So it might be taking a little longer than you expected, but with time it will be done. And I hope it will be done with time before we exit this earth. We should not be having these plastics thrown all over our environment. I hope you are contented. Then the issue of at what stage do we carry out situation analysis? Now, it's a very long, because this one here is a module we do on capacity building for public policy making and public policy research. We have a module. So maybe our colleague who asked this question, I will request you to register for that training so that we can see, so that you can take you through the process of public policy making and implementation. Because before you identify a problem and say this is a problem, you must have some background information. You must have some data on the issue. So it is through that, and then now when you are going about situation analysis, you are asking yourself, what is happening? Isn't it? What is happening? Then the last question, because of time, is the issue of the main challenge in policy formulation and implementation. Now, I wouldn't say that there is a main challenge. It depends with the issue at hand, the policy problem at hand. Like the other day, you saw when the NTSA and the government was talking of retraining and retesting public service vehicle drivers. You all know what happened, isn't it? They said, we are going to paralyze the whole country. And the government had to backtrack. So I'm not going to say that there's a major one. I say it depends with the issue or with the policy issue. Sometimes the main challenge could be resources, isn't it? Because one of us here has talked about the issue of how expensive the climate change agenda is. Sometimes about resources. Resources may be the main challenge. Sometimes the actors themselves may be the main challenge. The actors, those ones who are going to lose from a policy implementation, they are the ones who might be the main challenge, because even all of us know very well that you will not sit down and keep quiet when you know very well that your source of livelihood is being taken away from you. So at that time, you will be the main challenge. So it depends with the issue or public policy problem that is being addressed. Once more, I request all of us to interact with our colleagues on our desk out there to see the kind of studies we've done on climate change and on the issue and other issues, public policy issues that affect this country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Kivoi. Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I know there's a lot. Normally, the process he has taken you through normally even takes a day or a week. You just go through the module. So he has done his best to just try to squeeze it and just to get what we can. There are some still questions coming, but in the interest of time, we'll not be answering any other questions. Just to remind you that we need to still push this agenda on social media. Our hashtag is Youth for Climate Action. And you can tag at Yali Alumni KE, at Kipra Kenya, you can tag at USAID, you can tag at Yali RLC, at Kenyatta University, at Greenspace Youth, at Akope, at Save the Children, and at Yali Alumni KE. So keep those tweets coming. Take a photo. If there is a take-home point that you've noted, just write it down there, that others who are not here can benefit from the ongoing discussions. Since we are still in the policy space, I'd like to invite the next speaker. She's a seasoned policy analyst. She does a lot of work. She has a lot of writing on various topical issues, public policy. What I've learned from working with her over the few months, she normally likes saying, come with me with solutions, not problems. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Executive Director of Kipra, Dr. Rose Ngugi.
Good morning once again. I'm just wondering whether you had breakfast, eh? Eh? It's always good to be in a crowd of the youth, because youth are very energetic. They question so many things, and I'll tell you, most of people who've done seminar work, you know, if you read the journals, you'll find somebody, there are those literatures that we say, this is a seminar work. And in some situations, the issue comes from, I don't want to use that word, but it's like somebody is not able to bring out an issue very clearly. There's a confusion stage that you go through. You're not able to articulate it nicely. But that happens when you are a youth. And somebody can actually then grow it up and say, yes, there is a gap in this area. So as indicated, my name is Rose Ngugi. I am the Executive Director of Kipra. And I want to confess that I love working with the youth. And I got interested in the youth in climate action recently, because I realized that you are a bit organized, and that you have a clear path. All you need is somebody to hold you and to move together, and also to build capacity. And I come from an institution where capacity building is a key issue, as well as a research activity. So today, after going through the first session where you've been given very good lecture by Dr. Kivoi on what it takes to think about stakeholders and that you're part and parcel of stakeholders, I just want to pick it from there and try to address the topic that I was given, and that is related to policy research in the context of climate adaptation and climate mitigation. First of all is to say that the government, through reforms in the public sector, has appreciated evidence-based policy making process. When KIPRA was being formed, it was a time when the country was going through structural adjustment programs. How many know about structural adjustment programs? The young ones, none. You are never born by that time. It was in mid-80s. All of you are from 2000, recently, yeah? So you know nothing about that time. By that time, with structural adjustment programs, you would find that you have quite a lot of meetings with the donors, you have quite a lot of meetings with the World Bank, and as a civil servant, you have no time actually to go and think deeply on the issue. So you'll come to the table, maybe not well prepared, you don't have the tools, you don't have an analysis, you don't have some results. And so the conversation didn't seem to be two-sided. So that's when the government decided that it's going to form an institution, and that is KIPRA, so that it can infuse capacity in government, and it can also take up critical issues that require analysis and research. And that's where we are now. That time, there were very few think tanks in the country in early 1990s, but right now we have various think tanks in the country that are generating evidence for research, for policy making. And the question is, how important then is research in climate change issues? If you look at the literature on climate change, the first thing you are told is that climate change comes slowly, isn't it? Yeah? You may be in this space, you are 40 years, but you may not see as much, yeah? But over 100 years or so, you may start seeing significant changes. I remember those days when I was in school, high school, and we would be told that there are volcanoes, yeah? Very little could be filmed for you to see. So we would imagine that those volcanoes used to happen 1,000 years ago, and they are no longer there. But right now, there is quite a lot of coverage, and you know that volcanoes, yeah, they are still active even today. In climate change, we are told that the enemy among us is us, isn't it? Yeah? That our production behavior, our consumption behavior is what is actually killing us. And we need to revert that production and consumption behavior. And the question is, how do you go about making those changes? How do you go about identifying a production technology that is friendly to the atmosphere or to climate change, or consumption behavior, like my colleague has talked about motor vehicles, that would help us to actually reduce the carbon emission. So it takes research, it takes analysis to understand what is happening, to bring out the magnitudes, to bring out characteristics of the policy issue that you are looking at. And the key question we need to ask ourselves is climate change a public policy issue? And why? Is it a public policy issue? It is, yeah? And it's also global, isn't it, yeah? Those in the Antarctic are saying the snow is melting. Huh? You come to Kenya and between 2021 and 2022, what were we having? Very severe drought, which was affecting all of us in the Horn of Africa. And even where you come from, like where I come from, those days, anytime we would see the sign of rain, we would know that there is a day you may not cross the river, because the river will be flooded and the whole space there will be water. But right now when I go back to my village, however much it rains, yeah, the river actually does not have as much, which means that things have changed, but they are changing slowly over time. And I want to take a look at the research component which informs the debate that we are moving on climate change. And there are three elements I want to talk about. There is what we call directional research. And with directional research, what we are looking at is the trajectory of where you want to be. And in the Paris Agreement, what trajectory did we talk about? We talked about the 1.5 degrees centigrade, and we also talked about the net zero by 2050. And that is really forming for us the clear long-term path where we want to be. But for us to have come down to saying we need to talk about 1.5 degrees centigrade, or to talk about reducing or having a 50% achievement as far as net zero target or goal is concerned, it means that a lot of research has gone into it. And I remember one of my colleagues was reminding me that, it takes even a statistician to get the data. If you go to the World Bank website, you can get the data from, from very early time. And you look at the time series, and you can actually look at a projection going forward at a certain time. Which means that you need data, and you also need a skill for you to deal with this matter. But of course, as you do this directional kind of research, you always also ask yourself, who is benefiting? Right now, when we say net zero, by 2050, just close your eyes. Assume you are at 1950. Assume that's where you are. And you wake up the following day and tell me whether there is any country which is not meeting net zero and what it is going to do. What will happen the day after? If we all meet net zero by 2050, by 2051, which is the direction that we want to take? And that's the key question. As young people, I would want you to carry forward with you and to guide us to say that we actually don't need to give a timeline. We want to have net zero now, we want to have net zero tomorrow, and we want to have net zero the day after. Right now, we are just saying we want to have net zero by 2050. By 2051, are you allowed to increase what you have? from net zero to anything else. It's not yet clear. So it begs, therefore, a question on research. And then when you talk about net zero, we also ask ourselves, how much is Africa polluting? Less than 5%, yeah? 4%. So who is this who is giving us 75%, 80%? Those ones, yeah? What have they done over time? If we start classifying, they are called the advanced countries, yeah? Emerging countries, yeah? Industrialized countries, yeah? But what's happening in Africa? How much have we industrialized? Are we industrializing really? And what is it? How do we balance net zero? It's a research question I'm giving to you. How do you balance net zero with industrialization in Africa? Is renewable energy enough to drive industrialization for Africa? Or is there a situation where we can say, okay, you are polluting maybe only 4%, we can allow you a little bit, we can get maybe to 5% as others are coming down, we allow you to do your economic development maybe through industrialization. It's a big research question. And I don't have an answer at the moment, but I think that it's something we need to think about when we are looking at the beneficiary of the policy direction that we'll be taking. And recently we've had a conference in Kilifi, and we had focused on ASAL counties, because each year when we have drought, we not only see loss of animals, you see that? Carcass everywhere. After that, the flash floods come, and they pick then the ritual that had been salvaged from the drought. And then you ask yourself, is the commitment that we made in Paris, with the Paris Agreement in 2015, benefiting, and I want to be very selfish, Kenya? And how can we make it a benefit for Kenya? These are just, to me, but critical research questions that I would want to give to the young people, because from tomorrow, I will not be there, but the young people will be there. The second element of research is what you would call strategic research. So we know now the path. We want 1.05. We also want net zero. But how do we implement the same? And the question of technological capacity comes in. And most importantly, funding, isn't it? Whether you are doing adaptation, whether you are doing mitigation, bottom line, you are looking for funds. And the key question is, what is the appropriate funding that we require for low-income countries like Kenya? What is this appropriate funding? We have very many initiatives that have come, green bond, we take loans, we take grants, we're asking for private sector to come in, but we need to ask ourselves, what would be an optimal funding strategy that we need to ensure that we are implementing even our national determined contributions that we want to make. And right now, there is a very major debate on financial architecture at the global level, which we need also to be part and parcel of it. We have the 100 billion contribution from the advanced countries, but the question is it enough? Is it there? Is it being mobilized? Recently, the loss and damage is also coming in, but is yet to be concluded. But how do we benefit from it? And as we do the net zero, the other thing we need to ask ourselves is, how do we achieve what I would call self-discipline? So we make all the NDCs. We have the big polluters. We have small polluters in Africa. But can they really manage or police the big ones to ensure that they meet or they get into efficient emissions? And maybe we can have another alternative way of funding. For example, if Africa was to come together, and these are policy research questions that I'm giving to you, okay? If Africa was to come together, unite as one, and say, you China, you're polluting too much, yeah? Anything that you bring, anything that you export to Africa, we are going to charge you a tariff. Right? Wouldn't that be very good money for? You can imagine if you just even take a 1% of China, of US, to be quite enough for us, isn't it, yeah? And we don't need to have loans. We are already up there with debt, and we don't need more debt. So you can ask yourself, how do we actually move forward with funding these activities that we want in order to achieve the net zero? Bottom line is also to say there are operational research issues. But of course, before I go to the operational, there are also governance issues, governance structures that we need to think about. And I checked, and I realized that the biggest emitters, China, US, India, EU, Indonesia, Russia, Brazil, look at them at the multilateral space. G7, that's where they are. G20, that's where they are. Right now, there is an ongoing multilateral discussion in South Africa, which is BRICS. They are also part of the very big emitters. Where is Africa's voice in terms of saying we need to be heard? All these spaces for multilateral conversations, they are with the big emitters. Finally, on the operational research, you know, you can come up with so many programs, but you would want to know which gives me the best impact. What gives me the best impact? Right now, for example, in Kenya, we saw His Excellency the President has come up and saying, we plant how many trees? 50 billion. And each one of us to plant how many? 300. In how many years? Who is monitoring? How many have you planted? How many have you grown? None. But we all seated here, pointing, yeah? Pointing, yeah? Pointing. You need to be part and parcel of that program, isn't it, yeah? So that when we come back, you can tell us, I actually have made a contribution. But the question is that enough? Is planting trees enough? The president also, you saw him very busy with electric mobility, isn't it? Electric mobility, clean energy, and all those kinds of things. Very good ideas. But how much are we producing in the country, or are we actually importing everything? And finally, under this, I like talking about, to some extent, the circular economy, yeah? You know, when I was being brought up, yeah? our parents were very good with circular economy. You get your uniform, it gets torn somewhere. All you needed is to get another punch, and you punch. Right now, if a small Uzi gets out of your cloth, what do? You throw it away. But let's look at what's going on. Second-hand clothing. Where does it land? Africa. Have you seen the video for Al Jazeera showing what's going on in Ghana with Mitumbas? Go downtown. How many have been to Moi Avenue? Moi Avenue. What's going on? Electrical equipment, yeah? How many are they which you can get anything second-hand? Everything second-hand. We want Africa, we are trying to say, preserve your resources as Africa, as we do different things elsewhere, but we shall bring you there, your second-hand economies. How far are we going to go with that? So you buy your, say for example, even a mobile phone, second-hand. How long will it take you? Just a few days, just a few months, it's broken down, isn't it? Where do you throw it? You just throw it somewhere, isn't it? Do we have the technology for recycling? And maybe, I don't even know whether they are recyclable after they have been recycled from wherever they are coming from. So, it's an area we need to think deeply. And you, as young people, you need to tell us whether we can industrialize Africa through second-hand economy. Circular economy, very good. But why should we be the only ones with second-hand economy? Nobody else, apart from Africa, that we have second-hand clothes, second-hand cars, everything. And then finally is just to challenge the young people in terms of their role in research. How many belong to organizations? How many of you belong to a youth organization? All of you. Thank you very much. In that youth organization, what are you doing? Are you generating evidence that will support or give you meat for discussion when you go to the negotiation table? Because that is what is required. That's what is required. I recently had a young man in my office, and I realized he's part of a youth group, doing a very good course in the university. And I challenged him and told him that he needs to utilize that knowledge to grow that organization and make it where everybody goes for evidence because he has the skills. So, as you do advocacy, which is very good, you need to fixate on evidence-based advocacy. That is the only way you can actually keep a path of what you want to achieve in the future. But you can make, he said, make noise all. Less noise, more voice. The voice needs to be stronger, and for it to be strong, you need to have evidence. And for you to do evidence, you have to do research. So, as an institution, we've done quite a lot, and my colleague here has said, in terms of research in climate-related issues. Right now, we actually have a project on forest management. We also have support from WRI looking at the models that are being used for modeling and ensuring that you get good evidence that gives you a clear impact a clear direction as far as climate change action is concerned. And we are partnering with the youth in climate action because we want to build capacity for them. We want that when they go, for example, to the conference of parties, they don't just go partying, yeah? Yeah? You go and give your evidence, you go and give your issues. And when you come back, you'll be much, much stronger. So thanks very much. I want to stop there.
Another round of applause as she gets off stage. Every time I listen to Dr. Rose Ngugi, I get a call to action. Have you gotten a call to action? That's why I said earlier, she likes saying, don't come to me with problems, come with. And as you listen to her speech, you could get some of the solution she was proposing. Ladies and gentlemen, that was quite an insightful session that we had on public policy research for climate change mitigation and adaptation. I'd like to still encourage you to continue tweeting, continue just pushing the hashtag Youth for Climate Action. Madam Rose, the youth over here are really excited and they're doing marvelous things. They have wonderful organization associations that they're doing a lot of things for climate action. I met another group called here Association of Policy Practitioners. It's a group of even young people who are now getting into the policy space. And since this network is about, this platform is about networking, kindly make sure you network. If, for example, this group of Association of Policy Practitioners, Dr. Rose Ngugi is here, Dr. Kivo is here, get in touch with them. Those are the kind of networks we are anticipating on building. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as we almost concluding this first session of speeches, we are going to go into another session of youth and the climate change. That is a perspective from Akofi. And I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Nathan Uchman, to just take us through the youth and climate change. A round of applause for the director of Akofi, Nathan Uchman.
Asante sana. I'm going to try and make it very interactive. So are the Pleasant Hope students? Okay, they are walking in. So our space in the front is a bit small, but this is going to be not just my own presentation. I'm going to work together with these students to sing a bit, and we're also going to have audience engagement, getting some of the feedback, and Dr. Rose, as you said, the data. So maybe we can even start that data action right now. Question about the tech. We do have a PowerPoint that was just finished about 15 minutes ago. Is that there? Okay. So I think we are on track, and just roll with us. We want to not just talk the talk, but walk the walk when it comes to working together, different ages, and people from different backgrounds. So I think I'll just request if we can maybe form two groups so that we're able, one over here on this side, and then one can stay there so that we can see the screen. And what I will do is step down so that the students are most visible. So this presentation is going to be centered around 3 questions using Swahili. Tuseme maswali matatu. Ndio. So these 3 questions ni kwamba, afya na mazingira. Ni nini? Na gira. Okay. Words of appreciation. This is not an opportunity that I take lightly, to have space, to have time to share a few ideas and to talk a little bit about the shared work that we are doing with my organization, Akofi, along with the students from Pleasant Hope Academy and the partners that we have within Akofi. We have an umbrella entity that we are in the process of forming, and we will share more about that, but in short, you will all be welcome to join us. We are looking at health and environment as the foundational pillars, but also talking about Elimu pia, education. Next slide. So for this one, as I said, I want to make this interactive. I know we have some visitors from other countries where Swahili might not be understood. So we'll start with the Swahili, then we'll want to do the English translation. And I will ask for assistance from my friends from Pleasant Hope to read this first question. So tuanze swali la kwanza. We're able to see the first line. Can I have a volunteer who can read this for the audience from you guys? Yes, Santi.
Je, ni kweli kwamba afya na mazingira zaungana?
Just the Swahili, and then we can have another one to read it in English. Another volunteer, maybe you can pass it.
Is it true that health and environment are connected?
So this is what I want us to focus on. The next several minutes, we will dig deeper into this question, which my own perspective, just to do the full disclosure, I have seen in my, call it 15 years practicing as a health professional. Mimi ni daktari ya watoto, mimi ni pediatrician. And in my training, in the practice, in the work, in the conversations, I have seen that sadly, unfortunately, most people on the health side, when you talk about working together with people who care about the environment, somehow they resist. They say our work is too important. We are saving lives. Why are you going to talk to us about the waste, the biodiversity, the climate? So what we are trying to do is to reconnect health and environments because they have been artificially separated. This is not something that our ancestors would have agreed to. Even the indigenous people, who are not mostly in Nairobi right now, they're in nature. They're in these spaces where they are most vulnerable to climate change. But they know this truth. They know that we as people cannot be healthy if our environment, if our planet is not healthy. Also the children. This is an example where if we only meet as grown-ups, or maybe we put a few youth on a panel sitting with us, we are missing out on the opportunity where, when you have the children in this space, it is not an idea, it is not theory, it is real. And you cannot just talk to them and teach them, you can actually listen to and learn from them. In medicine, neuroscience, there's something called neuroplasticity. This is the idea that children's brains are developing. It's a little bit like plastic, or you can call it like clay. It's still being molded. So children have no choice but to see that their future needs to have hope, and that the planet cannot be diseased, dead, hopeless. So children bring this truth. When you work together with them and listen to them, they can actually teach us, just like our ancestors. So now we're going to have the audience participation, a bit of data collection possibly. So we have 3 survey questions, and we're going to try and ask everyone to raise your hand for at least one of these 3. So again, ask for assistance maybe from this side, and we're going to have Dennis, you can read A, then we go B, C. So if you agree with the one that has been read, please raise your hand. Hopefully those instructions are clear.
Health and environment are not really connected.
Who thinks this one? Anyone want to raise their hand? And no pressure. If you really believe, that is okay. Anyone believe choice A, health and environment is not really connected? No? All right, I'm happy. We're moving the right direction. Number B, or letter B.
Health and environment are a bit connected.
Nani nusu ama katikati, sindio? Anyone like this choice? Anyone want to say, it's a little bit? Eh? Okay, all right, still moving forward.
Health and environment are like long lost friends waiting eagerly to be brought back together again.
Okay. This one, yes? Okay. Nadhani tuko pamoja kabisa. Tunaendelea. Okay. So that was basically the introduction where we want to see about these areas, these sectors, health and environment, how much are we really connected? Now we're going to briefly go into a few other details with specific sub-areas related to health and environment. Next slide, please. So this is where we want to see about health and environment for all. We want these messages, we want these ideas to be ones that, even if we speak some in English in the global forum, we need to be able to communicate to our community members, to the children, even to the older people in Swahili and in the tribal languages, the mother tongue, because we are talking about coming together as everyone. Kila mtu. So these questions, again, we're going to do similar to what we did just a couple of minutes ago. We want you to pick between 3 options. And we're talking air, and in Swahili, air ni. How do you say air? Air. Hewa, hewa, Na maji, wanyama, miti, na nini? Nimesahau. Chakula, asanteni. So, these are things which people all need, but many times, if I'm not wrong, in these climate conferences, in the environmental spaces, I think you're also talking about air, water, food, animals, and water. Yeah? So, again, maybe this is a bit simple, but what I'm hoping is this idea about ways that we can unite health and environment, it's not actually that difficult. So, for this one, to save time, we can just say, do we think that air, water, food, trees, and animals, can you put them in one or the other and be confident to say, actually, all of these we're just talking health, or all of these we're just talking environment? So I think based on the results that we got from the recent question, I think we all see the point that I'm trying to make here. And basically, the reason why I'm trying to use this question, and I think it's effective, is what I just mentioned a few minutes ago. Our ancestors, and even children, they know instinctively that you don't have health over here and environment over here. But in the cities, in the training, in the discussions, in the funding, what does it look like right now? They're separate. And there's no clear space where people can come together, someone who's a doctor or a nurse or a social worker, focusing on the health of the communities, the families, the patients. Where are they connecting and saying the problems, the challenges, the opportunities? Where is this space? And what I believe is when we work together with the children and the communities, we can make this space, we can reconnect health and environment. Next slide, please. So this second question, we can jump back here and continue moving down the line. Pass it, please. Sorry, just this. Yes, we'll just read this. Please. First line.
Je, kuhusu watoto, wavulana na watu wengine, ni mwafaka kusema hakuna kitu kutuhusu bila kutuhusisha.
So this simple idea, we're just trying to raise the question. In these spaces as grown-ups, people who maybe have some training or we want to convince ourselves that we're the experts. Asante. Kiswahili sanifu, sindio. So, we want to say, these things affect us in the present, but they have a disproportionate, greater impact on the future, on the children, on future generations. So is it actually appropriate for us to say we're the experts and we need to be discussing these things on our own, or like the theme of the conference that has brought us together, youth empowerment, meaningful engagement for climate action. This is what we're trying to see about the proof of concept, the best practices that can bring us together intergenerationally, the young and the old. Kila mtu. So in English, the basic idea is nothing about us without us. And that is the model that we are trying to showcase and to scale. Next slide, please. So the third question, and again, there were just 3 questions, so we're moving forward, but we're also approaching, hopefully, the most fun part of the presentation where we will have a little bit of singing. So, and also a video. So this third question, we'll jump back to this side. Please read for us the top line.
Je, umuhimu wa sana na nyimbo kwa kazi yetu ni upi?
So basically, even if we are talking technical things, scientific things, academic things, data, research, is art, is a song, is this not also important, especially if we're talking about trying to do it in a clear way with the communities, with the children, different languages, different cultures, we're all people, one planet, one home. Now we'll hopefully get to, next slide please. Well, well, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe we don't always have to, but I think it's a way that we showcase that we are connected to cultures, to roots. And in your own culture, in your own place, if they have that as part of what they value, then it's a way to show that you care about your people and your place. So here we have a song, and we will do the song as the team up here, and we will see if this is easy enough. We talk about the heartbeat. That one is for health. We also think maybe there's a thing that we can call a climate beat or a planetary beat, or more simply, planetary poetry. That's what we're going to try. We'll see how it goes. Is everyone ready? Yes? Did you practice last night? Yes? Okay. All right. Planetary poetry.
Planetary poetry.
Come together, plant a tree.
Come together, plant a tree.
Planetary poetry.
Planetary poetry.
Join with me, we'll grow this tree.
Join with me, we'll grow this tree.
Okay. Can we try? This will be the chance for maybe today this will be your only song. So we want to see if that one was easy enough that we can have everyone together who is interested in sharing. We all sing this. So you'll join with me. We will start. Then we'll give it back to the audience. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Planetary poetry. Come together, plant a tree.
Planetary poetry.
Join with me, we'll grow this tree. Asanteni sana. I think that's good. Yes, round of applause for everyone. Next we have a video. So this video, after it plays, I'll share a bit more about when we were together and what we were doing there, and then I'll do a wrap, and then we're almost done. If we could try and play. Not playing? Okay. Well, that is okay. We roll with that. So we try to embed this video. It's just a brief video. So this video was from our Earth Day 2023 celebration of Earth Day at Precious Blood in Ruruta. And basically what happened was we invited environmental clubs from primary schools, secondary schools. They came together, we did some presentations, and the youth decided, why not do a dance competition? So this dance competition was for the youth, but also a few of the older generation. I think some people here in this room were a part of that, going up on the stage, and even the sisters, the nuns, and the father were dancing. So too bad we don't get to see that, but that was the explanation, and we will be happy to share. If you're interested in seeing this video, looking forward, this is what we are trying to do as a COFI and an association, an umbrella entity that's trying to link health, environment, and education. This is our proof of concept. This is what we're trying to do, is come together, focusing on the schools, the children, the youth, doing it with the community in a way that shows how fun this can be. So the last one is a rap, and this rap is what came to me the day after this event happened. And so we can go to the next slide. This one I'm not quite sure if we can do all together. No more slides, or there we go. Okay, so I'll say it, and then I'll say a little bit more basically about why I think this is a way that we can help bring people together. Hey yo, I went to this place and a party broke out. Talking about planet Earth. Yo, we couldn't help it. No, we had to sing and shout. So tying this to what was shown in the video and what happened, it's basically using rap, which coming from the United States, but also seeing how this is one of the global languages for the youth, to talk about injustices, to talk about things in people's lives. And it doesn't have to be in just one language. These are messages. This is something that has a beat, that's using cadence, using language, can make it easy to connect with other people. So basically, we went to this place and a party broke out. So this is where the youth basically just decided, why don't we do this dance competition? And we as the grown-ups, the organizers, we said, okay, why not? We'll get out of the way, have fun. This is what it's actually all about. So talking about planet Earth, yo, we couldn't help it, no, we had to sing and shout. So that's like when you come together with a diverse group of people, different ages, different backgrounds, different beliefs, different skill sets, but you're talking about something that matters to all of us, health, environment, and the planet, maybe you can't help it. Maybe you're just going to have to sing and shout. Almost done. Next slide, please. So when we talk about our proof of concept, our theory of change, we as a COFI and the CAHE team, we say we need to actually get outside. It's fine to be inside, to be in the city some, but we want to be outside so that we feel, we smell, we taste, we touch what it is that we're talking about. So the Africa Climate Week is September 4th through the 8th. So we think the next day, Saturday the 9th, conveniently it's 9/9 at 9. So September 9th at 9 a.m. at the Pleasant Hope Academy, which is about 45 minutes from here. It's just behind Kikuyu in a place called Kamango. We are just on the edge of the Rift Valley. So it's a beautiful place, and we are inviting all of you, and we're trying to see who else might be interested out of the people who are coming together talking climate, so that we can welcome people to do this thing. We call it Reconnect with Our Roots in the Rift. And that basic idea is, let's reconnect with our roots in nature, do it in the Rift, do it together. So there's a QR code, probably if you take that picture, maybe Baraka, if you could slide just a bit. I don't know if that will work, but this is kind of a tech issue, so I don't know if Tess, yeah. So basically, if you have questions or you're interested, or if the QR code might be blocked a bit and isn't working, come to one of us. I'm part of a large group with a COFI, but there's Tess, Nightingale, Simon, a few others, Nikita. If you're interested in getting this link or sharing, we will be happy to do this so that we come together and show how it is that we can actually work together as a diverse team, go back into nature, do it with communities and children. The what? A hike into the Rift Valley. And we have a strong connection to the local community and Kamwati, Kagwai, maybe raise your hand, yes? These two guys, they know this place very well. They're experts about the native plants, the stories, the meaning and significance to the community. So it won't just be we bring you there and we say, go walk. We'll have local community members to tell you about this place and the love for the place and the way that ideas and opportunities about how we can be stewards of the land can be applied elsewhere. So, karibuni sana. Next slide, please. So, basically that's it. Just want to say, again, thank you for giving us this opportunity to share. We'll be happy to continue learning about your work, connecting, working together. My personal email is there at the top, and then childandplanet@gmail.com, or else Akophe, A-C-O-P-P-H-E, just one C, ACOPPHE@gmail.com. And last thing I want to do is, if we can have audience members who are here as part of the Akophe, Pleasant Hope, Kahe, different teams, if you can raise your hand, so that if you're interested in connecting with us, sharing about your own ideas about health and environment, because we really want to plant the seed. We want to have this be the start of a conversation, but we want to understand for you how health, environment, education, children, communities, how you're doing this so that we can all do it together. Pamoja twaweza, asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Thank you very much, students. You can see the hard work you did last night. So, you can come down. Neza shuka chini. Let's clap for them. Let's give them a round of applause. And I believe, Akophe, you have a stand in your, they have a booth which should be up here. So you can connect to them if you want to know more about the discussion for the hike that's taking place September 9th, 9 a.m. So yeah, you can learn and see how to register. We're going to take this opportunity to invite entertainer as we advise on how we're gonna break for the next panel, because we're going to split the panelist session. But for now, we have a great entertainer who's a spoken word artist, will be probably hopefully speaking to my soul too, because I like spoken word. Henry Abongo. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes forward. Yes, let's clap for him again.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Are you having a nice time? You're having a nice time for sure. My name is Henry Abongo. Poetically, you can call me eighth letter. You got it? Yes. Now, the piece I have for you today is inspired by a small story. There is a river in Kenya called River Nyando. How many of us know of River Nyando? Yes, River Nyando flows from parts of the Nandi Hills through the Kano Plains into Lake Victoria, and it affects a lot of lives as it flows down into the lake. And one of the people it affects most are youth, and basically it affects a lot of livelihoods because there's a lot of farming that goes on because of River Nyando, if you look at the rice that is done in Ahero, okay? So, the piece today is inspired by River Nyando and Lake Victoria and that ecosystem, and how it affects our lives, and how in turn we affect those lives. So the piece today is inspired by River Nyando and the waters of Lake Victoria speaking to us. In the piece today, it's speaking to us in the form of a letter that River Nyando has told me to read to you. So I have a letter for you guys, and I hope you're ready to listen to the contents of the letter. So I'll read the letter for you, please, if you may. The letter, River Nyando tells me to call it Choking Waters. Okay? I jet clean and clear from the fresh spring, direct from the source, undoubtedly refreshing, mineral loaded, balanced, and gracefully flowing. The music of my trickle so calm and soothing. Lives of the growers, the swimmers, the grazers all fulfilling, as the radiance of the sun rays through me are glowing. So I face these slopes with much vigor. I stride forth with no choice but valor. Then I start to slowly pick up some color. The loads of waste I pick a long way on my splendor, and I soon wash into a musty odor. I don't feel so welcome into the lake in all candor. I've carried to the deltas and food plain sediments, fertilizing and nourishing them always consistent. Now my coming brings with it a great contingent of salts and harmful chemicals to complement the sewers and fertilizers, increasing the nutrient content of the lakes and rivers to a massive extent. The cover of the blue-green algae, the ever-growing number of invasive species, choking oxygen and light in the lakes and seas, slaying fish and plant life, leaving them with a painful plea, the escalating filth forcing breeders to flee. But in these heights of massacre will we see the vanishing biodiversity of the dying rivers and the drying wetlands that have been the filters that led the charge for self-cleansing of pollutants are choking under the concentration of toxicants, the fading leisure and travel of the former clear blue waters. How long till we have no more gators? So where's the shelter from acid rain? Where are the hands for biophilic gain? Who stands with the rivers and lakes in the pain? Who still wishes to drink of the fountain? Arise and realize how much we'd gain when we'll no longer see in the seas a stain. So where are the youthful voices taking action? How many are making courageous choices with passion to hastily move this from a fad to a consuming fashion? Who's ready for a movement of undivided devotion? Where are the soldiers moving as one for the nation? Show me the faces that are transforming a whole generation. Should we start with the reduce, reuse, recycle cliches? Or should we raise energy-conscious approaches? Slaying instead the wakeful behavioral roaches. Improve the processes that plate our lunches. Maybe put our money on the product that nourishes and sustainably looks at the earth's wounds and patches. Make this day a crusade that rolls into a vigil that makes the loudest and determined clarion call. For all to congregate for a climatic salvation call. Leave not a fellow behind for the rapture roll. Let's all be ready to write an environmental scroll, unifying all minds with a distinct mark of a green world. Check the hands now, if the journey we are on is one. If they lack the knowledge, teach them where you can. On every platform, change the minds that can. Lead through this glorious path, every head that turns. The race can be won only if we together run. See the fire in these eyes. This time, it's everyone's turn. Thank you.
Clap if you mean it's everyone's turn and you are the everyone he's talking to. Does anyone remember what I affirmed? I reminded you to affirm to yourself yesterday. Who is here? What are you? I am change. Let's say it again. And then together we are. So look at your neighbor and say together we are change. Which has been the ongoing message with all the speakers that spoke yesterday and today as well. So we're going to have our first panelist session. It will be about financing solutions-oriented climate transformation. So to unpack this conversation of climate financing under the context of the global north versus global south, how it interplays, what the alternative means for climate financing mobilization, unlocking financing for climate actions in the global south in the context of multilateral development banks, I'd like to invite Felix Maringa. Let's give him a round of applause. He's a journalist correspondent with the German international TV channel Du Schwell. Just come through to the stage and you'll just say at the end. He has reported on vaccine inequalities, the conflict in South Sudan, and Sudan, the 2022 general election in Kenya, and continues to report on issues around climate justice, youth, and the socio-economic situation of the people in the Horn of Africa region. Felix, I now hand over to you to facilitate the conversation. Let's give him a round of applause again. Oh, and just a quick reminder that for those who are
So, just a quick check inside the room before I bring in my panelists. How many of us have anything that shows they are African, or they have something that makes them feel like they are more African than other people? Your blood. Oh, interesting. That's so deep. Yourself? Great. Who else? Oh, the bracelet, the Kenyan signature. Who else? Yourself? Your color does it for you. All right. So, so just allow me to invite my team. Just clap for them. I will introduce their names. Okay, great. So this is the team that will be unpacking for you the whole conversation about climate financing. And of course, we will have a session for question and answers, and we will also want to engage with you further on the conversation that we'll be having. So let me just introduce the team. On my far end, we have Collins Otieno. A round of applause for Collins. Collins works with Dorcas Aid International, and he will be part of the conversation. Lynn Modesta, she works with Kenya Climate Change Working Group. Let's give her a round of applause. And we also have Dolphin Magero, who works with Green Youth Climate Fund Institution. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, great. So we'll just dive deep into the conversation. First things first, Collins. Why is climate financing such a crucial conversation for the young people?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, you've been told my name is Collins. I work with Dorcas Aid International, and I just want to probably pick this from my roots. I work with Dorcas Aid International, and so if you must have Googled it, sort of, you must have realized it's a faith-based organization. And so one of the things that Dorcas does is that we look at climate finance from the aspect of money maketh everything. So you might have actions around climate change, but without an enabler of climate finance, then those actions are just paper-proof. They are not project-proof. So for you to take the paper proof or the paper concepts onto the ground, then you need climate finance. And mostly for the purpose of the youth, you need it much more as opposed to any other because of the trust issues. Let's call it as it is. The youth in the African continent and the youth in the globe, if you look at it, the mainstream of climate finance flows the least towards the youth. And so it is quite important that the youth get immersed into the issues of climate finance, into the issues of access, into the issues of utilization of climate finance. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Great. I'll come to Dolphin, then we go to Lynn. So Collins has just talked to us about the aspect of faith and climate finance. Why is this conversation crucial for the young people?
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. I think for me, it is crucial, essentially crucial for young people because currently the way the landscape, the climate change landscape is shaped, it is the older generation who's making all the decision. And IPCC reports say that changes are going to be reversible by 2030, so that's about 8 years from now. And when you do the math for yourself, 8 years from now, those who are making decisions on your behalf for you, our older generation, they will not be at that particular table. If they make wrong decision, because human is to error, who is going to pay for it? It's us, the wrong people, the young people basically, because if a policy is made today and it's supposed to last for the next 10 or 20 years, and the people who are making them tomorrow are not there, and then it's a bad policy, it means that you, who might be the next CS for environment, you who might be the next president of this country, will have to undo that wrong policy that was made. So young people, young people need to basically access climate financing more so that you can mitigate, not only mitigate against climate change, mitigate and adapt to the bad policies that might be made. I'm not saying they're going to be made. Someone, human is to error, might make a bad policy because of maybe lack of information, political influence. So you need, first of all, climate finance for one thing to contribute to climate action through mitigation and adaptation. You also need to mitigate and adapt to, in the event that a bad policy is made or bad project is made or something is done wrong by the older generation, who will not be there to account. So you need climate finance more than anyone.
Great. And Lynn, this damage has already taken place. Maybe Dolphin says, if any blunders are made by the older generation, then it might be too late for the young people to correct. There's somebody probably seated in the room who's just hearing this climate finance. What is it? What do you guys mean with climate financing, and why do I need to be part and parcel of the change makers?
Okay, thank you so much, Felix, for the question, and hello everyone. As mentioned, my name is Lynn. I prefer using Lynn, it's easier. On the context of what climate financing is, especially as a young person who's been involved in a bit of resource mobilization, climate financing means basically looking for funds, resources, and this resources does not really only mean money. Most of the times when you look at finance, we only look at just the money component. We also have the technical component as well. How are we able to fundraise for our climate actions as young people? I think most of us in the room have been engaged in different projects towards climate impact. We have the tree planting to be able to help in carbon emission, carbon sequestration. We have the aspects of, say, innovation, climate smart agriculture, some of us are engaging in. So how are we able to channel funds, resources, technical resources towards some of these actions to help mitigate climate change as well as adapt to this in our different communities? So that's what basically climate finance is. Why is it important to us as young people? I think Dolphin and Collins have really touched on that as much as possible. But I also want to give it from the perspective of a young person, as all of us are, who've been working in this space. It's really important, especially because, as she said, we are going to be the people who are going to be working on the issues that are left in our hands. But most importantly, we owe it to our communities to be able to make it better for them. We have more resources, more opportunities compared to even the communities, the grassroots communities that we work with. So it is upon us to be able to take the lead. We are the larger composition of the population. So how are we using that mobilization, that figures, the numbers, the workforce, the energy we have to be able to make an impact through climate change. And this will also include mobilizing for resources for our different grassroots communities, issues and problems that we are trying to solve. And I think at some point we'll touch on aspects of innovation. That also comes as a company that we have the technical muscle, we have the brain power just to be able to innovate for our grassroots community problems. And as we all know, grassroots communities are the most impacted by climate change issues. And we young people are part of the solution of this. We are the solutions for this. So that is really why it is important for us. Thank you.
Right, great. So we'll go to Collins, and she's talked about the grassroots communities being the direct people being affected by climate change and everything. And there is a lot of policies and declarations that have been made in different COP summits. There is the Paris Agreement. Again, other declarations were made on the whole bit of climate financing. But do these people at the grassroots get to even benefit from those declarations? Or are the declarations just made and they end with the summits that end? Like just the other day at COP27, there was a whole landmark declaration that was made on adaptation. What is the progress? Has it gotten to the grassroots, or is it still at a declaration level?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, especially when you pursue climate finance. As Felix puts it rightly, there are always landmark declarations being put on, especially besides the road. Some people are declaring certain things in meetings. But if you look at climate finance access by grassroots communities, the rates are still very low. I worked around Isiolo, Marsabit, probably some people know those areas, trying to do what is called budget tracking, climate finance budget tracking in Isiolo and Marsabit. And I was just purely tracking climate finance geared towards resilience. And that is both mitigation and adaptation. And you wouldn't imagine the figures. And so it's critical to say that the local communities still do not access this particular finance. But we need to ask ourselves the question, not whether they are accessing, but how or why are they not accessing. The reasons as to why local communities probably are not accessing, and I'm not going to say this to incline to the people making the declarations, is because of the readiness. Any other person in this room has done business before. Before you do a business what do you need? You need a business plan, right? As a preparatory towards doing that business, right? To access climate finance, we need the wherewithal, the policy instrument, we need the governance structure right in place to be able to access these particular finances, right? We come from particular counties, and these counties have what we call devolved ward climate change planning committees. And so, to what level are these particular ward planning committees, while they're established, have the capacity to be able to support in planning and ensuring that the projects earmarked for climate resilience are achieved? So that's another question mark to all of us. In terms of another declaration, probably along the conference of parties, you realize someone says that we will probably double our financial towards adaptation, probably as probably put together by John Kerry's team on adaptation financing. The follow-up question is, how much do we follow up as the African group of negotiators or as the local communities to ensure that it's actually double in numbers in the accounts and not in the text? Because you can have a text that reads very nicely and it doesn't really showcase in the accounts. I know during Christmas we have this thing called current and actual balances. I don't know if anyone gets confused with those particular balances during Christmas time, where you go to your account and you put in your card and you have actual balance is probably 100 shillings, but you have a balance down there that is written a lot of money. So that is what happens. So we need what I'm saying in short is that we need to be alive to the facts. And we need to follow up these facts immediately. And following up these facts means we need to be ready. Before you go for a marathon, you need shoes. I come from the village, so we used to go to marathon probably barefooted. But before you go to a marathon, probably you need to practice. So we need, as the local communities, to be able to establish ourselves the means to access that particular finance. That is on one side. But on the other side, let's look at it, and probably I'm unveiling another whole altogether. Let's look at, apart from the international declarations, what other ways can we raise climate finance within ourselves? Most of us are young, and probably we have done what is called site and service schemes, where communities work within themselves. It's a very common practice amongst communities of Africa, where we work within ourselves to be able to raise certain things, and then we get some small particular support. And Dolphin is quite capable of speaking to this, and that is what is called co-financing in finance. What do we have and what do we want added onto? So we need to ask ourselves that as well. So I think those particular things, especially in terms of policy preparation, the governance structures preparation, and capacity, I don't like using this word capacity all through, but I think we need it as much as possible to ensure that we access the logical finances that can be able to work for the grounds. I want to finish this by quoting the first president of Tanzania. He says that, I'm going to say this in Swahili, my Swahili is not very good. He says, siri ya maendeleo ni siasa safi, ardhi na vijana wenye siha njema. The other one, who knows that quote? So I see someone knows the quote here. Yes. So he has a very interesting quote that talks in brief of what communities need to do to ensure that they access different finances, if you quote development as different finances. Thank you.
Right. And Dolphin, you've been mentioned, there is how the communities can get ready. But even as the communities get ready, how does this money get to the grassroots, and what do the communities use the money for? Because some people at the community level are dealing with multiple challenges. Sometimes we may say this money is coming to do something in the area of climate, but this person is probably sleeping on an empty stomach, so they'll use that money to feed the household or feed a couple of other people within the community. So how do we ensure that the money that is scaled down to the community is actually put into the correct use?
Thank you very much for that particular question. Yeah, so a lot has been said. Collins, thank you. That was very wonderful. I agree with you entirely. The key point here is access and availability. So like Collins was talking about declarations being made, basically, what you see on TV and people go to COPs, you're seeing, because they like following, the media likes following celebrities. You know, he's famous, John Kerry is here, Obama is here, you follow him, then he said, we're going to increase the amount of money. But what they don't show is what happens in the negotiation room. Because in the negotiation room, it dictates everything. For example, when John Kerry is there making promises, negotiators from the US are negotiating with African negotiators, are antagonizing, completely opposite of what John Kerry is talking about. They're blocking avenues through which resources, climate financing, can get to developing countries, basically. So I think sometimes we need to be conscious, like you said, of the fact that, you know, politicians are there and they make nice declarations and they make us feel like, yes, we can, and we're going to do it. But implementation, there's a technical team behind it, basically, that has to make it happen. It's like, for example, the president. President can say, right now we're talking about the better, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, basically. It's a good proposal, it sounds sweet, it sounds fancy, but it is all pegged on who is going to be implementing it. So what they don't tell you is that negotiations have to go there. And I think from last COP27, basically, we were reading about the GCF report to, of course, the COP, and we are hearing allegations of how a fund somewhere, please don't quote me, fund somewhere is someone somewhere is pulling some string somewhere on a fund that's supposed to support these people. So I'll move from the international to now local level. So nationally, I think we have the FLOCA. I think Lynn will talk about FLOCA basically. So I think what happens is the FLOCA funds, I think, is supposed to go to basically localize climate action. That's why it's called financing locally led climate action. So first of all, money is supposed to go to the counties, basically to set up the county climate change funds. And why are we setting up the county climate change funds? And are we aware that we even have the national climate change funds? Because when you talk about issues of climate finance and in environmental finance holistically, from the 1992 Earth Summit, environmental finance is co-financing. You're not given the entirety of money. According to the 1992 Earth Conference, nations are supposed to mobilize 60% of what they need to address environmental issues, and then the international community is supposed to mobilize the other 40%. So you mobilize internally 60%, then you're added. So that one led to the establishment of the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, basically. So when you look at that, basically, so that is the trend. You need to understand climate change, first of all, is an environmental issue. It's also a political issue. Basically, at this moment, it's also a social issue, basically, and it's also a development agenda, basically. So what does that translate to? So when you come here to Kenya, basically, Kenya has done a lot of institutional frameworks, basically, around climate change. Kenya set up the National Climate Change Fund. So why are we setting up the National Climate Change Fund? So that we can leverage on this fund to attract international financing, basically. So it is what we are calling creating the domestic enabling environment to attract resources into the country. So we're setting an example, an environment in Kenya where international climate financing can flow into the country. So that's one aspect of it, basically. So when you have this, you can use this to basically access international climate financing. Then Kenya has gone further to devolve this to the county level under the FLOCA. That's why we're setting up the County Climate Change Fund. So if a county has the County Climate Change Fund, they can easily proposal to CF have this money that you set aside as a county for climate change, add as more. Because issue of climate finance, there's availability and access. Yes, the money has not yet been met, the 100 billion was never met, but there's something in that kitty, basically. What is there? Are you able to access it as a country? That's the first thing. So how are you creating an environment where you're able to access it? So we have the County Climate Change Fund. So beyond that, we're also supposed to give resources to the World Climate Change Committees. So basically, but you'll find the challenge is most people at the world level basically are not even aware that there is climate financing that has come into the county. People are not even aware there is a County Climate Change Fund that's supposed to be set up by their counties. They're not aware that money is coming in for the World Adaptation Committees. So if you're not aware in the first place, it means that basically, as a member of some county somewhere in some other country, not Kenya, basically, I can use this money for my own personal thing and no one will ask me because they are not aware, basically. So awareness is the first thing. Our communities are aware about the existing climate financing that is available at the local level. So I'm sure all of us come from some particular county. I don't mean to run away with the show. From some particular county, from a particular ward. Are you aware that your county is supposed to set up a county climate change fund? And have you made a step to go and ask your county government, is the fund set up? Are you aware that it's supposed to set up a World Climate Change Committees? Are you aware, first of all? And then are you following up? So first of all, it takes up initiative as an individual. Then when you have 4 or 5 people who set up, then you can begin to create, I can call them community accountability systems, basically. Maybe a group, a force, like a group of 10 people that rally the community, basically, to engage their county government, because the government is supposed to work for you, basically. It is your government. Like, ideally in Kenya, I should be able to ask my president, where is water, where is education, basically. So I think the first thing is awareness. And then do they have the capacity and the muscle and the courage? So that is where the civil society and the enlightened community comes in. Are civil societies going to capacity build people, telling them that there's money, building their capacity to a manner where they can go, approach their county governments and ask these questions that they need to ask. So I think that's the first step that I think I can stop there before I run away with everything.
before you run away with everything. Lynn, there's the whole thing that Dolphin has told us about awareness. How do people at the ground become aware that there's money that is coming to them? And how are they able to plug in some of those finances? Yes, there's the responsibility on them, personal awareness, but what more can now these civil societies, can the government and other organizations do to create that awareness at local level to ensure that money that is cascading from either the international or the national level to the county is actually put into good use?
Thank you so much, Felix. I think Dolphin touched a bit on this as well. So we, as Kenya Climate Change Working Group, are the expert leads for the financing locally led climate actions, the FLOCA program. So part of our role is collaborative. We don't just work as civil societies on our own. So we work with different other groups, including the SDIs, the Muungano wa Wanavijiji. And part of what we do, we separate the wards, so we work collaborative, because if we work through all wards, then we won't be able to actually make as much impact. So we take our time with the different wards. So we help in the formation of the ward climate change planning committees, and this also ensures representation. So within the ward climate change committees, there's representation of women, there's representation of at least 2 youth, male and female, and there's also the representation of persons with disabilities. That's one way of ensuring that different groups, different interests are actually part of the system through these committees. I also love what you've mentioned about community systems that are allowing people to be able to understand what is going on around them. And I think there's a really huge role that young people can be able to play in this, because we are centered within the different committees, and the different communities and the different wards. The community systems that she's mentioned can really run a huge role in ensuring that people have access to information. All of us here are within this space, and we've learned about all these things. Are we able to go within our communities and be able to translate this information to them? Are we also able to call on to our counties and mention that, we are aware that there's funds, but then we don't know, for instance, aspects of budgeting, because that's a component that the planning committees have to do, budget. And they need to know what they're budgeting for to be able to also know what they're reporting or monitoring when it comes to how the counties are using these funds. So coming back to the question on how, first, collaboration. I really have to insist on this. We can't work in silos. And that is partially how the Ward Climate Change Planning Committees help with this, because there's representation as well. But generally, before these planning committees are even developed, there's a whole community process where you're able to first talk to them about what this process is, what the FLOCA program is. Second, tell them what their role looks like. Because part of this role of the communities includes monitoring, budgeting, planning as well. So it's a collaborative effort between county and communities, and we have to remember that, because most of the times, as people think it's just the county who are planning what is supposed to be, what the climate change funds are going to. So we need to remember that we also have a role in preparing what our priorities are in terms of climate actions. And something that we really saw when we were working with the communities was some of them didn't really know the intersectionality of climate change issues and their own issues. And I think at some point, Dolphin mentioned that just because we're working on adaptation issues does not mean we have to leave alone the aspect of livelihoods. How are we able to still have people earn money while also having some of these adaptation projects or mitigation projects within them? So those are part of what we actually work on. So understanding how climate change has affected their livelihoods, what solutions they can come up with that works for them, because different communities have different needs, different priorities, and different economic progresses that they've already made. So how are we able to have this intersectionality actually work for them? Second, on the aspect of monitoring and evaluation, that is something that we really are poor on as a country, especially at grassroots community. Once we've made all these plans, once we've made all these documents, even us community, even us as civil society, sometimes, we take a step back, we're like, that's done, that process is done. But there's that commitment and consistency with actually checking on how these processes are done. The first bunch of money is gone, the second bunch is coming in. What happens next? Are we able to follow up with our counties, going to the county CECs, the county environmental person, I've forgotten the full name of that. The CECs, how are we able to go to them and like, okay, the first bunch is gone, That is still monitoring and evaluation. It does not have to wait until the very end. So that is a role we play as communities. Third, on the government side, there's really a need to have adaptable systems that work for the communities. Not everyone has access to internet, that's one. And part of, we're having a memorandum for the Climate Change Amendment Bill, and part of what we were requesting is, and the app as well, that in as much as these processes and systems are put on the websites, they're also gazetted, because it is easier to access a gazette than it is to access the website sometimes. So how are we able to have systems that also are accessible to communities? So as government, this was something that I'm really hoping they can be able to really work on as much as possible. Information systems that actually work for the communities. So that is how to be able to easily track financing. So constantly knock on doors. This is your money. It is not somebody else's. So make sure we are knocking on doors and making sure we are also looking at these committees and the role they're playing, and actually looking at what they're planning, what they're spearheading as well, because they're a representation of our voices. So those are the two aspects to just highlight on when it comes to monitoring, evaluation, looking at grassroots communities actually accessing some of these finances.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Dolphin, what are those alternative means through which we can be able to raise money for climate financing? And I think Collins will also jump in on the same. So what are the alternatives?
Thank you very much for this. Especially in the youth context, I don't think entirely there has been no climate financing for youth, because some of us, when in campus, people used to give us money to do 1, 2, 3 activities. That's part of climate financing. So I think you need to leverage so much on partnerships. I think there are a lot of donors who are within the climate change space who are always looking to support young people. I think, for example, I think Collins might have been, I was part of a project called Angaza Project back a while ago, and it was resources that came to support civil society to basically to deepen their climate governance and systems. And this Angaza Project still finance some of our youth climate change activities. So we do have civil societies basically that and NGOs that are looking to support. Like I think KCWG has supported some, PAC just supported some, Dorcas Aid. There are entities that are willing to support money. So, but now it requires you to come up with a proposal and also align with what you have. Other than that, I think you also need to work with some of the accredited entities. So under the Green Climate Fund, we have some accredited entities and they have resources. KCB is one of them, but KCB is a private sector basically. There's IUCN, which is an accredited entity. So we have also people who already have projects that have been funded for climate change. Like IUCN was funded under the Towards Ending Drought Emergency Project, project basically. So that project has resources. So if you come in and make a very strong case with a very good proposal, it's very easy for you to do that. Other than that, I think there are also ambitious people like myself, basically. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to look at every level of that there is, the global level, the regional level, the national level, and the sub-national level. So what we're trying to do let me start from the bottom up, because we're in the better era. So at the bottom up, so we have the World Climate Change Committees, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to set up a youth-focused climate change barazas, basically, to be anchored on these World Climate Change Committees, basically. So when we have this youth-focused issue, just a baraza, basically, very grassroots baraza. So we are piloting in Tana River County. We are thinking of upscaling it. We have like 5 barazas, of course, around 3 barazas in Tana River County. So when you have these 3 barazas within Tana River County, we're going to form an umbrella for youth, specifically in Tana River County. So this youth composition, we're going to capacity build them, work with them, and help them to lobby to the county government to set aside 1% of the county climate change fund of Tana River County to go to young people. That will be a step towards basically enhancing access to climate finance for young people. So what we're trying to do is currently working with Tana River County. So once we're able to do that basically, then we'll use that to basically mobilize co-financing from outside the civil society, international groups, NGOs to co-finance. So youth, we can have part of their project. They have a project in Tana River needs to be funded. The money is already there. We just look for additional to add on to that, the additionality on that. Jumping onto the national level, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the bill, basically. The bill gave a room for a youth representative within the National Climate Change Council, basically. Our proposal that we put on board, I don't know whether it was adopted, why do you need one representation when youth are so diverse? Collins wants for this organization, someone works for government, we have so many perspective, divergent views. And it might not be as inclusive because you look at, there's so much capacity on youth on climate change in Nairobi, for lack of a better term, compared to the sub-national level. So our proposal was that, why don't you set up a national youth climate change committee that will bring all these representatives of youth organizations at the national level, representatives of youth from the regional economic blocks, youth from the private sector, youth from government, all these youth groupings under one roofing to unpack what are the Kenya national climate change priorities for youth, basically. What are those projects that they want to be seen funded? So it's youth setting up a governance structure at the national level. So this particular committee, a representative would be regularly nominated to represent the interest of young people in the National Climate Change Council that is chaired by the president. And this particular committee can also go further because we have the National Climate Change Fund. Why don't we make noise and say, using this National Youth Climate Change Committee, why can't they give us 2% of the National Climate Change Fund to go to supporting national Kenyan youth climate change projects? Then we can advance that and lobby for international organizations, NGOs, civil society, private sector to co-finance this budget. So regularly this committee would sit down and say, this year we are financing a project in Kajiado, West Pokot, Marsabit, so that we have a holistic, because I am here in Nairobi, but I might understand climate change from the scientific point, but a youth in Garissa who was married off at age 12 basically understands it better because they live it. And now she's basically a mother. So how can I bring that youth to a level where I am at so that we sit in a table and then she can say, I need you to finance this project in Garissa, in Wajir, in Homa Bay, in Nakuru, basically. So if we have this particular sort of system, you understand, so that we have someone who's representing the youth, because youth is also a face, sorry to say, it's rotational. So if in this National Climate Change Council meeting is a youth from Wajir, next time it will be from Homa Bay, next time it will be from a private sector, so that we have interest of youth cutting across. So looking to escalate that also to the Africa level, because we have I am sorry, FDB is not here, we have the Africa Climate Change Fund. So how can we bring all these youth, African youth stakeholders and say, talk to this people and say, hey, you have the Africa Climate Change Fund, we want 3%, we want 5% of that fund to go to African youth activities and projects that we decide, so that we look for the co-financing for it. At the national level, we have entities like the GCF. How can we work with existing youth movements and say, we want 10% of whatever climate change funds that is flowing anywhere to go to supporting youth basically across the globe. And then we'll sit and youth and say, this time we are supporting Asia, next time we're supporting Africa, basically like that. So it's a process that, and the realization of this will need a lot of lobby and being strategic in terms of we'll have to engage young members of parliament, basically, because we do have young members of parliament, because I'm assuming we'll also need to engage the county, if you have a county youth representative somewhere, basically, because if I'm working in Tana River, I'll need to get to that county so that she takes this agenda to the county assembly. We need a young member of parliament within that national committee to take it to parliament and say, Kenyan youth in climate change, they want their money, and you should give them their money. So that's basically, I can stop from there for now.
Collins, alternatives quickly, and then Lynn will talk to us about how the young people can actually plug in more.
Thank you, Felix. I think one of the conversations that I really like is alternative climate financing, and I can speak to this the whole day. So I'm really going to summarize because it's a conversation that allows me to step out of the field and look at it from someone who has never worked in climate finance. And the background of this, let's be honest. Countries are recovering from the impact of COVID. The economies are strained. And let's face it, not so many governments are going to give us money to act on climate change. I know I'm very unpopular when I say that. I'm very unpopular when I say that, but it's being honest. I know we have a deputy president that says he's a very honest man. So I want to follow up after that honesty. So let's be honest. Countries are straining towards meeting their own demands from their citizens. So how else will they spare us some money to be able to inject into our climate action? We have to look at this thing from the business side. Let's be honest with ourselves. And let's look at it critically. What is it in climate action that we can offer to be able to draw us some bit of money? One of such, and I'm going to talk on this at length, probably 2 minutes if you allow me, is carbon markets. This is ideally it. That one of the ways to be able to untap or unlock the potential of the private sector of other countries to be able to finance our climate action is carbon markets. Every single country wants to reduce its emission. Are we all in agreement? Yes. Every other country wants to ensure that they grow their GDPs and maximize to meet the deficit that COVID has already put in place. So how can they be able to ensure that there's a trade-off? To ensure that in one hand, they are meeting their, any one of us knows the principle of the Paris Agreement, common but differentiated responsibility. Yes, we are meeting that. But when we are meeting that, we are also growing our economies. So the idea is, sell me your carbon, I'm reducing my emission. Remember, we have committed to reduce our emission, like Kenya, we have committed to reduce it by 30% by, I'm told it's now 32% by 2030. Yeah, I've just been corrected. So the idea is we have committed to reduce our emissions by 32%, assuming we were US, reducing our emission by 32% by 2030, but we also need to industrialize so fast to ensure that we meet the demand of our citizens. The whole idea about it is to be able to draw in that money to offset our carbon, but also develop. So carbon markets is a key element. But carbon market is distinct. Let's get it straight, because most of the people just think that carbon market is about forestry. We have a lot of components of carbon markets. So you can have soil carbon, you can have forestry, you can have a green industrialization. You have a whole list of carbon markets interventions and pathways that you can go in through carbon markets. So that is one. The second stream that you can talk of in terms of unlocking other financial streams is green bonds. Well, I know we have a new president. Any one of us remembers when the former president was in the UK's green bonds market? Again, we don't remember, but we need to follow up. We need to follow up and see what are some of the interventions that the government is taking, and what are the disadvantages and advantages of these particular streams of financing in terms of climate change. So green bonds, and given the face that I saw, I'm not going to delve into it quite a much. And then we have blended finance. So we have blended finance, and blended finance comes in several ways. In these banners, I am very kind of direct to this Africa Community Planetary Partners for Health and Environment. I don't know if you look at that particular banner, what you see. But what I see is someone maximizing on the opportunity for health to be able to bring in the environmental issues. What this person is doing is trying to look at the health-climate nexus and trying to figure out how can we get financing for climate change in the health sector. And the room went quiet. So these are some of the things that we really need to look at from a bird's view and sit back somewhere, look at our economies, and look at how can we be able to draw in finance. I'm going to speak on the last one. Probably the last two, if you allow me. So the second last one. Yes, the second last one, and it's been articulated so well by Dolphin. Dolphin talked of how can we be able to ensure that specific financial instruments that are not climate change in nature become climate change by a percentage. There is a research that was undertaken some time back, and I'm not going to say the institution for my own sake, that mentioned that just the same way like Kenya has it's called Constituency Development Fund, right? CDF. This particular country, and let me just float the name out, Zambia, has a similar Constituency Development Fund. But what Zambia does is that they have put a percentage within their constituency development funds to be able to talk or act matters climate change. The difference with Zambia and Kenya is just that we are not putting climate change in our CDF. But how many of us know that CDF arrives on time? How many of us know that CDF arrives on time? Does it? Yes. 2% now, CDF for climate change now. It's been included. So these are some of the ways that let's look at finances that are not climate change in nature and figure out the opportunities that there are to be able to put in climate in them. Last one is MDB reforms. Well, I didn't want to go here, but allow me to talk about it. MDB reforms, and I saw my neighbor looking at me like, It's multilateral development banks reforms. So multilateral development bank reforms, and you have seen that moving around every now and again. The question then is, how can we be able to find a space for financing within the MDB reforms that will be appropriate for, say, our youth, for instance. So currently, this is not to talk bad about the World Bank and the World Bank Group. No, I'm not going to do that. But I'm just going to say that the rates that they are giving are crazy for us. It's being honest. Let's be honest sometime. Yeah, let's be honest for at least for once. Let's be honest. And if at all we are going to talk MDB reforms and try to unlock specific components of those MDB finances to finance climate action, I think we need to be bold enough to say that. So check on MDB reforms.
Okay, great. So Lynn, there's a question for you here, so you could just answer it. Kevin from Kenyatta University is asking, is there a transparent audit process for climate resilience finances or donations? And what can be done by multi-sectoral partners to ensure that the much money set aside is effective in climate crisis combat?
That's an interesting question. And I'll have you help me on that as well. But yes, however, the effectiveness is questionable. We do have a monitoring and evaluation system within the National Treasury just to be able to look at how funds are going through and the priorities. However, access to them by us as common mwananchi, if I could say, is a bit shaky. And I think, Dolphin, you'll touch on that a bit as well, because you work with them. But I want to just mention that there is also an avenue within that for us as young people to be able to develop systems that actually help outside of government systems to help in monitoring and evaluation as well as reporting and seeing how the financial flows go. That's an innovation platform that we can be able to, and this is touching on a bit of a question about plugging in, where young people can be able to develop systems where it's, I want to say, not really tied down to a specific group, but it's open systems where people can be able to input, even within your own counties, how some of these funds, where are they going to, because government reports sometimes can be a bit shaky kidogo. So how are we able to ensure that there is transparency? That's an avenue that we still, but there is a system in place, and I think, Dolphin, I'll give you that to be able to touch on it, and then I think I'll finalize on the other point, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe as you can also take this, how can organizations working at grassroots levels on climate action initiatives have access to FLOCA funding? Yes. Okay, maybe you can just respond and then Dolphin finish up.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll take two more questions from...
Sorry, repeat the question again.
So how can organizations working at grassroots level on climate action initiatives have access to FLOCA funding?
First, all you have to do is basically write a proposal to your county. that is the basic. But second, also work with the planning committees that are already in place to be able to align some of their planning, because they have a process where they plan, currently most counties are already done with their CIDPs, the County Integrated Development Plans, which prioritizes some of the projects. So you can also, those are two avenues to plug in. So one, your own proposal on a personal level where you can be able to work with the counties, because counties also need help in how they're going to implement some of these climate change funds. So you can be part of the partners. So you write in a proposal, you work with the counties, have a small meeting here and there, and we can be able to channel, as long as it's within the priorities that are aligned in the CIDPs. So make sure you also read through that. Second is on collaboration. And this looks like with different agencies. It does not only mean that you work with the county alone. You can also work with a few partner organizations that are working within the county, supporting the county in the FLOCA program, including KCWG, we're working on that. So how are you able to maximize as well within your own projects, within your own actions through the FLOCA program, and how we can be able to also work on channeling some of these funds to your work, because it's not only one organization that maybe, let's say for example, in tree planting projects within a county, it can be maybe several of you. So how do we scale this up by collaborating with the different organizations that are maybe also working on the tree planting within the county and want to also channel from the funds of the FLOCA. So those are two avenues. And then third, there's a second part to that question, if I'm not wrong, within the grassroots communities, something of that sort. Yes, also capacity building is a really important avenue to this. Some of the issues about access to funds is on capacity, and this also looks like technical resources. So do you have a financial manager who can be able to even account for some of these funds once it's given to you? Do you have the program help in some of these programs? So those technical skills are something that we can be able to really work on as within grassroots communities to be able to help in accessing some of these funds, because accountability is something that's really important in this aspect of the FLOCA program. So just technical resources, and this you can get from different organizations. I mean, I know the VCA Alliance, the Voices for Just Climate Action, is really working to build the capacity of different groups to be able to access some of these funds. So if you need to know how to write concepts, how to write budgets, how to write reports, financial reports, budgeting reports, you can be able to reach out to some of these groups or organizations outside of this county, so you can be able to have the technical skills so that when the money comes to you, it's easier for you to also, one, access and actually implement. So yeah, those are just one way to look at it.
So yeah, so there's that question on transparent audit processes and what can be done by partners to ensure that the much money set aside is effective in climate crisis combat, maybe very briefly.
It touches on what she'd asked about tracking. So basically, at the national level, the National Treasury, of course, has what we call the Climate Finance and Green Economy Unit. There's a whole, I think we should need another class for climate finance, basically. So basically what happens is resources that are coming into the country, they come in through the National Treasury. And according to CPI, that's Climate Policy Initiative, usually track climate finance. They've done landscape of climate finance, the global landscape of climate finance and landscape of climate finance in Kenya. So they did a report 2017, 2018 for Kenya and also for the international community. So they basically categorize finance into sources of climate finance, which is the public and the private and the philanthropic sources. So depending who is the financier, it will depend on the tracking and, of course, accountability and audit system, because different people have different categories. Other than that, I think in Kenya, the National Treasury has used the IFMIS system. So IFMIS is a system, of course, that they use to track resources that are coming into the country and going into support climate change. And also there's also the one at the county level system. But the issue with this one is that we are only able to track climate financing that is coming to governments officially. So money that is coming through, of course, National Treasury for national projects that are funded basically. We have other sources of financing that we've not been able to track, especially those ones that come to civil society, private groups outside, those that don't have to go through, of course, the National Treasury. So that becomes basically another challenge. It's something they've been trying to address. So officially, the reports that are there, they are only reporting on what is coming through government. But the money that is coming outside of government for climate finance, that we're still not able to track and issues of that. So that's another challenge. So the source of the financing basically will basically determine the accountability, the audit, the transparency, because some donors want to follow, like World Bank.
New bill that's coming. Yeah. So what they've done is now within that integrated energy plan, you're able, as CSOs or NGOs, we're able to actually input some of our projects within the energy plans in general. So as a country, you're able to monitor what projects are being undertaken, what progresses are being made within a period of 2 years for counties, 5 years for national government. So I think that's something.
As we finish on tracking, basically there's an issue on climate finance. Climate finance, there's no global definition, so we can't really be able to track every climate financing. It's a critical issue because different people call.
Okay, so Collins answers this and closes the floor for us. Lenny from Pastoral Climate Action is asking, does Dorcas aid finance on climate change innovations? If yes, how? Very briefly.
Wow, I'm going to try that in 1 minute or less.
Less.
Okay, so I would say yes, but how do we finance? We work through our local partners, and what we do with local partners is that we build their capacity to be able to hold finances and ensure that their project, Dorcas runs what we called climate smart agri-value chains. So it's more of financing, yes, but so that the communities are not reliant on Dorcas aid, those particular value chains needs to earn them some resources. I hope I've answered that. And then I want to say that you can check out Transparency International on issues of tracking because they have a toolkit for civil societies who want to track climate finance. Thank you.
All right, so let's put our hands together for Lynn Modesta from Kenya Climate Change Working Group. Let's put our hands together for Collins from Dorcas Aid International. And finally, Dolphin Magero from Green Youth Climate Fund Institution. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to rush you. Please stay because we will take pictures of you later. I hope you enjoyed that invigorating conversation, and I think they'll still be here, so if you need to catch a minute with them, please try and do that while we're sending you off for tea. Please come back to this room in, what time is it now? It's 12:15. Okay. 12:10. Be here by 12:40. 12:35 actually, so that we can start at 12:40. I'd really appreciate. So the tea is downstairs where they were serving yesterday. So please enjoy the tea. Remember to network. There was a challenge Meshach had yesterday. The challenge was to come out with how many contacts? 5. So who are the people yesterday who said they had 5 yesterday? So today, come out with another 5 and challenge those who didn't get 5 yesterday. Yeah? All right then, enjoy your tea and let's clap for them once again. And Felix too, we didn't clap for Felix. All right, thank you. You can go downstairs and grab tea. That's where the tea is being served. Feel free to use the toilet. Just 1 second, please. I'll just encourage for you guys to go stretch your legs. tutapatanisha aje? Hata kutonesha China.
Na ile ya jana alitupiga aje?
Za jana tutapata aje na Mary? I'll just encourage people to get off the stage because we want to set it up for the next session. If I can just encourage you to get off the stage and have the conversation off the stage, we want to set up for the next session. If I can just encourage, please do not jump from the front. Use the stairs on the side, tafadhali. Don't want any injuries. Sorry. There's stairs on the side. Yeah?
Sorry and thank you.
No worries. Don't get off here. You'll
Yeah.
hurt yourself. Yeah. This stage is... Yeah, I'm on all of them. Angela Wawero, but Twitter and Instagram crazy. /Angela, LUSH. LUSH. But find me on LinkedIn as Angela Wawero. That's the easiest. Because I said get the other one. Yes. I know. And when you see all of them coming, I was like, okay, let them, Because the next session, we're going to do 2 in parallel. Okay. So we don't want to overrun like yesterday. Were you here yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but you did. It's your forte. Yes.
Okay.
Are you here for the rest of the day?
Yes, I'm here for the rest of the day. I'll try getting to the other sessions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
What's your background focus when it comes to this? Because there's 2. This one here will be the agricultural security, and the other one is gender equality.
I think I'll do the gender because I'm doing stories for Africa Climate Summit. We're looking for women.
Let me give you a contact for renewable energy. Go on in LinkedIn.
Okay.
Connect with me first. Then if you can't get a hold of me, I'll connect you, if you don't mind. So me, I'm Angela. I'm Angela Wawero myself. I'm not there yet. I'm the first one. So, and then, okay. So there's this lady. She's in there. She's my best friend.
Okay.
I have 2 women. One on food. It's in German. Wow. My Google switched. This lady, she's in renewable energy. You can check out. Sorry. Yes. Iko inaonyesha China. Oh no, yangu nimetolewa. want one stand with my full
May I
outfit.
have one with you?
Yes.
My cohort.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Mesha kananiacha. There's no even tea for me. I just want a mandazi. Nataka kuchukuliwa picha. Tuchukue. Hello sir, tuchukue na mimi nataka kula. Tukusini cohort. Hii tunaweza. Hii yangu peke yangu.
That was half. You can do it. Mine. Itakata ni.
Mimi nataka. Kama hivi. Peke yangu. I want one. Abesha.
Hidden. Douglas, kindly move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of the new climate. We'll be proceeding on the next panel sessions. The session on climate action and culture and security is on stage already. We are taking their seats. You can follow the proceedings from any of our rooms. So just settle down and remember the mode of operation is to get the questions to the ushers, even if you're in the other room, just write them on paper, and the question will come to the moderator. Douglas, you're not here, right? As he comes, kindly let's take our seats. Angela, how do you find the first session?
Very invigorating. Listen to our example. Honestly, I felt my because they are curious or they want to see how to, plug themselves. So it's important for them to learn and know all these various ways that they can be involved. Yeah.
So it's a challenge also to the partners to come up with climate finance summits on their own.
Yes, but also finding ways to keeping things layman terms. Green skills is a new term.
Carbon credits.
Yeah.
When you hear carbon credits, carbon markets, you get
Nasikia
confused.
carbon copy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to welcome on stage one of our Yali alumni.
I think that's as far as it. Can you go further?
I think you can perform from there. Yeah. You can perform from where you're standing there. So that we don't stretch it out more. So I think you'll perform just one song, then we'll continue with the sessions from there. Feel free to engage and participate with the song with him.
First mpige makofi anaitwa Douglas. Ama, do you have a singing name?
You have a stage name?
Douglas.
Douglas is your stage name. It's also on your ID?
Yes.
All right.
All right. How are you, everyone?
Fine.
You're feeling good?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we talking about? Music? A little low. So I just want to, I normally sing with people, right? Are you ready to sing? Yes. You're ready to sing, right? So I normally sing with people. So can you say, when I say Bora Bora, you say Ayo. Bora Bora?
Ayo.
When I say Bora Bora, you say A. I've not said anything. Bora Bora? Ayo. So this is how it goes. Bora Bora, Ayo. Bora Bora, eh. Okay? Bora Bora, Ayo. Bora Bora, Bora Bora, Ayo. Bora Bora. Can you clap for yourself? All right. So it's a song on climate change, and I have an amazing Yale alumnus with amazing vocals. So she will come here, and then we'll be singing together, and then you join in. Sawa? So I don't want you to be boring. If you're boring, you're in the wrong room. Yeah? We sing together. At a panelist.
Sawa. Okay.
That's my mindset. Yeah. The song is called Climate Change and also called Bora Bora. Sawa? Yeah. How many songs do you know about climate change?
One, two.
Climate change is something we all feel. Climate change is something we should know. Climate change is something we all feel. Climate change is something we should know. Let's forget about our differences, work together. Let's forget about our differences, work together, create impact. Change. Can you feel the change? Take a step. If you feel the heat, change. Can you feel the change? Take a step. If you feel the heat, one more time, change. Can you see the change? Take a step. If you feel the Kenya clap. Let's go. Change, change. Can you feel the change? Take a step. If you feel the heat, change, change. Can you feel the change? Take a step. If you feel the heat, bora bora, hey yo, bora bora, come on, bora bora, hey yo, bora bora, bora bora, hey yo, bora bora, bora bora, hey yo, bora bora, ladies, bora bora, hey yo, bora bora, ladies.
You can stand up and help him clap as he finish.
Yeah, bora bora, bora bora, everybody, bora bora, you can dance, yeah, bora bora, one more time, bora bora, bora bora, wanaume, bora bora, bora bora, everyone, bora bora, bora bora.
Thank you so much. You can have your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to go straight to the next session. The next moderator needs no introduction. As you can see, he has already set up his panel ready for the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Kevins Randiek, founder of Brand K Integrated Marketing. Whenever I look at him, this guy, he's like the epitome of MCing. We learn a lot from him. Round of applause as he steps on stage.
How many mics do you have here? 2 or 3? There's 2 there. Good people, I want to really make this succinct and very simple. But to start us up, we want to make this conversational and we want to take it from the word go. And because I know these great panelists of ours, wametungoja, they've really been patient. Let me get it started by just letting you know that this particular session is centered on climate action on agriculture and food security. And we're also just going to look at the ripple effects of what the whole climate change bit is doing to our world. And let me start with you, Irene, probably just a quick introduction in terms of who you are. And probably in a build up onto that, you can just lead us into some of the smart climate solutions that your organization is currently championing and also what you're doing in personally. And of course, from the audience, bearing in mind, want to make this conversational from the word go. If you feel like there's something you want to contribute based on what she's saying, please just go ahead and raise a hand. I'll pick you up. Irene, set the context up for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene Kagera. I come from YPAD. YPAD is Young Professionals for Agricultural Development. We urge all the youth in the room to join our movement. There's a booth outside. You can always leave your contact there and we'll add you to the WhatsApp group. I run an organization called NICSA. NICSA is Nutrition and Climate Sensitive Agroecology. And with that, I'm running an initiative called Chakula Afya Nyumbani Initiative, which is among the best selected in the 5 best examples with the Ban Ki-moon cohort 2 of Agri-Champions. And with that, I work with smallholder farmers, creating advocacy, doing capacity building on climate change, and also mitigation innovations in both dairy production and crop production. Some of the innovations that we do is use of double dug beds, double dug trenches and zai pits, conserve water and soil to ensure this food and nutrition security, as well as promoting nutrition diversity, which is a background that I've done. I've done a training on nutrition sensitive agriculture. And so with that, I do this to the communities. We do nutrition diversity with the locally available foods from the local communities. We don't source food from outside, and also grow indigenous foods, which are climate resilient and they are highly nutritious. Thank you.
Let me just see if at all our audience is listening. Who in the audience knows what a double dug bed is? All right, are you agriculturalists? Kuna mtu mkulima hapa? Ama mwingie tu session? Double dug bed? Hey, sorry? Oh my goodness, my audience is not listening. Irene, I'll take you up on that probably later on. Remember, basically again, what you want to really achieve out of this particular session is, hey, if you're imagining getting into agriculture, or rather if you're looking at the whole world ecosystem in terms of the challenges that drought is causing when it comes to the farmers. Are you getting a hint? So Irene mentioned something there around a double bed, and a double bed is actually a smart solution practice that probably persons practicing farming are trying to use to actually enable them to keep on farming. Just setting in context. I know Elizabeth is into research. Let me hold Elizabeth a little bit and bring in our young superstar on stage. Who is the young superstar on stage? Are you seeing him? Are you seeing him? All right, let's just give him a mic and probably a quick introduction. Alamin, the mic is all yours. Tell us where you are from, the organization you kind of work under, and probably you can also throw it to Jennifer on the audience.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Alamin Ahmed. I'm part of Mtoto News, an organization that uses media to advocate for child rights. And I'm also part of the Kenya Children Assembly. And perhaps our CEO has more to offer on Mtoto News.
Jennifer, just probably from a quick one, you could set context for us. Ripple effects of agriculture. Alamina, one of your good boys that work for Mtoto News. So just a quick one, what Mtoto News is, why are you working with children, and probably a bit of the ripple effects in terms of climate change onto children.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm a Yali alumni, very old. When Yali, we used to stay for 3 months. So I work with Mtoto News. Mtoto News actually started after Yali. It was just a catalyst. So Mtoto News is a children's organization where I say children, they're the ones who make the decisions. We're just there to follow up. And I can see some of the kids agreeing with me because they're part of Mtoto News. So we do this, we do create content on children with them, okay? And then we circulate it. Number 2, we do child participation. That's why these kids are here. And then we do research around child participation. Why climate change? And why children? They told me not to say the statistics. They are going to do the statistics themselves. Climate change will affect children longer than adults, okay? So that means that if we do not start working with them on the mitigation and on the adaptations, then they will not be able to survive, okay? I don't know if you guys have seen the climate clock outside there. So the climate clock is it shows that it's 5 years, okay? All of us who are above the age of 20, 5 years, it's okay. But can you imagine a 4-year-old? 5 years. That means they will live the rest of their life with a high climate, isn't it? Okay? So that's why we work with children to be able to empower them to not only speak and scream, but be actors, come up with solutions on climate change. Okay, because they are the ones who, as one of the kids tells us, the shoe is biting.
Allow me to just jump in onto that a bit, Jennifer. Smart solutions, right?
Yes.
That's what you've alluded to.
Yes.
And because of the bit of time, I know one of our great panelists wants to rush.
Yeah.
Let me plug you in terms of what you do at YPAD. Part of the activities you seek and yearn to champion are smart solutions geared towards supporting agricultural practitioners. Could you probably bring in 2 examples in terms of success factors onto that? And if at all there's somebody into the audience who will feel they want to probably just ask a quick Q&A, remember the bed stuff that she alluded to, please feel free to have a word with her because she wants to run because we were late on time. Irene, I give you that particular chance, then we'll get to release you.
So under YPAD, and running this initiative called Chakula Nyumbani Initiative, Chakula Afya Nyumbani Initiative, what I train farmers is about double duck beds. So this is where you dig a trench, okay, how do I say? You do the first digging, then you put your cell aside, the other second digging you do it aside. You lay a huge amount of organic matter, anything that is in your compound. Then on top of that, you put a layer of manure, then your topsoil, then the undercover soil. With that, you're able to conserve on the water. The organic matter is able to hold the water for quite a long time. You can be watering after 2 weeks. So with that, you'll know you have enough supply of your vegetables, your onions, and even your maize. And also something else we do is use of the vertical bag gardens, where we use the dam liners. And if you don't have the dam liners, we always say use the double dug trenches or the beds. So with these, you're able to conserve on the soil and water. Thus, you're able to mitigate on the climate change. And with these, we are able to achieve food and nutrition security. And also something else, maybe in the dairy sector, what we do is instead of using the synthetic dewormers, we do organic dewormers. So these are dewormers from trees or other herbal plants, where your milk, you don't have to pour your milk after deworming your cow, you still continue consuming your cow. So with this, we are reducing on the use of these synthetic pesticides, insecticide. Thus, we're able to achieve the food and nutrition security in the communities. Thank you.
I know Alamin was telling us during our practice bit that there's so much jargon around climate area, or rather when it comes to agricultural solutions. So what are the organization doing when it comes to really simplifying that particular information? Because even right now, as in the scientific jargons I'm edging out of it, I'm like, okay, I'm flowing. So, I mean, primarily, like, when we think about solutions around really making it easy to access that information, is there any particular pointer you can mention on how best that can happen?
So we do intergenerational capacity building, where we hold meetings with the old and the young. So we exchange knowledge across board, and the old are able to tell us, if you do this plant is medicinal, or it can repair away things like aphids. You can use onions. So we use a lot of these intergenerational with the local dialect. We don't do like English, we do it with the local dialect.
All right, so local dialect ni lugha ya nyumbani.
Lugha ya nyumbani.
Okay, is there any cue, any person intrigued with anything that Irene is building up to? If we're to make her meaningful, she's really pressed for time, so she's really urging me that she could do some contributory remarks before she gets to go. All right, I see a hand behind. Let me just come on to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Moses Abiero from the Africa Early Childhood Network, courtesy of a coffee. So thank you so much, and I'm interested to learn about how we could be able to build adaptive capacity, targeting the youngest children. So based on the work that you are doing, what are some of the maybe opportunities or solutions that you could consider targeting the youngest, building their adaptive capacity? Thank you.
What do you mean?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm Peter, courtesy a cafe. Before you leave, Madam, we'd like to know where we can get you so that we can follow up. Thank you.
Yeah, my interest is for the initiative of Chakula Afya. So what are the mitigation measures do you take? Particularly, we know that a lot of foods have a lot of the aflatoxins and the chemical pesticides that are used on farmers. And it's really affecting us in terms of our digestive systems and health. Yes. I wasn't here when she was beginning, but I think I've caught up a bit. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the indigenous Maasai community because that's where we do a lot of our impact work. And they're trying to find sustainable solutions in adapting to the climate change, knowing they've been pastoralists for many years. How can there be programs supporting them going into agriculture? To be more specific, we are trying to introduce the cultivation of vegetables for consumption and for selling for them to be able to sustain themselves.
I think those are probably 3 great ones, including a call for your contact. Probably so, Irene, you could plug in onto that. Then if it's not sufficient, any of you asking the bit could follow her as she heads out. So go ahead, Irene.
Okay, first of all, I'll start with my contact. You can reach me out on 0727 86 1848. 0727 86 18. I'll start with adaptive. What did he say? Something adaptive.
Adaptive solutions, like.
Adaptive solutions.
Yeah.
So basically, for me, I'm passionate about indigenous foods. One of it, they are highly nutritious, and they're also resilient to climate change, and they're easy to grow. They don't also require a lot of inputs. With that, I encourage my people in my community or people in my groups to grow a lot of indigenous foods. These include things like indigenous vegetables, akina managu, saga, and things like bananas, the yams, the cassava, and also sweet potatoes and pumpkins. And we also hold cookery practical classes where the farmers gather foods, whatever foods they have in their households, and we come. I teach them how best they can diversify their diet with whatever they have. So we do these practicals, and then we do like the tasting of the foods that we've made, and also we include kids on board. So myself, I'm a mother, so my kids don't even eat bread. They feed on cassava. Cassava, sweet potatoes, they don't do junk like their mother. And so I also work very closely with young mothers and also the older women as well as men. We include men in our cookery classes and show them food diversity, what other alternative sources of proteins can we do apart from meat. And we also do like starch. Most of us feed ugari 3/4 and the other quarter is veggies, and should be the vice versa. So I try to train them on those nutrition aspects, why good nutrition for a better lifestyle. And for the Maasais, what you do is first to do capacity building, like create awareness, advocate for nutritious foods. It's not just balanced diet. We say nutritious balanced diet. You have to start from capacity building. What is the role of vegetables in your body? What is the role of proteins in your body, in your body's health? So with that, I think the best approach is first to carry out capacity building. I can always help out with that. And we also do these practical sessions of maybe doing the double dark beds. When I'm going to the trainings, we do them at the farm level. So we have the spades, everything, all the gadgets are there. And I do that thing practically. I do hands-on practicals. I don't tell people, you dig these. We do hands-on practicals. Then they bring in seeds. We do the seeds. Then we'll come back to check from the first farmer how are the plants faring on. And there have been success stories. And with these, I was able to join the Ban Ki-moon Agri-Champion Cohort 2. We are only 20 in Africa.
Say that again.
The Ban Ki-moon Agri-Champion program. It was on bridging the capacity building of smallholder farmers to mitigate against climate change. And my project was among the best 5 within the 21. I graduated yesterday evening, and during the climate summit, we'll be meeting Ban Ki-moon. And I hope and I trust to collaborate with everyone here to move this agenda forward of climate change, food diversity, as well as to help us to achieve food and nutrition securities at our homes. I think I'm done.
She is. I bet to just mention that Irene really pushed me, and I hope we really utilized good use of her time. The moment she's been on stage, she needs to dash off for work, and we've held her. So probably for anyone who wishes to interact with her, she gets out from the questions that have been asked to the call to contact. Probably she's comfortable for you to follow her. She gets off. But can we give some thumbs up and some tips for her, really? So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Irene, for that. Yeah.
And also wish to introduce our YPAD country representative, Janice. Wave to the crowd.
Janice is a YPAD representative. Yeah, there she is also at the back.
Yeah, anyone who wishes to join YPAD can see her. Write your name down, we'll get you to the WhatsApp group. YPAD is a global movement, and each and every region has its chapter. We have African chapter, and a country in Africa has its own chapter, so we have a Kenyan chapter. Myself, I'm representing the region, the African Region Task Force. So we are in all support for the youths and to push the agenda of food systems forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Number, as she walks out, probably feel free to follow her. She will give the numbers as she walks out. So, it wasn't complete. All right, so Irene, take it up again.
Okay, 0727.
0727.
86.
86.
18.
18.
48.
48. Perfectly got? All right, thank you. All right, so as Irene drops out, let's get Mtoto News Jennifer onto that particular seat. Thank you, Irene, for having us. Now, let's delve further into our context of conversation. Now, sorry? All right, so let's get into detail a bit onto the context of our conversation. I know there's Jennifer, I know there's Alamin, there's a government rep, there's science. Now, an interesting one that I ended up learning today is anyone aware that you can use ash for the people who use jiko? The ash jiko, molding it with cow dung, adding rabbit urine, and taking it back to the soil. Have you ever heard that? Any scientist in the house? Is that proven by science? It's proven by science. Elizabeth, ulindanganya iko proven by science. Anyway, let's hear from it. Kiptarus, before we go to Hussein and before we get to Elizabeth, please give us a context in terms of who you are, some of the solutions that you're practicing to mitigate climate change, and that context of ash you taught me today. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alex Kiptorus from Bungoma. I'm a Yali alumni, code 25. Also, I'm a co-founder and director of a Amani community-based organization that we focus on peace building, environmental conservation and climate change education, targeting the rural communities. I just want to talk about the biochar that we call charcoal dust, ama wengine tunasema ni fumbi ya makaa, sawa sawa. So I have been running a partnership research on biochar, working with Sun24 Solar, a US-based NGO that also together we're working on climate change issues in Western Kenya. So that reason, can I hiring that we could go that side. And that is why even Amani community-based organization is a member of Kenya Organic Agriculture Network. That together we can support organic agriculture, ecological agriculture, and so on. So about biochar, we have also partnered with the University of Kibabi and tried to check, and as in local context, does actually biochar work as a fertilizer? And then two, we have also done several field tests and see how biochar can really influence our soil in nutrients so that they can able to feed the plant, but not adding more direct fertilizer to this plant to feed itself. But we need to make our soil be capable of feeding the plants. So what is this biochar and how do we prepare for it? Yeah, biochar, we can just use any agricultural waste, the dry biomass, that we can burn through either pyrolysis process. Tunaita pyrolysis process ama? Those who are aware of biochar kidogo, I know we have many people who are researching on that.
Pyrolysis process, I'm pronouncing it well?
Yes, yes.
Anyone of the audience who understands the process? What is it?
Yeah, in another simple word, tunasema top down burning, tunachoma kutoka juu kwenda chini. For those who are coming from the rural communities, we have been really polluting our environment during when we harvest the maize or the beans. So people tend to burn those so that for preparation for the next season, alafu tunawashia chini, we burn from down. What happens? That the fire struggle to burn down because of insufficient air, and that increases the emission of smoke. But then if we burn from the top, there is a lot of circulation of air, and it burns from top going down with a very, very minimal or no, there is no smoke coming in. So after burning through pyrolysis, we can put off the impasse or the hot biochar, and then when it cools, we can collect it and put them in the bags or in the pit that we have prepared in our farms.
Wow. Let me put on hold there because he's just probably quickly in about 5 minutes or 3 taking us through a masterclass that we didn't expect. So let's allow him to hold his breath. I don't know whether she'll go to the science bit or should I go to Tana River. Let me go to Tana River, then the scientist will probably merge this bit for us. Hussein, solutions, pale Tana River, tuambiweni nani some of those solutions that are currently working in Tana River, then we'll throw it to Elizabeth and end with the kids.
Thank you, Kevin. My name is Hussein Hanti. I'm an agricultural officer in the county government of Tana River. I wanted to highlight on whatever we are doing at the climate smart agricultural solutions. And first of all, you guys know that agriculture is highly impacted by climate change in terms of the drought. When the droughts come and then most of the crops are wilting and the crops are failing totally, and then later on the rains are coming with high intensity and destroys everything, and the floods are coming. So the farmer here, mostly the agro-pastoralists, have to balance between the difficulties and the challenges that are coming with climate change. So to enhance or to reduce the impact of the climate change, climate smart agriculture technologies and innovation has been coming in handy so that to reduce the impact. It is an integrated approach so that it can reduce the impact of climate change on the rural farmers. And the CSA, what we call the climate smart agriculture, enhances what we call the triple wins, the 3 triple wins. One of it, we enhance increasing production at the farmer level, and the other one, we improve farmer resilience and enhance the capacity of the farmers to absorb the shocks that comes with climate change. In the last one, we reduced the emissions of gases at the farm level, and as much as we are producing, we need to reduce the gases that are polluting the environment. So CSA is not such a complex technology. It's just the activities that we have been doing at our farm level. Talk about crop rotation, talk about agroforestry, not cutting all the trees in your farm, but we are making the borderlines, you are preserving the trees on your farm. Talk about conservation agriculture. Like my colleague has said here, you don't have to burn the crops that are remaining after you have harvested everything. You need to conserve the stocks and then you bury them at the soil so that it enhances soil fertility. So CSA is an integrated approach. We have a diversification of our livelihood. The other time we saw in the news a farmer in Wajir who was who was a camel herder, growing abec chili and also growing rice and also watermelon. That is part of diversification, so that one enterprise fails, the other one enhances the production of the other one. So basically, of interest, which I think I'll enhance later, is how you as a youth can come in to enhance agricultural production and how can you help the farmer. I know most of you are not farmers, but I want to explain later how we can come in. Thank you, Kevin.
A second, nilisikia CSA, crop rotation, I got it right. Agroforestry, I got it right, but this S was a bit silent. What's the S?
So CSA is climate smart agriculture.
All right,
Yeah.
so I was just trying to confirm that I got that right. Thank you very much, Hussein, for that. Let's go to the science element, and Elizabeth really brings in that well. Tumesikiza Irene, Elizabeth, tumesikiza Kiptarus, na tumesikiza Hussein. So, Elizabeth, from where you sit, go ahead and tell us who you are, and probably also bring in what are some of the opportunities of research that do exist, and with those solutions that they are really alluding to. Can I say, are they proven scientifically? And it doesn't have to be a right or wrong, just building onto context to share knowledge.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
As you've heard, I'm Elizabeth Sunguti, a researcher from the Stockholm Environment Institute. We are based here in Nairobi, the African Center. Basically, what we do, we have diverse projects. One such project is the integrated management of natural resources within the ASAL counties, where we work with different stakeholders in the counties of Turkana, Narok, West Pokot, and Elgeyo Marakwet. Basically, what we do, most people here are talking about adaptation, all this. What we do, we try to attribute. With attribution, I mean that we downscale climate simulation to fit local context, so that if I tell you temperatures are going to behave like this, I can give you evidence. Maybe temperatures will increase by maybe 1 to 2 degrees by this year. When people tell you, oh, rainfall are erratic, I can confidently tell you this is how rainfall will behave maybe up to this year. And then based on these simulations, they are used as input into different models. For example, for maize, we use crop models where we model how exactly this climate change will affect maize production in the near term, in the medium term, and in the long term. The crop models are also used in testing the various adaptation techniques and measures, because it's not a one shoe fits all. As much as we can list all the adaptation measures, whatever works here might not work for your neighbor. By your neighbor, I mean for a different county. So we use both top-down and bottom-up approaches. Where top-down, we bring in the science, what exactly, the evidence now. Bottom-up, we go work with the different stakeholders, because most of them, some don't even know climate change exists, but it does, and they have been autonomously adapting to it using traditional and indigenous knowledge. So what we do, we try to integrate the indigenous knowledge and the science so that we come up with solutions that can be easily acceptable with the different stakeholders. In terms of opportunities, yeah, there are so many opportunities. Like a case in point, at Stockholm Environment Institute, we have capacity building programs where interns are brought in, where they're able to shape their skills in research and bridge science and policy. Thank you.
Bridging in science and policy. So are you confirming or non-confirming that ash mixed with cow dung and all, is it scientific or is it...
As I've said it before, we integrate both indigenous knowledge and the science. From the science perspective, what I know, biochar has the ability to improve the soil nutrient property. It's one of the soil management practices, and it has also been proven to be a good method for carbon sequestration, because carbon is stored within the soil and able to lessen, or it's a mitigation measure against climate change.
Thank you very much for that build-up, much appreciated. Now, we've listened to the gents, listened to the two ladies. I want to bring in this last context to be a form of a 2-minute dialogue. Then we'll get into the audience. So please just prep for me up your questions and we'll get into the summary zone. Now, that lady at the far end is called Jennifer. And this great young man who's been so polite here is called?
Al-Amin.
All right, let me give them the mic. So,
Thank you so much. I can see several kids we work with in the room. So I'll just start with Al-Amin and the rest of them. Like right now, one of the things, we have spoken a lot of jargon. I'm sure most of us did not understand half of the things that these guys are talking about. Sembuse watoto. So one of the things that we do is simplify this language. And probably you guys can talk about some of the initiatives that you are doing right now as children.
Okay, so for that, I'd rather leave it on to my very two best friends, Karen Mikoma and Lynn D, who will explain furthermore on that.
So do you want them to take it away?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Karen Mikoma. I am a trained journalist and a children's rights advocate, and the youngest member of the NCAG. I've not really gotten the question.
What are you guys doing to simplify climate change for children?
Oh,
the games you guys are developing.
Oh, we're developing a game where, we can, a game of life. Like, if you know the game of life, such a game, how to explain how the effects of climate change and the environment. Our prototype, it's called Climate Crusaders, and it's sort of a card game where if you know, Uno, yeah. So every player gets cards. Let's say you have a deforestation card and a planting trees card. So if someone places a deforestation card, it destroys the environment. And when someone else has a planting trees card, they can place it, and then it will rebuild the environment and try and help stop it.
Wow. I know we're so much pressed for time. So can I probably see hands up in terms of any Q&A before I get into the summative element of this, so that we can have this control? Any Q&A? So you have 1, 2, and which one? So 3. So I'm assuming that you have 3 Qs and we'll wrap it up. All right. So Jennifer.
Yes.
So how are they able to adapt and collaborate amongst them as teens? And I'm seeing now as we talk all conversations around climate tech, using tech to support climate mitigations. I'm seeing they're using their phones. So, what's the difference between them as kids and the others?
So one of the things that I've found out among these children, and I can see Bravin, I can see Doreen, I can see Moses there. So one of these kids, they are very innovative, and Imran. These kids are very innovative. They're always coming up with ideas. I have a kid, his name is Nigel. He's in Nakuru. That kid understands plastic than I do. He's 9 years old and he's teaching other kids. So what we are doing is using the power of peer, okay? They learn better by teaching each other. So we are using the power of peer to be able to educate children about climate change. And it's not just a talk shop. It's how can these children act, okay? I'm giving us about Nigel, okay? You guys, you know about Karen, Karen, the small one, okay? There's so many amazing kids who are doing amazing job out there, and it's mitigating. We have a kid in Kibera, Doreen knows that kid, who is doing amazing work on recycling of plastic and building what was her name? Her name was Irene?
Yeah.
Kitchen gardens. And right now, for example, let me just plug in this project because I need to plug it in. We are working with the Office of the First Lady on something called First Lady's Climate Awards. Okay, it's going to target children from across Kenya, and these children are being told, come up with innovations. Not talk, not come and talk. Come up with innovation on climate change. So it's going to be launched during the Climate Summit, but it's because we believe children, there are 67% who are being affected by climate change.
And that's a ripple effect area.
Yes.
I will wish to probably cut you in short a little bit. Audience, Ibrahim, I see you're part of them, so probably I'll wish you go last. Bradley, right? So let me pick one person who is not in any way related to them, then Bradley will go in last for us, okay? All right, sure, thank you. At the back, hand up, please. Okay. All right. Thank you. Make it brief, please, so that we can take as much as possible because we are all done off time.
All right, thank you. My name is Lenny from Pastoral Climate Action. I'm interested in the innovation of the gaming because I also have an innovation of the same.
Innovation of the game?
Yes.
All right.
And our focus, thematic area is on children, people with disabilities, the illiterate, and the literate.
Okay.
So I'll request from you as an organization also, we can team up and see how we can come up with this stuff and disintegrate to the grassroots. Also, the question on the game is how are you integrating people with disabilities, the illiterate, and also people from marginalized areas? I'll appreciate if Ahmed can answer me on that.
All right, thank you. Innovation and PWD, let me summatively collect them. Then I'm seeing that hand is persistently up behind you, Angie. Yeah, so let's hear from her. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Edith Santian from Narok County, representing the Maasai pastoralist communities. I've just had something that is very interesting because women are largely affected as well as kids, especially during climate change effects. And so I was requesting if you would include the indigenous communities on board. And I'm here. Purposely, you can see me for the sake of the Maasai communities.
Ashapiga Beach, great, thank you. Thank you very much on that. Where's the hand, a persistent hand? I saw a hand at the back, but I wasn't seeing it. So let's do the lady first, and we'll go on to the back, at the far back.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your questions. My question is, I work at grassroots level as well, right? And working with grassroots community levels, it's quite hard sometimes to pursue conservation-related initiatives at the cost of other things, right? So I can imagine working with kids. Sometimes a child comes to class without shoes. That's another problem, right? How do you try to integrate other aspects of well-being? And, you know, like you can't focus on climate action if you don't have food at the table. So I just want to learn from you how you try to integrate all these other social welfare aspects.
Integration of other social aspects. Please note them, then we'll summatively. Okay. Bradley, then we'll go to that hand, Pale Nyuma Basi. Bradley, go ahead, then we'll give the gentleman. I've seen you. You'll have to answer it. Imran. Imran, I'm sorry, I butchered your
It's
name.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm Imran Hassan from Garissa. I know these people, they're not new to me, especially Madam Jennifer. Okay, so my question is just, it's more of a suggestion. Since you guys are dealing with climate change and how you're going to impose it on climate action on children, so have you not come up with a kind of a situation whereby you finance children who are in the ASAL areas and have those brains to come up with something, because they are living in places and they have seen all those problems, and we know that necessity is the mother of all invention. So they have come up with some new things, even them, for example, they're in the ASAL areas. So like, have you not come up with a bill for them, like a finance whereby you can give it to them so that you can encourage them to go on with that spirit of building things despite where they're living?
Advocacy there. Gentleman at the far end, Yule Pale Anji. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Isaac Ndirangu from the Africa Climate Change Communicators. I'm also representing Kenya Inter-University Environmental Student Association. Since we're talking about sustainable solutions, biochar is a huge product in the production of briquettes, an alternative of charcoal. Are you also venturing into that? Yeah.
Are you venturing into that? And just a quick one, this is just as a by the way, a housekeeping. Mulichukua vyombo za service provider, so nimeona hata amekuja kuzitafuta, naomba mumpeleke kwa mlango. For anyone who has a cup underneath a plate, please, tumemharas. Just take it to the back. I've seen she's even come to look at them. So I bet those are the questions that we're picking up. Let's collectively answer them. It could be, where do we start? Who wants to go in first? All right, I see Alamin wants to.
Okay, so Imran, to answer your question, including the children from all over Kenya. So quite recently, what we've done, we've had an environmentalist expert, the president, the very beloved president of our countries. So his environmental advisor came to our organization to speak to the children. And so as children, we have had the opportunity to, okay, not the opportunity, we basically just did it. We wrote letters to the president. I'm pretty sure we all know that there's the African Climate Summit coming up here. So as a result, we kind of found out that children weren't going to be involved in it. So what we did as an organization, we got children from all over Kenya to write letters to the president to tell him why it's important for him to make sure that children participate in the African Climate Summit. So I think that has answered your question. And from the minister behind them, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. I didn't fully understand the question, so perhaps if you could. Okay, so as Karen has said earlier, the game is still a prototype. We're still working on it. We have had the talks of integrating the other people of the society, right? Because we recognize them as part of the society. So, since we're still working on the prototype, we haven't fully finished the game. Once we're done with the prototype, we've realized all the rules. We will work on that to include all the other people of the society. Thank you.
Yes, you, Jennifer?
So how do we work with children? Imran, you see Save the Children. Hi, Paddy. I'm gonna work with Paddy and we're going to come together. I had promised you this and I'm going to re-promise again. I'm going to come to Garissa and work with you and your team because I know you guys are doing an amazing job. And please make sure these guys are your friends and they have your number. So we are going to do that. And the Climate Summit, we are seeing you there, right? That's a promise. But these kids can tell you, especially because we work with kids from Kibra. I'm talking to you. So one of the things, and you can hear, that game, I have no idea how it is being developed. I'm hearing because the time Miss Jenny we are doing this, and like this, the kids come up with innovation. Like that issue you have raised is an issue that the kids raised, and they say, Miss Jenny, how can we come up with a solution where we can use climate, the mitigation and adaptation, or to make money out of it? I came during the session of climate financing, and in that session, one of the solutions the kids have come with is how they can be able to recycle plastic to get finances to help other kids, because they understood there are kids who come to the office. We have like a hub where children come, but they come hungry. Okay, they are not. So we are working on about 3 of them. They're working on a project where they are recycling plastic, and the money that comes, they sell it, and then the money that comes from that, they're able to use it to buy food. Okay, or to buy sanitary towels, or they are able to buy the essentials. But it's a project. Doreen is because she knows that project. So because they are coming up with this, and it's something. And as I said, it's child-led. It's purely child-led, because children have recognized we can't continue talking. We need to start acting. Thank you.
1, 2. We need to act. And probably on that particular juncture, I'll wish each and every one of them to give their parting shot, starting with you. I know your name, you didn't say your name. Then we'll go on to you, Hussein. Then we'll come on to you, Kiptaruz. Then we'll conclude with you, Elizabeth, just to give you those one last minute take to ensure the conversation was unique. And I'm coming up with something. Give me a few. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lynn Denise. A trained child journalist by Mtoto News. So, I wanted to say, did you know that about 67% of children in Kenya have been affected by climate change in countries such as, just a minute. In countries such as counties such as Samburu, Turkana, Laikipia, and many more. In those counties, children suffer through climate change. Yeah. Thank you.
You, Hussein?
Okay, thank you. As my parting shot is that you as a youth have a role to play. Look at where we can do it in e-extension services. There's a lot of information on the online platforms. You can also look at e-marketing systems where you have access to all the market information in the county and in the country. And as my parting shot is the actions individual actions that we are doing that will impact in climate action and adaptation structures. As the popular saying goes that a person is a person. Can you finalize it? A person is a person? You don't know it. A person is a person, no matter how small, right? And then now we say that an action is an action, no matter how small. Thank you.
An action is an action. A person is a? All right. You know, those are captions for social media, but you guys are not even tweeting. That's a good caption there that we need to give a key on. Anyway, go ahead, Kiptaruz Biocha.
Okay, thank you. Isaac had asked a question. Kindly, can repeat the question so that I get it right. Okay, you said about the briquettes, right? Yeah, we are also going for that, and of course we have trained many of the community groups, farmer groups, on how they can make that. And currently we have also we are promoting the elephant grass or the Nabia grass, so that we can get enough biomass for preparing or making the biochar. So people cannot go and cut trees to make the charcoal dust or biochar. And for that case, in fact, we are also looking in arid and semi-arid areas if they can grow elephant grass, because they grow very fast. Within 6 months, they can able to harvest the stock and prepare the biochar fertilizer as well as the briquettes. And at the same time, the other top side, they can able to feed the animals. And okay, to finalize is for the young people, and now that we are gathered here, we have many opportunities to invest on climate solution businesses. And going into the biochar, making enough biochar for farmers to grow food and even to tap the carbon and return it into the soil. So thank you very much. We will have a discussion in outside if you have time. Thank you.
Is it that the scientists spoke less, or was it so complex? Elizabeth?
It could be from the reaction from the audience, or maybe it's the lack of interest. I don't know.
Is it that you're lacking interest in science? Anyone wishing to hear any opportunities that exist? Is there something? No, you've asked a question. Me, I want to see a hand that's not up. That gentleman there. Sorry, let me just give you a mic.
It's not that we're not interested. It's quite, I think it's quite informative what you do, like attributing it, right? Making things contextual to local level. It's very, very important. I guess what a lot of people do not maybe kind of understand is a lot of initiatives that are on the ground are not always contextualized, right? And this is a problem because you see that these initiatives are not working or are not producing results, and people shy away from engaging or feel a type of way about it. So personally, I think it's so nice, and I was going to look for you after this, so maybe just to say it. We didn't say it, but...
And also, I would like to speak for scientists. We believe in numbers, right? We make informed decisions based on data. Data is the new currency. I would like to, pose a challenge to you to talk about mentorship in STEM, because that's where the numbers are. So we can get more women looking at the numbers, because we are keen to the finite numbers. And in terms of mitigation and adaptation, this is easily passed through because it's by engagement, word of mouth, integrating indigenous knowledge. But with data, you need a certain level of articulation and a certain level of understanding to be able to disseminate the data that you're getting. So you're in a very good position to trickle down this information, especially through mentorship. You're doing STEM-related mentorship to deal with both children, youths, women, so that women in data spaces can take this up and run with it. We are seeing storytellers doing mitigation, adaptation, talking about it. We are seeing tech, but now we need the data disseminated and shared among people with the level of understanding to also mentor the rest, so that attribution in terms of way we're dealing with climate change is picked up. We have the capacity, we have the knowledge, but we need to share it down so that you're not feeling alone in a room. Thank you.
All right. I know now we could end up talking until tomorrow. It's now about time we just get to conclude this. But now, because this particular segment has been championed by children, I want them to just probably get up on stage. And because we want to make some of these particular episodes memorable, and the Africa Climate Summit is coming in on 3rd to 4th, there could be no better way to do a call to action than probably just bring them up on stage. And because if this young gentleman here is already talking about advocacy, and that there's something he mentioned which Al-Amin answered, that they ended up championing a course, and because of their courses, they're going to be part of the Africa Climate Summit. We need to show the world that Kenya is actually ready for the ACS next week, because children are part of it. So I'll call upon the two children, and these particular two. All the children, please come. You'll get to hold this particular flag. Where is the camera up? And this is probably one of the things that we want to push up on social media, because this is one of those panels that turned out to be so balanced. Kabisa. Hey, to our panelists, please just join them up on stage. And can we have a good cue? And I hope this is actually being captured up within the online platforms. Hey, can you give me the sky full of stars? Because of these particular kids, you get to believe that the sky is really indeed full of stars. Let me give the cue, the audio visual, to see if at all they'll get it. And 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. The audiovisual people, do you have it? All right, so there it is. So let's give them a chance to just probably let them feel like excited and that they're carrying up these two. Yeah, that's Team Kenya to the SES. And to the panelists up, all right, so there's a 5 years, the climate o'clock is here, and indeed the sky is full of stars. Could you just clap up for them? Oh, sorry team. So could you just clap up for them and just let them know that they are doing a superb stuff? And hey people, remember, we are having an official closing this particular afternoon. And as part of what we want to use to award some of you with something, what's the hashtag again, Meshek and Angie? Because I want to hand this over to you. What's the hashtag? Because we really need to do the best we can to push the hashtag. What's the hashtag again?
The hashtag is youth, number 4, climate action. Youth for climate action.
Youth for climate action. Can I hear that again? Hashtag what again? And Angie, what's the handles again so that they can get to tag up that and all and push?
Yali RLCEA, Yali Alumni KE. You can also follow USAID, KCB Group. They're on there.
Yeah, so check up at the handles again on the back of the screen. Let me just ensure you get this right so that you push it well.
Yes.
The handles again are at USAID Kenya, at Yali RLC, there is at Kenyatta University, there is at the Green Space Youth. Let me pick up the convener.
Akofe, Save the Children, and Yali Alumni KE. So you can find them on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. The name might be, sorry for that. LinkedIn, the name will be longer. So just, just if you see something that has been posted, please RT it, or I don't know what we say in terms of x.com, but just reshare it, repost it, post your own so that we can also reshare it, so that we are also part of the conversation we're setting precedents of what's happening next week.
And actually we have a flag to give later on in the evening, so you really if you love the Kenyan flag, please, I'll be following up the hashtag and we'll get to see whom give the Kenyan flag. Can we give the round of applause for this particular panel?
Thank you.
So
Kelvin.
get to see you guys. Enjoy and thank you for actually having this.
Kevin,
thank you people for having this.
Kevin, even as you sit down, I was just taking a look at what's going on Twitter. People are really tweeting.
Thank you, Alamin.
Mtoto News is really taking a lead on the latest hour. He's tweeting. I'm seeing here like 5 tweets from Mtoto News. Ozava Farm is also tweeting. I'm seeing Mutuma Frank, Youth Green Space is also tweeting. Mutuma Frank again. Mutuma Frank, you're really doing a good job retweeting. I'm seeing Ashley in 4K. Ashley, thank you so much. Mutuma Frank again.
Meshek, I want them to follow the Atiali Alumni Kenya. I'll be a bit biased onto this. So can I see, I'll get to go check the handle. Could you give us some follow at the Yali Alumni KE? And of course, yes, we can't forget to Save the Children, but could you push and give us some follow at the Yali Alumni KE as the conveners? I'll be checking that out. Angie and Meshek, thank you so much. May take it back to you to take us next on to what comes next.
Let's give Kevin's a round of applause for moderating a conversation with people leaving is not always easy. It changes the mood. So I wanted to just take this opportunity to say, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go, but it has been a pleasure being part of this conversation, especially coming from a point of alumni. The conversation next is a conversation I would have loved to be here, because anything around gender is what I'm big on. So your contributions will be important. And remember, whoever is here, make sure you know somebody, you connect to someone. Your network is your net worth. You never know, you see someone, Imran said, come to Garissa. Now you make sure you get the number, you make sure you contact her, you message her every month until she makes her way to Garissa. That is how you challenge someone. So you hold them accountable. So you never know, you could also be going to Garissa or wherever else you need to take. So make sure you take advantage of events like this. So.
Thank you, Angela, for that. Hasn't she been an amazing host? A round of applause for her. This is what is going to happen right now. We are going to have concurrent sessions. The session that is going on currently in the other room, and if you're interested in that topic, you can find your way out as the next session comes on board. The session on...
It's a session on the role of culture. Let me just open. Role of culture in advocating and sustaining climate adaptation and resilience. And it's a very interactive session, so you can participate. It's just in the room next door.
But what's going to go on right now in this room will be another interesting conversation on gender equality in the climate space. It's a topic that I'm sure a lot of you have questions and opinions on. Therefore, without wasting much time, help me welcome the moderator for the session, Ms. Gloria Besha. A round of applause to her. Gloria. Mkaribisheni tena. Over here we have the climate clock. So it will just be here during the sessions from Youth Green Space.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all well. So my name is Gloria Besha Otieno, and I'm from Youth Green Space Action and Network. I will be the moderator for this session. And I would like to welcome my panelists. Before anything, I will start with Ms. Beth Wanjiku. Please give her a round of applause as she approaches the stage. And then I'll move to Mr. Bilshan Keranga. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Then I'll move to Mr. Eddie Gitonga. Oh, my bad, sorry. Mr. Wilson Rading. And finally, we'll have Irene Nyamu. I hope we're very excited for this session because we're talking about gender sensitivity. I know that's a topic that most people, it's a conversation that will always go on and on. So the conversation in general will be about gender equality in climate space, green jobs, and green future for the world's youngest continent. So how gender sensitivity and equity interlink with green jobs and are central to climate resilience in the job. So before anything else, I would like my panel to introduce themselves and talk about what they do, their area of specificity. So when you get your turn to ask the questions, you know exactly who to direct your question to. I'll start from my far right to the left.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yes, so my name is Bilshan Keranga. I am the founder of Africa China Consult, and to my team from the embassy and the team over the other side of the Confucius Institute, Xiao Hao. So today I'll be talking about this topic as has been highlighted. My background and expertise is from science. I'm a scientist, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Woodrow Wilson Redding. I came from Umoja la Maendeleo Mashinani. This is a grassroots organization that works at the development level to make sure that issues of climate change are put on the table. My training is on legal and policy, and also it happens that I have done some training on biotechnology. So anyone interested in biotechnology, you can see me after this. Thank you.
My name is Irene Nyamu, and I work for the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. And my background is that I'm a researcher, so I'm actually doing policy analysis. And I have done most of my research and expertise around the area of children and education. So I've been very much involved in child protection work, but of course it intersects a lot with issues of the care, workspace, and the family. And so climate change is impacting children and youth and people's livelihoods in such a big way that you cannot afford to be siloed in your research work. So that's the space I work in. But today I'll be talking about issues of climate change and how the impact of on women and policy, the spaces around policies, and what then can we take advantage of. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beth Wanjiko. My background is in sales, but I'm sitting here as the president of Rotary Club of Menengai. That means I am sitting here as a member of Rotary International. As you all know, we have areas of focus as Rotary. We touch greatly on climate change, and we involve youths, we involve children, and we try to mentor the youth into leadership. So I hope this will be an exciting talk.
Thank you, Beth. So I think we'll delve into the topic a bit deeper. I understand that not everyone would be familiar with the topic, so I'd like to maybe break it down into simpler terms or get definitions from the panel so that we can understand it better as we continue with the conversation. So basically, what is gender sensitivity? I think I'll direct this to Beth.
Okay. So what I understand by gender sensitivity. So we know that gender is both male and female. But when we come to certain areas, we experience that gender sensitivity. That means we have one gender as majority, while the other one is left out. And the climate crisis is not gender neutral. Women and girls experience the greatest impacts of climate change, which amplifies existing gender inequalities and poses unique threats to their livelihoods.
And Bilshan, so how can you maybe let the audience know what green jobs are?
When we talk about green jobs, we look at the current climate issues and we look at the current environment-related disciplines in terms of the job opportunities that we have. I might give two examples in terms of the green energy that we are using, in terms of the hydrogen that we are extracting, for example, from the hyacinth. That is the biofuel. That creates an area that we can have green jobs. When we have wind turbines, in terms of wind, we are harnessing energy, clean energy from wind. That the technicians over there, the wind turbine technicians, that's an area as an example of a green job. So by defining those two and giving those two examples, I'm pretty sure that we are able to quickly understand what green jobs are with clearly good examples in that case. Thank you.
I think I'll just have to add some statement. If we're talking about the green jobs, we are also talking about the jobs which are contributing to environmental sustainability. It could be in the issue of manufacturing, research and development. It could also be in the issue of forestry. It could also be at agricultural levels. It can also be in terms of the sanitation. Yes.
Thank you, Wilson and Bilchan. So the next aspect would be, I will take each panelist's view on this. So what, in your understanding, how can you explain how gender sensitivity interlinks with green jobs, and how are these aspects central to climate resilience? And I think I'll start with Irene.
Okay. So first of all, before I respond to the question, I will want to revisit the issue of gender-sensitive policies on climate change. And here I want to really just echo the fact that when we talk about gender, we're talking about those beliefs, norms, attitudes, and behaviors that are actually society prescribed, or the society defines based on what they understand to be a male or a man or a woman in that particular society. So when we talk about gender sensitive climate change policies, we're really looking at, first of all, analyzing how is climate change affecting men different from women, because my colleague has talked about it not being gender neutral. So how is climate change, the sudden changes in weather patterns, temperature rises, flooding, rising ocean levels, how do these affect women who are, for example, involved in the fisheries or the fishing industry as opposed to men? And then what action then do we need to take? Because it cannot be the same. It has to be differentiated because the proportion is very different in terms of the impact. It's very disproportionate. And of course, very often, for example, you've heard about the reduction in the amount of fish, for example, in Lake Victoria. When this goes low, the fishmonger, women fishmongers have to do a lot more in terms of accessing those products as opposed to the male fishermen who sometimes are actually brokers and people who are in between. So when we think about policies that are helping us to be resilient and to adopt, you have to actually think about making a very differentiated analytical process and apply the gender lens to see how boys, girls, women and men will be affected. Yeah, thank you.
I'm glad you mentioned.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me explain myself. You have to differentiate between gender roles which are prescribed by society depending on your culture, and you have to also appreciate what we call the biological makeup of. I talk about gender and I talked about culture. I do not want this to disintegrate into. No.
I think
make a distinction. I didn't say what you believe you are. It is what society. Yes, and your culture. No.
I think I will have to interject.
If you are transgender and in your society the matter is slightly different, then we are not going. Actually, let me not even go into that conversation because that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about what society, for example, and I'll give a very simple example. If you are a man in the Kamba society, at least in the traditional sense, you are expected to build the house for your family. Excuse me.
I will
you
have
see,
to interject.
the role is based on what your society and what culture has actually set as the norms and behaviors about what you expect to perform as a man or a woman. And I need you to understand that there is a distinction between biological and social norms and roles. And I'm not talking about biological. I'm talking about the norms, the beliefs, and what society has accepted it means to be man or woman. The debate you're introducing is slightly different. And that we can talk about when we start talking about crossing gender binaries. But right now, as it stands, I'm talking about the roles that society has openly acknowledged as men and women. I'm not here on a different agenda. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interject, but if we will go back to the topic of discussion, we are not talking about gender. We're talking about the interlink between green jobs and how it's central to climate resilience And in addition to that, in case you have questions, we will have an open session for that. So I do not appreciate interrupting my panelists. You can just note down your question, and then after the panel, you can raise them. But of course, we're not going to talk about the biological aspect. Thank you. So I think I will now move to Mr. Wilson to also give us his opinion on how he thinks gender sensitivity and equity interlinks with green jobs and how they're central to climate resilience.
Thank you very much. I'll start by saying that the time that I gave the definition of the green jobs, I was able to talk about agriculture, research and development, forestry. I was about to talk about sanitation, and now the sad thing is that majority of these jobs, as we know it, they are actually done by women. Yeah, but be that as it may, I think there is a bigger role to this, because the bigger role is that we are looking at the issue of climate resilience. So it means that it is the women that are going to be at the forefront of these green jobs. So be it, because the end goal is to make sure that we achieve a low carbon development agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wilson. I think I'll move to Beth and finally finish with Bilshan.
Okay. So as I have said, that the climate crisis is not gender neutral. And I will touch on the women as the gender I'm talking about here. Women are particularly vulnerable victims of extreme weather events. Gender equality is an important driver of transformational change, and transformational change has improved outcomes. When we talk about climate change and leave out the woman who stays at home, who goes to the forest to fetch that firewood, as we are saying, do not cut out trees, we will have missed a lot. Therefore, my call is, as we talk about climate change, we must involve the woman not just in the adaptation period, but in the mitigation of the climate change. Don't just tell the woman, don't cut trees, and then you go in the boardrooms, you present her with a clean energy cooking stoves, but then she is the consumer. You did not involve her in the board of policy making.
Thank you, Beth.
I'd like to add and to build up on what has been said here. So first of all, we are here to have a conversation, a dialogue, and we have to realize that each of us navigates complex issues with our own unique levels of experience, understanding, and backgrounds. My background as a scientist, I major in research, and the topic being, the bone of contention here, or concern, is the climate change. And as such, when you're looking about the link or the interlink between gender, being gender sensitive in this, it means as a scientist that when you are formulating these research processes, you have to start from down there. You have to have a focus group. In this case, we are looking at the disparity between gender roles or the impact, in this case, which is faced by women. So if you're going to do research, or we are going to look at mechanisms to improve our lives in terms of sustainability, we have to factor in the aspect of incorporating all levels of decision making, just not leaving any person behind, I might say that, not leaving any other agenda outside the discussion table. If we do that, I believe that's the best way to address this. And the mechanisms are there, the processes are there, the research process is there, and when we have experts on board, I believe that's the best way to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilshan. Now that we're talking about involving everyone, of course, there are laid out procedures and rules about this. I would like Irene, basically since she's from Kipra, to tell us some of the policies that surround gender-based roles, and then we can maybe delve into the Climate Change Act, where Mr. Wilson Radin will give us a bit of, in general view, how gender sensitivity has been captured in the Act. So,
Thank you very much. I will talk about at least the key policies and laws or legislations that seek to make a very close link between climate change and the gender equity or bringing about gender transformation. And to start with, of course, we have the Constitution under Article 27, which recognizes, the need to recognize gender as an important aspect of bringing about equitable development. And then, of course, when you look at climate change, for example, we have our national climate change framework policy, which was put in place in 2016. And in that policy, one of the things that are critical to recognize is that the government recognizes that, first of all, our economy is very much dependent on natural resources, whether we are talking about tourism, whether we are talking about water resources, whether we are talking about forestry, whether we are talking about our fisheries. And of course, all these are linked ecosystems. So in that policy, there is recognition that most of, a big proportion of the people who are involved in eking out livelihoods at the household level are women, and therefore, in terms of protecting those particular resources, you cannot think about them without involving women, but also we need to recognize that women may have challenges of accessing resources, and this is where we have to have dialogues and conversations about access and control of resources, and we cannot do that with only women alone. So this is a conversation where you need to have issues of patriarchy discussed, and of course, bring everybody onto the table. And another legislation that I think is important is the national policy on climate financing. Again, this particular policy has taken cognizance of the fact that there is a big crisis that we need to deal with. In fact, we recognize that it's actually an intersecting crisis, and so we call it a polycrisis. And of course, the COVID pandemic has actually only amplified some of these challenges that we are dealing with, and therefore the need to channel resources towards climate change is also a very important aspect that this particular legislation also talks about. And of course, in this morning, there was a lot of talk about financial, the financing of climate change projects at devolved levels. So for example, what are the counties doing? And then all the way down to the ward levels, we had about the climate change, the ward level climate action groups and structures. So there is all this legislation that is available, and more specifically, under the devolved government dispensation, a number of counties have actually gone ahead and put in place climate change policies. At least I have seen 5. I have seen one for Homa Bay, Kisumu, Kitui, and I think Mombasa, and a couple of others. So there are about 5 that I can competently speak about. And perhaps this is, I know most of the others, because the legislation says that they need to have their own climate change policies. This is something that others will follow, but I think the initial ones have already gone ahead because they recognize the vulnerabilities. So for example, you would expect Mombasa to be among them, Kisumu because of the lake, and of course Kitui because it is an ASAL area, but we need to see a lot more of the other counties coming up and getting involved. So recognition that women are at the forefront of looking out for food. They suffer the greatest impact if you're talking about lack of water And of course, that also directly affects their health. So there's a lot of synergy and interlinkage that is recognized between the different sectors and how it affects different aspects of life, particularly for specific vulnerable groups. And it's not just women, it also recognizes people with disabilities, children, and of course the elderly, because also access to resources in a situation where there's competition then makes it more vulnerable for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you for enlightening us on the policies behind gender-based roles. And now we'll move to the Climate Change Act.
Thank you so much. I think what I'll start by saying that the post-Kyoto Protocol, of course, we had the Pali Action Plan, and again, we had the Paris Agreement, yeah? Now, the thing that happened is that the government was able to consolidate the policies in such a way that we are going to implement the Paris Agreement, yeah? Okay, I think I'll just be able to give a framework. Okay, this is actually the statute that governs issues of climate change, and again, the statute is able to talk about mitigation, adaptation, the carbon finance. These are the terms that are associated with it, and also of importance for the sake of this meeting here. It is the issue of the county action plans on the climate change. I know that the statute came into force in 2016, but it is only in 2023 that the president was able to name the council. Unfortunately, the time the president was able to name the council, it happens that some Kenyans went to court to say that issues of gender were not there, issues of public participation was not there. And the time that we talk now, it appears that the council is not yet in place. My call to the authorities concerned is that because I know that in September we have the African Climate Summit, it is just the best thing to have the council in place, because this can also be attributed as the achievement of the government in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. So the question is, of course, there are policies, and you're talking about the Climate Act, and we are still not impressed. But the reason as to why we are not impressed, we talk about women being homekeepers. We're in an African society, so of course we know the roles designated to both men and women, right? So since women are basically at the center of the home structure, how can you make up, okay, there are policies being made and we're talking about gender roles, but how many women are being involved in these gender roles? I'm talking about this from an aspect of the ASAL regions, to be specific. The ASAL regions are known for being mostly I think they're the strictest patriarchal societies. I feel like, okay, other societies are also very patriarchal, but at least I'm seeing there's a bit of a balance. So when it's the woman who is at home and knows how to make food, and she knows why she's preferring to use a jiko, or now there's electricity, which makes work easier for us, why would you now come and tell us, so there's biodegradable this and this, and now I feel like you need to use this, without consulting the woman who is doing this cooking, and she knows what works for her best. So why is it that most of the times the women are not put on the table when there are discussions going on about policy making, when these are aspects that are mostly centered around us? And if, of course, you have a different opinion or an example of how you feel women are being included, then maybe enlighten us and tell us a bit more. I think I'll start from Beth.
All right. So with that said, the reason as to why I think the woman is not really involved in that is because of sexual and occupational inequalities are also present during female enrollment in science and technology, engineering and maths. I know my colleague will differ with that, but that's according to me. And fields as like engineering have low intake of women. There are less women compared to men entering the STEM workforce. Something else is in decision making in companies by senior managers and corporate executives is still largely left to men. Women make up only like 15% of board positions and 4% of CEOs globally, and that would contribute because when the board is sitting and the woman is underqualified, she's less likely to hold up to the conversation.
Thank you, Beth. I feel like Bilshan would be of a contrary opinion, but let me hear from him.
So I usually like to take this kind of discussion by using a story. Now, there seems to be a disconnect between what is being discussed versus what is actually on the ground. The main cause of this kind of issues is poverty. And as I can say, yes, poverty is usually defined as lack of various elements. And when you look at the societal fabric, in those ASAL regions, about 75%, first of all, I speak with authority because this is my field. And I say that 75% of Kenya is an ASAL region, by that also called as a rangeland. Now, these rangeland have communities in them. I'll paraphrase it in Swahili, now that I'm Kenyan. Hii ni ya wanaume, hii ni ya wanawake. There are even slangs about that. I can dare say that for just to maybe make you laugh, but it's kwani sisi ni wanawake. There's usually that. Now, if you are going to really go deep into these kind of issues, you realize that's actually the real problem in the ground. We can have these lofty ideas, the Kyoto Protocol, all these COP28 resolutions, but most of them are depicted on the ground as just band-aid solutions. They do not resonate with the woman. If you give a man a cause, because there's this also discussion that goes to say that men really don't have the cause, that sense of belonging, that sense of leading. So if you have that kind of a disconnect, that is what affects us. That is what steers this discussion to the negative side. So perhaps.
Thank you so much, Bilshan. As we wind up, I would like to get the opinions of Mr. Wilson and Ms. Irene, because being that Irene is from Kipra and we know that the ED is Dr. Rose Ngugi, which is very impressive. And Wilson's nature of work has also placed him in the center of very great, ambitious women. So maybe just in 1 or 2 lines, you could wind up on the same, and then we open the floor to a few questions.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll start by saying that, of course, you know that 2/3 rule in this country. 2/3 rule. That is something that is supposed to apply, but unfortunately, it's sad that in majority of the situation, it is not happening. But I can also say that the government has really been able to take a big role in this because I'm involved in law and I can be able to talk about it. I know that we have a ministry that is there to address the issues of gender, and also this is just a good thing because I know that there is a presidential advisor on women affairs. Yeah, so it means that the president, through his skills and knowledge, has been able to elevate the role of this to be a bit high. But be that as it may, I think it is also basically on an individual. It's basically on an individual level, and if we can be able to change our minds and perspective, it's going to work for the best of us all, because that's the only way that we can be able to make achievement in the fight against climate change.
Thank you, Wilson.
It is not, I would say yes, the representation, women's representation, and for that matter, marginalized groups' representation at the policy-making arena or space is actually not at the point where we would want it to be. But as Wilson says, there has been a lot of significant improvements. We have to acknowledge that progress has been made, and particularly because we have legislation that backs up that particular commitment from the state and from the government. And but I would still say that power dynamics is a very powerful concept. There is still a lot that needs to be done in terms of breaking the barriers that create limitations for particular groups of people to participate, especially women and girls. And of course, access to education is one of those barriers that we have to think about. At the same time, we also have to think about ways in which we change the business process. So for example, I have seen this with the African Development Bank, and they fund a lot of green projects and green jobs. And what they are doing now, when they are constructing a road, there's what they call the end user assessment. And we also have in research what we call design, what is the term that we use? Design-based research, where you go down to the community at the point of designing the model or the project or the road. So for example, the one that is running from Turkana all the way to Eldoret. They had to actually call focus group discussions for women, for men, and for children. And they would ask, if the road was to pass here, what do you think is the impact in your area? And the first thing that a lot of the people who own property, who would mostly be the men, would be, oh, we need it here because it passes through the, commercial center, and of course, the value of our land will go up and things like that. But the women are much more concerned also about the security of their children, the safety of their children. This road, if it's put here, it's near the school, and so you need to think about a footbridge that goes over or a crossing. And I'm giving a very simplified example, but what we are saying is that in policy making, there's need for consultation, and wearing that gender lens allows you to see who is likely to be impacted, who are the main stakeholders, what is their role. How do you make sure that you actually resource for them and the voices count in that matter? So that is what I would say. And as a final point is to say that in our legislation, we are talking about low carbon and climate resilient, sustainable development. And so there's a recognition that even through our implementation of our policy development aspiration, which is Vision 2030, under the social pillar, there's recognition that gender is a very big aspect of it, and attaining equity so that we can have equitable and sustainable development. You cannot talk about sustainable development without involving everybody in that particular space. So it's a question of making sure the voices count, but it's an incremental process. We are not able to have everybody on the table, and we know that we aim for that, so we work towards that and create an enabling environment and break down the barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. So time is not on our side, but I will take at least 3 questions from the audience, and that will be left in the discretion of the MC. Okay. I think
So I'm Martin, and I'm privileged to have our boss here, Madam Sarah, and a Planet Plus. One, about the culture. The question comes here, where is the changing point? As Planet Plus, we plant trees with kids, and that is where both genders are in. It is called Mtoto Moja, Mti Moja slogan. There is no gender there. It starts from the small kid, it grows up. 2, I think it will be a good thing from here, on the policy side, the Minister of Social can incorporate something called Chama ya Mazingira, where it can finance for women to voice out what they need so that they can bring the agenda on table. Like for example, this an article we are writing called The Voice of the Sea or the Tears of the Sea under Planet Plus. So we believe those articles, when they are written, when women voice out, they will be heard. And I can tell you, this is very possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. My name is Tom Nyale from Kilifi County. I work for a CBO called Jijenge Youth Initiative. And I'm here courtesy of Kipra. So thank you very much, Kipra, for this invitation. And I wanted to pose a question to all of you, not just Kipra. Mr. Karanga, Mr. Woodley, right? Miss Irene, okay, and Beth Wanjiku, if I've captured your name correctly. You have talked about green jobs. You have talked about policies to do with gender. Those are very wonderful initiatives. But in as much as we strive to do these wonderful things to the society, have we looked at the mental health of these people you are targeting, the men and the women? Have we looked at the mental part? Are there initiatives from you, all of you, that you have in your organizations to ensure that you address the issue of mental health? Because I come from the Coast region, and we are sending a lot of our women. Most of the women are going to the Gulf countries, to the Middle East, and sometimes they return back tortured. So I work in the NGO sector. So sometimes we have to do psychosocial support. Yes, thank you. Psychosocial support to try and integrate them to the society and look at health. So that's a question for you. What initiatives do you have to address the issue of mental health? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more questions because the first one wasn't exactly a question. I think it was a suggestion, but make the question brief if possible.
Thank you. Muranga. There's someone who mentioned something about the issue of road safety. Personally, I'm leading an initiative on road safety education to the school-going children as a result of the many effects and the deaths that we've found. So my question comes in terms of gender responsibility and inclusion in terms of policy making. We found out that is personally, I found out that in most cases, yes, we are talking of the women not being involved in some other cases, but then we have never looked at the boy child in terms of involving them in these issues. For instance, if we are having some opportunities somewhere, we would say that these opportunities are reserved for women and such others. But then when it comes to responsibility, that is where at some point we are drawing a line. And my brother there has just said that kuna zile we do say, this one, hii ni kazi ya wanaume, this one is for the women. So my question is, how do we bring that issue in a way that there is no leaving one gender outside while we are advocating for something? Yeah, thank you.
Madam MC, kindly allow for gender. There were 2 ladies here to be the last ones. These 2 ladies, because you have taken all the questions. That lady over there and this one over here. That one over there, because you had spoken, I'll pass it to that lady over there. You had already spoken. But we'll see about it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samira Chepkemoi. Currently, I'm a student at the Kenya School of Law. I'm more interested in terms when Miss Irene Nyamu talked about end-user evaluation. in terms of industrial production and manufacturing, we really need to reevaluate and look at how products that are in the market are affecting the gender in terms of consumption. For example, most women, because of the jobs that we have and the school that we go to, we have to put on braids, we have to use products that they can be harmful to the environment. But without the end user evaluation, without empowerment and education, we have no ways of really looking at it and finding ways which we can recycle or come up with products that will not make the lady, or rather the woman, left out in participating in nurturing the planet, not leaving plastic waste through sanitary towels, through hair products and stuff. So I really feel that during this discussion of climate change, we also need to look at how policies in terms of production and manufacturing are looking into these things, and maybe we need to have a change of norm, our policy that appreciates and allow for women to be empowered to take up spaces in terms of the products that they use, and also to find access to know how they can make the product that they use to be eco-friendly, like schools to teach about recycling of hair into mats or something like that. So I feel that this will also interest women in terms of green jobs and in terms of learning of how they can make green, safe products for their use. So that's all I had to say, and I think it's very important to look into it.
Thank you for that comment. You can pass the mic to the lady over here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you will allow me to sit down. Thank you so much for everyone, especially the women who are talking on behalf of other women. My concern area is that in terms of inclusivity, integrity and accountability, and justice and equality as well. My organization is an international organization. I work with the women from the grassroots, marginalized and in ASAL areas. We train them as counseling, adult education, and also MBS, Master of Business in the Street, whereby these women, they become a self-reliance, where they do a lot of activities within the center. My area of concern is that many of the time I hear that ASAL areas and all those marginalized communities, and I don't see any representative that represent within those sectors. Shall we please, thank you. Because we are all women, we need to break the barrier between us and the men. Can we involve those ones on board as well, so that we have that equality, justice within our women? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think they'll take those questions. Or you want to allow others? Because of time, let us just allow two more. Oh, there's...
Hi.
Okay.
My name is Kausa
Those
Ahmed.
three will be the last ones.
I want to take it from where she left. My question was, why is it that... oh, sorry, I'm from Garissa. That is an ASAL area. Why is it that when we want to involve the indigenous women and we want to involve those who have been left behind, we choose the elites? We go to the ground to go look for the grassroots women, but we ignore the ones that have been living with this climate crisis, and they've been surviving through it, and they've been adapting, and they have the knowledge, but tunataka mwenye ameenda university, mwenye ameenda college. So are there policies or something that can curb that? Because these women are feeling left out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There, then she'll finish. A question, not another presentation.
My question is for Bill Shan Kareng. I hope I've said the name right. Okay. since you are representing Africa China Consult and we are talking about gender sensitivity and the interlink with green jobs, I happen to be a representative of Safe Dada and Volunteers Adventures, and we are in the remote areas at the moment in Olaimui Tech Village in the Masai Mara, and we were trying to curb the waste disposal of non-biodegradable plastics, and one of the innovations that we started was collecting the plastic bottles and using them and building safari cabins for international and local tourists. When we started the capacity building, the ones who showed up were the women. And we were shocked because you see it's a patriarchal society, it being that rich tradition and culture, but the women are the ones who showed up. They're the ones who have the interest to go collect the trash with us. We go with them to a river and fill the bottles with sand, and then we take them to the fundis now on the site who build the safari cabins. They are paid to collect, they are paid to fill the bottles with sand, and they're also paid to sort the collection. You know, the glasses are transformed into deco pieces and glasses for drinking water or beverage. They're being paid to do all this. And we have the innovation idea. You have a China Consult platform. They are ahead of us in terms of tech. How can we work together to make sure that these gender women there who have this interest in climate change innovation can get the help?
Thank you for all the questions. I think since we have a question directly.
One more?
Oh, one more, okay.
Yes. Okay. As panelists, I believe you have authority to speak on matters climate change and gender inclusivity. So in your own organization, what types of affirmative actions do you have in place for women in this room where we could go check you up, see what you're already doing to deal with the gender disparity in terms of climate change and how it affects women, and how could we be part of what you're already doing by virtue of you being a panelist and talking on these matters. So I want to know what you're already doing in terms of affirmative action to help bridge the gap. Yeah.
Thank you. Even before the panelists respond, it will be very nice to just read out these questions from the other rooms so that they can respond in totality. I'm thinking they've already divided the way they'll do it. Frederick from KCB Foundation, he says, why is it that most of the climate change and empowerment program, the group that benefit mostly are the women, yet boys are neglected? I think that's a similar question to the one asked behind there. Since I began listening to the conversation, I haven't listened to anything that is considered with people with disability. How do you include them in your program and innovations? My suggestion would be, why don't we give people with interest a chance to bring change in regards to climate change? Those are the three questions.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll start in this order. Since Bilshan has a direct question to him, I think we'll give him the floor first. And as each panelist answers the questions directed to them, we will also be expecting you at the end of the answer to tell us, of course, an affirmative action that you're taking in your position to ensure that gender sensitivity interlinks with climate change.
Thank you. So far, this has been a very lively discussion, and I'm really happy that the questions that have been directed to the panel resonate with the objective that we really came to put across. Yes, so I'll start with Martin. We talk about the issue of culture. Culture is embedded in our whole being, in the way we interact, in the way we live. So it might be not prevalent in Nairobi here, but as soon as you just go 400 kilometers outside the city, you see the way people live. So that brings the whole dynamic in terms of how we really live with each other, and the decisions that we make, how do they impact those who live around us. Moving forward I'll just give a short answer and then give the whole comprehensive analysis of this. Moving on to Tom from Jijenge Youth Initiative. It's a good thing. Kipra is really doing good work here. So we are talking about the same issue of initiatives or what is actually being done on the ground, and I'll touch on that as we conclude. But more importantly, we look at the issue of mental health. You mentioned a very sensitive topic that is really home to me because, again, I might have to introduce what we do at Africa China Consult. First of all, I'd like, by a show of hands, how many people speak more than one language here? Awesome. How many speak 3? Awesome. Then you're my audience, and I'm really happy. So for those who happen to speak Mandarin or Chinese, I like to say the issue of mental health. You can take an example of a Nairobian, assuming you're Kikuyu. You go all the way to Turkana, deep in the village, and they don't know Swahili. How do you feel? If you need resources, how will your mental health be after 1 month? Will you have to adapt? Will you have to learn? So the Gulf issue presents it's an expose for some sort of the real gap that we are facing. Kipsang talked about inclusion of the boy child. I'll give an example when I'm answering also Samira in terms of the end user evaluation. These 2 questions really present what is really happening in our schools as at now. The onset of the competence-based curriculum has shown that I was discussing this with the panelists before when we were doing the debriefing. We're looking at how the boys perform in class nowadays. Is slightly poor as compared to how the girls are doing. In terms of position ranking, they are averaging at 8 across a sample size of 40 schools, which are within Nairobi County. Now, when you're talking about inclusivity again, because the 9 questions that have been given to us, 4 of them present the issue of inclusivity. So this presents a problem because we are the ones who do this to ourselves. We are the ones who ostracize the rest of the people. So how best do we disseminate these policies and programs that are already set into place to tweak them to suit our own societal needs? More importantly, we're looking at safe data innovations, which crowns or which sets the greatest part of this discussion. You directed a question to me with regards to, actually that's a very good initiative. I'm currently interested in nanotechnology because that's a technology. When I was doing that study at the University of Nairobi here, there's no industry as such that you can just go to take, for example, this raw material called titanium dioxide, which is a nanomaterial, okay? Which is a filler material. It can be put into medicines, it can be put into plastics, especially in bioremediation or also recycling. But now, that kind of technology is prevalent or it's lacking in Kenya, but is present in China. And that is why our platform or our team is made up of a number of disciplines or professionals. You can be from law, you can be an engineer, you can be a teacher. But the nexus or the angle that which brings us together is that translational service or that use of the Chinese language, because we are creating a synergy. Because if they land in Kenya, they also face the same problem that which I started with. If you go to Turkana and you can't speak, how do you live? So for them, we also now take people here. Currently, there's a team of 9 people by the Confucius Institute and the embassy. I speak with authority on that. They are going later on November this year for an exchange program in terms of industry, in terms of training, and it's the same program that has been also perpetrated or promoted by the University of Nairobi in Israel in terms of agriculture. They usually take these ladies or girl child from the marginalized communities. That answers Samira Chep.
Yeah, thank you, Bilshan, thank you so much. Maybe we could just give us maybe one last line and tell us in 30 seconds or so, just tell us what you're doing in your position to
Great.
ensure that there's gender sensitivity wherever
Awesome.
you work.
I was actually going to that. So great. Now, what we do at Africa China Consult, you have to give it to the ladies that our Kenyan ladies are smart. Ladies really learn languages very fast. They actually, in our organization, they outnumber the men that we have in terms of service delivery or in terms of translational services, the availability, and this has been seen in most of the user cases that have been presented. So we do innovations, and these innovations are under climate resilience, and also they are really gender sensitive in terms of recruitment, in terms of also availability, because they also sell the company very well.
Thank you, Bill Chan. So I hope you've heard what he does in his capacity. If you'd like to reach out to him after this discussion, feel free to do so. We'll be moving to Mr. Wilson.
Thanks so much. I'll take the question on the issue of the mental health when it comes to the green jobs. And I can tell you for free that this is not a sector that has been able to be looked at because majority of the situations we associate the green jobs with the jobs which are not really the favorites of people. And I have to tell you that the recent selection of the courses at university, they said that the environment-related fields, it seems like they were not being chosen by enough students. But be that as it may, if you remember during the COVID-19 period, the president was able to designate sanitation being a sector that is very vital to the economy, and that is what was able to contribute to the cleaning of the streets. And the issue of gender affirmative in my organization, I'm pleased to say that it happens that I am the only person of the opposite gender there. The organization was formed by women. The organization is led by women, and it happens that I am just an ex-official member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you've heard how it's only him, right? Okay, now we'll move to Miss Irene, who will be talking about the inclusivity question and then winding up with what they do in Kipra. Yeah.
Okay. I will try to speak more generically. Besides answering the more direct question by, I didn't get her name, the lady from the Kenya School of Law, and Samira on indigenous communities and their involvement in climate change, adaptation and resilience building. What I would like to start by saying is that one of the things we now recognize and that Kipra, because we have the mandate of building the capacity to do objective and in-depth and timely research in topical areas that would then inform government in terms of policy making and also policy implementation. And because of that mandate, being that it is a state sort of think tank, we also support county governments to build their capacity to do research on important issues and also to then delve deep into how to formulate effective policies in their specific counties. And with regard to that, one of the things that we have realized we haven't done enough on is the involvement of, or rather the harnessing of indigenous knowledge in combating climate crisis and climate-related challenges. And so this particular year, I know we are planning a number of roundtable discussions that are going to help us to bring together people, we're calling it an intergenerational dialogue that aims to transfer indigenous knowledge on environmental conservation and protection and those kinds of related knowledges that will be useful because we need to have a system where we have transfer of knowledge and preservation of that knowledge. And because we are also a repository of that kind of knowledge and research, this will be a useful starting point for us to perhaps think about how then we, because it's a pilot, a small pilot of about 4 or 5 roundtables, but what we learn from that is something that can be cascaded and actually scaled up within the different counties. And then on the issue of the non-biodegradable waste management, and actually you raised a very important point. Not only are women much more affected, disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, but we are also contributors to the crisis in that particular way, because if you have been in Nairobi when it is flooding, one of the things that causes major flooding, besides the plastic, which has reduced plastic waste, is actually women's braids, because they are not properly disposed. Diapers, for example, and I'm actually have seen, I think recently, a study that was being done on safe disposal of baby diapers and how that is linked to also damage to the environment and some of the health challenges that we are facing. So we have to take up that challenge, and we are involved in a number of research. I would encourage you to go to the KIPRA website, www.kipra.or.ke. There's a lot of information that is available, and there is actually a policy brief that is based on a study that was done on environmental sanitation in Kenya. And it actually makes some suggestions, and I know some of the counties have actually taken up some of those recommendations and are actually investing a lot of money within their health sector to actually improve the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene. So go to the KIPRA website. We'll finish off with the issue of the
CEO is a lady, and we have a lot of women policy analysts, but we also work across disciplines, and we actually try to work in terms of integrating perspectives from both men and women in our research. So the design has to be in a way that it incorporates interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary, and of course with a gender lens.
Yeah, thank you. Beth, maybe in 1 minute you could wind up by telling us about the boy child and giving us an affirmative action.
So about the boy child. Personally, in my practices, I do not leave the boy child behind while addressing for the gender sensitive issue on climate change. I take them all. And this thing that the boy child has been left behind, even in my organization, when we are dealing with the girls, we usually tackle even the boys. We have people talking to the boys and people talking to the girls. So maybe the being left out is some of the few organizations. And about affirmative actions, I'll say that I just say that I'm a president of a Rotary Club. And I'll tell you that in that we have a board. We have a board of like 13 members. And among the 13, we only have like, okay, this one is according to her question. Don't feel like I have left the boy child from this. So in the board, we have like 8 ladies among the 13 of them. So we are trying to push the lady in front. And we don't leave boys. You've heard that. We also have men in that board. And in the organization, on the 7 areas of focus I mentioned, we have things that we are doing like water and sanitation and hygiene. My organization, we've been involved in building tanks for the women in the village, so that they don't have to go to long distances to fetch the water the whole day and then come water the animals, do their chores. So we are trying to solve that problem by building tanks and by providing biogas for cooking. So you can see that there we are considering the women. And on community economic development. We have circles that tackle the women, where women come together and they contribute money, and then we top up that money, and then we are looking into forming a microfinance based on those village women, those ones that we had that they are not involved, those ones that are not elite, those are the ones that we focus on. And on manufacturing, I heard that about the practices of like having good products that are disposable. We are doing disposable sanitary towels that have been passed up by the KBS, Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and yeah, we are practicing that.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you so much, Beth, and thank you all the panelists for this wonderful session. Of course, you can meet them outside. Feel free to ask them more questions, interact, and network. And just on the question of maybe, what was the last question again? I think it was on not mentioning...
The one that was written here. The one was to just have people who have
persons
interest.
of disability.
Yes. Yeah, the ones
Maybe,
with disability also.
Okay, maybe you haven't had discussions on the same because the topic was a bit narrow on gender sensitivity. Otherwise, thank you for your time and do have a great afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate the panel as they stand up for a photo. The photographer, are you around? You can stand up here. They can take a photo. Don't you agree they have been amazing? I like how it has been packaged. The topic, where is the photographer? He's not here. All right, I like how the topic had been put. It was unpackaging the conversation, and speaker after speaker, we have seen it being unpackaged, whether it's policy around gender, whether it's the statistics. I like how they have been placed, so they take a photo. A round of applause as they do that. You can smile, put your Colgate smile. Okay. I can also see there were 3 women, 2 men. Is that 2/3, 2/5? Thank you so much. Let's take a seat. Kevins, could you I'd like to welcome Kevins to lead us into the next stage. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, Glory. Hi, good people, niaje? I know you guys are tired, right? Hey man, yani ni kama tumeka kwa class. I know you guys are tired, but this is my plea. We're coming to the end of this. We're coming to the end of this. Our intent was to get done with the closeout ceremony as well as the what? The outcome areas, announcements which is tender to the ACS. This segment is meant to be entertaining. I know you are tired, but I'm asking for your energy. See you young guys, as in the energy is what you're bringing. So I'm asking for you to give us this particular energy as we come to this particular conclusion. If utakuwa na entertainment a bit, and a closeout from our chief guest. Let me really believe that she's already on her way because I know the team is already here. So we're waiting for Mheshimiwa Honorable Passares. She's the one meant to be closing this particular event. So all build-ups that we're meant to be doing here is geared towards the final closeout. Tutakuwa na lunch. All that food that's already there, it's yours. So my ask is, just be a bit patient with us, ili tuweze kufanya nini, ili tuweze kumaliza. But ideally, man, I know we all on tech. We all on our data here. Meshak, ni tweets ngapi umemake? Are you on Twitter? Ama umekuwa tu kitu enjoy because we're MC. 1, 2, Mike, ya Meshak.
Check. Mimi niko X, siko Twitter.
Uko X. Sawa. So sawa, naona hapa ameni blue mark. We are all on X in the room. Are we all on X? Aki audiovisual team, hebu nionyeshe socials on the screen.
I'm looking at the hashtag over here.
Show me the socials on the screen. This particular segment that's meant to come in next is a pure entertainment segment. So before we get in there, let me do some bit of build up.
Yeah, I can still see the hashtag. Mutuma Frank is still the one tweeting the most. Kindly tag at Yali Alumni KE. I can see Koswar Ahmed. People are trying to tweet, but not yet, not yet.
Ebu zicheck too, because I have something to give away. So I want to see us ourselves urging ourselves. I see I'm being pointed at, I'm being called across all the rooms. So let me set this context up. We want to hold your beat. I know you're hungry. Imagine nailewa kabisa you're hungry, but I'm asking you to stay put a bit. It's only Mhesh that we're waiting for us to get done with this. And also probably if she doesn't get into time, we'll also have an option. Lunch is already present, but we don't want to release you out that all is going to take time. But in the meanwhile, we want to watch what's going on with the socials. There is the thing. I have a small gift. I hope it can bless somebody. So, hey, number one, follow up at Yali Alumni Kenya Mwaskiza, that the conveners behind all these. Save the Children, the ACOV, the Greenspace Youth, Kenyatta University, Yali RLC Kenya, and USAID Kenya. Meshak, umelan nini exciting?
I'm seeing kwanza Hashu Bazu. Anakuja.
Hash Bazu ni nani? Ako kwa hii room?
Hash Bazu ako kwa hii room.
Hash Bazu is in this room? So it's, I bet Hash Bazu is on the other room, right?
Yes.
I will go around after this to check in who Hash Bazu is. Who else? Meshak yuko?
Mutuma Frank. Is Mutuma Frank here?
Mutuma Frank yuko hapa? Frank wezi kupati. Hakuna venye. I see Pia, the entertainers are almost already here. So before probably also our entertainment's coming on stage, Meshak ukiangalizo tweets, audiovisual. Tupate some track up Willy. I don't know which one you're going to get. Which track do you want to hear to? Any dance in this room? Any dance in this room?
Ama turudie ile yoga challenge ya South Africa challenge jana.
Yeah, any yoga in this room? Ati yoga challenge ilikuwa gani? Nini ilikuwa?
South Africa. Hey,
it was a South African yoga challenge?
Sikulala, nilienda kupractice.
So Meshak, you want to show us what you practiced?
I think it will be me against you.
No way. Mera's yoga practice ni gani? Let's give the audiovisual team some bit of time kidogo get track. I mean it. You know, we're just not doing this conversation for the sake of doing it. I'll have to tick box.
Yes.
Meshak, like, Mikikuliza, what's the biggest learning you may get the past 2 days?
For me, it's always have evidence whenever you want to approach something. Evidence-based approach to anything you're trying to do.
Evidence-based approach to anything you're trying to do.
Yes.
Umenikumbusha kitu. I don't know whether that will be meaningful to this particular audience, bearing in mind tunaongea conversations are social or other climate mitigations. Have you ever spread fake news? Or you've ever spread fake news? So, man, your comment hapo, courtesy of the Climate Summit, is just geared towards reminding you that before you get to share any particular information, ask yourself, do I have evidence on it? That was just off the hook. You may come. What else, Meshak?
I've also learned less noise, more voice.
Less noise, more voice.
That one I'll take it with me. I had it yesterday, but it's just stuck in my head.
Less noise, more voice?
Yes, the voice need to be impactful, the voice need to have substance, otherwise you'll just be making noise.
So, ukijaribu kuimagine your content to push kwenye socials, push content that's geared towards advocating for people to plant trees, leveraging up on opportunities that generates climate smart agriculture. Then the other thing, pia nakumbuka, let me ask, not to assume. So who is attending the Africa Climate Summit in September? Can I see by show of hands? Or rather, let me start this way. Maybe nimejump sana. Nani ameenda kwenye portal ya ACS na amejaribu kuregister as a delegate? Mbona hizo hands zimeshuka tena? Ama nyinyi ni ma VVIP mliko already na complimentary mko na nini? So ni kuenda tu hata mpasi kuregister. Okay, let me start again so that ni ensure kama kuna mtu ajui nitaenda pale kwa control room tajaribu kuonyesha pull up the link. Who here is attending the ACS? Aha, my goodness. So like only a 0.11 near the room. Like I could have wished to see all hands up. All right, wacha tuanze tena. Meshak, uliregister kama delegate?
Bado. Sipendi uongo.
Hata sungenidanganya umechoma. So are you planning to go for the ACS?
I'll have another engagement.
You'll have another engagement. Yes. Okay, great response, intelligence response. Again, let me ask. Any person who has attempted to register on the ACS delegate platform? I see at least his high. I see some bits of few hands. The others, why have you not tried? If you're here, as in you're not excited in any way to...
How many tried and they failed?
Sorry? Yeah, that's even the reason. No, 28th. It's
tomorrow.
They changed to today, 25th. Okay, I wasn't aware about that. So, why the others? I'm taking kwenda SCS. You've registered, no response yet. The SCS is the Africa Climate Resources. There's no resource needed to register to be there as a delegate. Unless maybe there's some fake news going around, which I don't know. They said what? Internet. That made them not to register on that portal. Come on, guys.
I think there'll be a youth summit before the one for African Climate Summit, yeah?
I know that one is closed. So I'm trying to... all right. All right. So that's a good one. Let me give my context. Let's try to nipate the context yangu, and it's not a must for everyone to pick up on it. So for anyone who sees me running around or has seen me somewhere, I lead a communications business. So full-time, I'm self-employed. Like me, I knock on my doors. I reach out to people so that Mesha can give you an opportunity to facilitate. Background yangu, or rather, let me speak in English. I remember there's some Pan-Africanism in the house. My background is in communications and media. I lead a business called Brand K Communications. It's 5 years now since I went fully self-employed. Do you know one of the places I tried to get a client? Any person with a what? With a guess? Meshach. Wofike mwenda kuhustle wapi client?
Kwa hizi events too.
Imagine intentionally. I hope this gives somebody encouragement, because we are here courtesy of the Africa Climate Summit, and this is just part of those pre-activities geared towards a Climate Summit bit, but I've ended up getting a chance to motivate or encourage somebody to purpose. I've been told today was the deadline. I didn't know today was the deadline. I left it when it was 28th, when I did my registration. These particular conferences for me, whether those days that I've been invited as a speaker, whether I've been invited as a moderator, or when I'm just even purposing to attend, is a chance for me to meet a new Meshach. In fact, so many of the interns I've worked with, yes, I work with interns and I pay them when I have projects. An interesting way in terms of how I get interns for me is through events. I will not come to you to ask for a resume, but the moment I get you sitting in this particular room, for me it's already an IQ that you're a young person, energetic enough, trying to get an opportunity. So yes, there are all those conversations where by times you'll say, you're going to this particular forum to rubber stamp it. Yes, at times it's true. That those events that you're going there with the imagination of you're going to get a reimbursement for the young people who chase reimbursements. But here I am today to tell you, if you're not even passionate around initiatives around the climate and all, there's the Energy Summit in June. Look at these avenues as an avenue for you to meet a Meshach. Look at it as an avenue for you to grow your portfolio and link around who you know. Look at it as a chance for you to build social capital. Like, I know there's a lady from Lesotho in this room. Let me put some attention to her again. Has anyone interacted with her? M-Pesa. So who has interacted with M-Pesa? She's in the room.
There are also guys from Uganda still.
Where are the guys from Uganda? Ah, my peeps from Uganda is here. The lady from Uganda is here. Can you just rise and say hello? Let me push some network and attention to you. And Rwanda too is in the house.
There's also a guy from Uganda here, Rwanda over there.
So imagine too, kunaweza kuwa na a contact here whereby one day you want to go to Rwanda and you just need a basic accommodation, or somebody to even just tell you, hey, this is how to go around or find an opportunity. People in the room. So me, I'm here advocating unto you. If you've not figured out even what the Africa Climate Summit is, just go into your mobile right now. Log in your data, you're 100 bob or something, check what the Africa Climate Summit is. Imagine it's a delegate bit and it was all free. So if you didn't know, I hope you know and you try check out the site. Yeah, today is the final day, as I'm being told. I did my registration earlier. I know I'll be working under somebody. So if you're looking at seeing me again, the Africa Climate Summit place is going to be a place where I'm going to be. Meshach,
Yes.
allow you to hold this audience a bit so that I can go into those particular rooms. Then in a bit, we're going to pull in the entertainment. Hey, drive the hashtag under that. I have a flag which I want to give out today. So I'll be pulling out to see who's going to get that particular flag.
As we await that...
just in a bit, I'll be coming back.
As we await the closing ceremony, there's a lady from KNH over here. Roslyn, is she still with us? Yeah, kindly come on stage. She's going to take us through something, a little bit of something. Yes, you can put that music as she steps on board.
It's the kids, baby.
I'll let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Roslyn Oktoi from Kenyatta National Hospital. I'm a physiotherapist. And as a physiotherapist and having come at this forum, I've learned a lot. And I've gotten a ground that my impact is needed. Whereby I've realized that we talk of taking care of the environment. And I believe you cannot take care of the environment, yet you have not taken care of yourself. I came to the knowledge of understanding that when you are sick, you cannot take care of yourself. So you have to be healthy to be able to take care of the environment and others. And from that point of view, I realize that currently we are talking of non-communicable diseases which are on the rampant in the whole world. We have diabetes, hypertension, and so many others. So these patients are in the wards. These are people who are supposed to be taking care of the environment. And because of that, they cannot take care of the environment. And me as a physiotherapist, my duty is to ensure that we are healthy. And we are working on prevention, which is better than cure. And also we are working on cure and restoration of what you have lost. If you have been having diabetes, you have some complications, you can restrain yourself from getting to the complication stage by doing some exercises. We can restrain ourselves from getting diabetes type 2 by doing some exercises. We can restrain ourselves from getting to these diseases by doing exercises. So we have aerobic exercise, stretches, and strengthening exercises, in addition to nutrition, so that we are healthy and able to take care of our environment. So as I stand here, I'm just here to give you something. I know we have been sitting from morning to this particular time. We talked of like taking in an elephant, we start with 1 spoon. Today I'm here to give you 1 spoon of exercises. And when we talk of 1 spoon, we'll just sit where you are. I just need to sit here. We do something little. A spoon for today to start with. Then tomorrow we'll be going for 2 spoons. Every day, keep that spoon daily. Make it our daily responsibility. Let us take that spoon every day. Then we'll be better tomorrow. Sitting here, our body is made of many joints and muscles. But sometimes we do stretches. Stretches are normally done to start and at the end of aerobic or strengthening exercises. So stretches are basic. We only do at least 3 minutes or 5 minutes at the beginning. And before I go down where I'm seated, let's just do some stretches for our head. Hold your head like this. And just allow that hand to pull it. Let's use our left hand. I'm using my right so that we go the same side. So just allow it. Now can you change? Have the other arm down, this one. Have your other arm holding the head on the side.
Yes.
Please feel the stretch.
Watu wa kichwa ngumu.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. From there, never do your stretch forward, please. All our duties, we are doing them forward. So there is more of laxative muscle here than anterior. If you do it, then you will worsen your situation. Most of us, we are complaining of pain at the back, heaviness, and it's because of all the work we are doing in flexion position. Now, from that position, I just want you to hold your hand at the back, the right hand, then hold it from this position. Push it backward. The other arm. And push backward. 1, 5. From there, just stand up a little, just stand up for a short moment.
So. Hiyo ndio kushoto. Fantastic. Yes.
Then just do like this, make that movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Take it back, change. Have your right arm on the lap. We move the other one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Turn the other one. Back in the same position. Now we are turning in and out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Change to the other one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Go back to the first one. Then now we are going to make a circle, a big circle. 1. Just do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We change to the opposite side. The same limb, but the opposite direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Change that limb to the right one. Me, I'm using the left one now. We go, make a big circle from out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposite direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How are you feeling?
Yes.
Better. In our daily life, we are always getting fatigued, tired, and we don't take care of ourselves. This is something you can do daily. In the morning when you do that, you will feel so much relaxed. In the evening after working, come do your stretches, just bathe. In the morning, do your stretches before you go to bed. After that, go work. Start that one from today as the first spoon of your elephant. Then next time we meet, I'll give you the next one, I know. And if you are looking for me, get me at KNH Physiotherapy Department, Rosalind Okutoi.
Maybe Rosalind, you can give them your number if you don't mind.
My number is, by the way, I'm living by example. I was 92 kgs, but currently I'm 75 kgs.
Makofi.
Yes.
Yes.
So my number is 07 22
yes
71
yes
2907.
Wow.
There's just a short cap. I want to keep people who are using computers. Okay, 07 22 71 2907. Are we there? Let me just give you a tip for those people who are using computers. Most of us, we are using them because of our studies. Just check at me. We are having a problem here, and it's because of weak muscles at the back. Let me just stand up. One,
2,
3, 4, 5. Keep your hands straight. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Nice one.
We continue. 1.
1, 2. Mimi siwezi kuchoka, niko sawa. 5, niko sawa. 6, 7,
8, 9, 10. That's good for today. But aim at 100. Are we there?
Yes.
That's one. Our hands were facing down. Now let us on the side like that.
Yes.
Keep them straight as much as possible.
Stretch.
The moment you start feeling pain, it shows the muscles are weak but trying to work. And with the time, the pain will go. So keep them like that. Now facing forward. We make the step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up and straight. 5.
Yes.
6.
Hata cameraman anafanya.
7. 8, 9, 10. 20. We are going to 20. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
20. That is good. Now we count them up.
Yes.
Before you count them,
Never do that.
let's do like this. 1, 2, 3. Relax.
Mike Tyson.
4.
Wanda Holyfield. Jackie Chan.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. You are relaxing.
Yes. Haya sasa twende. Hapo sawa. Tuanze.
Now we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1.
10 more to go. 10 more to go. 1, 2, 3, 4,
1,
5,
1,
6,
1,
7, 8, 9,
1.
10. Good. Clap.
Yay, give one more
Before you finish by relaxing the muscles now.
Relax.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Geni Pasari sakuje. Tutaumia. Tutaendelea. As you are doing that, the seats that were mentioned for VIP, kindly you can be moving.
4. Good.
The VIP seats that were mentioned.
Keep that as your spoon daily until we meet on that phone.
Yes, thank you so much. Madam Roslyn Oktoi, makofi kwake. Don't you feel energized, relaxed? Kelvin umerudi?
Yeah, Mesha, come back.
For those who are joining us, they might think this is an aerobics class.
I'm back.
Still the summit.
I'm back, and here we're getting back to more energy. I don't know to those who try to dance. Who did it at the wrong time? Sorry? Pasar is like that. We can give a rejoinder, because actually this time we're buying is just to ensure we get to have a round. Okay, so are you pushing in the hashtags? Are you pushing in the hashtags? Huh? Are you pushing in the hashtags?
I can check to see who tweeted the last.
Mesha kicheki alafu niambie. Are you pushing in the hashtags?
In the last minute. You can even post a photo of me and say,
Are you pushing in the hashtags?
all right, I can see there are some tweeters earlier, 1 minute ago. Hashu Bazu is still tweeting bana. Kevins, huyu Hashu Bazu ni kama anataka hii bendera. Mtafute kabisa. Ama amekuja hapa. Hashu Bazu amekuja hapa. Aya, we have Sam Onganga. Here we are the 4th Annual Youth Climate Summit. Don't forget to tag Atiali Alumni KE. Sam Onganga ako hapa. Aya, yuko hapa, but they are still doing it for us. I can see Iano looking very nice in a suit there. Yes. Tuliambiwa ukipiga picha wewe post tu. Kwa hivyo wewe post na utag Atiali Alumni KE. Sawa sawa. Haya. Mutuma Frank again. Is Iano here? Iano? Kwani who are these people that are tweeting? Ama wako kwa the other room?
Nadhani wako kwa the other room, so
tuwalete hapa au tuwapeleke huko?
I went to that particular room and they told me wanataka tunini. They want us to give them a more and more virtual experience. So by the way, my team live streaming. Big man. You see this next room?
Nelson, are we still live streaming?
Just go check their YouTube bit whether it's live. Amakai Mehang. This next room. Yeah, the next one, Nelson. Yeah, immediately after the next. Yeah, so Mesheku mesema Big Man Bazu.
Big Man Bazu. See Big Man, jita Hashu Bazu.
With the Hashu Bazu.
Hashu Bazu.
All right. Please call them a little bit. Just let me check up something.
Bazu Hashu. Then the other one who are still tweeting, I can see Koswar Ahmed. Koswar Ahmed ako na sisi hapa.
Koswar Ahmed
amesema ako hapa pia. Ako hapa lakini hataki kuonekana sana.
Koswar Ahmed.
Nimemwona. Oh, it's Kosa. Ndio yeye, umemwona? Ndio yeye hapo.
Kosa. All right. It's pleasure. Thank you for that correction. What's the word coming in? Let's hear the messages.
The messages that are coming in, the ongoing discussion on gender sensitivity in the creation of green jobs and climate resilience, the question on the roles, policies in relation to gender have been looked into. Great discussion. That is by Ashley.
Oh, great discussion by Ashley.
Yes.
Could there be maybe somebody from this particular audience who feels like there's a good caption that he or she wants to put his or her voice on in reference to this particular event? Any person has a caption? I'm seeing this lady who has oval spectacles and looking on the left. So sijui kuforce na caption. Is there anything glaring or standing that is emerged out of this event? That one which you're whispering, will you wish to say it to the whole audience? Now she declines the publicity. Anyone? Hey, the gentleman in shades.
Let me go there.
Are you one of our security people?
Let me go there and see what he has to say.
Let's see then what he has to say.
In 3 words. In 3 words, what have you learned today?
There's nothing for youth without us.
There's nothing for youth without us.
Nice.
All right, that's also a good caption. Nothing for youths without us. So if you're looking at some social media content, that's a good one. Nothing for youths without her.
Kevin anasema ako na ya Kiswahili. Hiyo ya Kizungu ni kama haijafika vizuri.
Ako na Kiswahili.
Solution ni mimi pia.
Solution ni wewe pia. Let me just call this verbatimly. Rosasi, the lady, Asira. Yeah, please call her. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So there's a Kiswahili version. Oh, she's smiling. Let's also hear her. Where are the cameras for these captions? Oh, I think they're somewhere.
First of all, is that you on the photo?
Ndevu zinakuuza.
Wow. I know I was somewhere, but I didn't know this was what's being referred to. No, that's not me on the photo. That's on a very lighter tone. I know I'm somewhere, but not this one. Meshak, Ebu and the Lucky Dogo.
Any other comment from this side? Any takeaway point? We'll come here. 1 word that you've learned, or 2 words that you can take.
I think we should start eating elephants with spoons because for me, I do my work heavy duty, big so that I can finish it at little time. But now I've learned that it's a journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 step.
Thank you. Hey, that was hata siongezi kitu. Lakini watu wa KWS wakikuja hapa,
Nilikuwa nimesikia kitu ambaye kutoka Tana River amesema no person is a small person.
No person is a small person.
I like the way the young people.
Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Ni lugha ya taifa, sio?
Indeed.
Okay. So can we warm ourselves up? Can I raise you up? Hey, my people, will we get some kuna kuna? All right. Oh, I see there's a yes. Just a second. Let me consult something.
All right, as he does that, the DJ mko tayari na ile, tayarisheni tu ile mzuri ile itaingiana.
Gani itaingiana basi?
We can do the one that we did yesterday.
Which is?
DJ unakumbuka hiyo? You had a nice instrumental that we had yesterday.
All right, check out on the instrumental. That can just even make us nod the head kidogo.
Yeah, it will make us nod the head.
As I wait for these great dancers to just come in, give us some beat. Some beat.
And I'll require you on stage, Kelvin.
Nani mimi?
Wewe ukuje hapa.
Jamani mimi sijiezi kwa leo, nisamehe.
Nyinyi watu wa mandevu mnatusumbua sana.
Imekuwa refu.
Kuja hapa juu.
No, come on guys. I'm not the show. The show is them.
Kevin's come here.
The show has been them.
Just come here with
come
me.
On, Mesha. We didn't plan for this. You're setting me up.
Come. Akuje asikuje. Kuja hapa.
Basi nikija basi, I wish the dancers to just get in.
Just come here.
Where the dancers get in.
Simple routine. If you can stand up. If you can just stand up. Stand up if you can.
All right, so you're going to give me the cue?
Yeah, I'll show you how it's
done. All right, let's see how it goes.
Kindly. Kindly stand up.
Let's see how it goes.
This will be your side. Sawa?
All right.
Kevin's side. Sawa. Watu wanataka nikuje huku lakini mimi nitabaki huku leo, si ndio? Watu wakae huku na Kevin. Sawa? As you stand there, Kevins, we can do it together. Just move your shoulders. Simple exercises. Rosalind took us through more complex ones. So these are simple. This is just simple. Up, down. Kevins, follow instructions. Up, down. Sawa. Haya. Tunapeleka kichwa upande wa kulia. Right. Sawa. Haya, twende. While still moving your shoulders. Go right. Hapo kidogo, ikae hapo kidogo. Haya, angalia mbele tena. Make sure you move your shoulder. Release that tension. Haya, twende left. Move hapo kabisa. Rudisha tena mbele. That's a simple instruction, right? So you go right, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Now we go to the arm action. Right over left. Or left over right.
Don't foster. Serious and not. A big time player. A trip too big.
As you do that, try and lean to your right.
My neck done froze like winter. Don't bet it.
In that same move, let's usher in our dancers again in. Great dancers. In that same move,
come on board. The dancers can be coming on board. As we do that, we start from step 1. Step 1, right. We go higher. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Arm action. The dancers can be coming on stage. The dancers. Cultural dance.
They have their track.
DJ.
In the same mood as we're standing, man, let's give them some energy as they come in their truck.
Remain standing as
Cue us in with their truck, then we'll... Ready?
We can assist them.
As they come and as they leave for them the stage.
Nafanya mabega hivi.
Hapo juu.
Hapo juu.
Haya.
hapo kabisa.
Hapo tu. Murongo mwana wa ma. Murongo mwana wa ma. Murongo mwana wa ma. Hapo tu. Murongo mwana wa ma. Murongo. 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 Aho.
Wape shangwe, wape shangwe. Hapo sawa. Makofi kwao. Twende, twende.
Mona lelo ni kwithi ya vepro kagana tevuji Noithi bothi mona lelo ni kwithi ya vepro kagana tevuji Amba uthi umandike baza uthenge kapala withu ngiyangise Amba uthi umandike baza uthenge kapala withu ngiyangise Lili gananza la lungu kelevi njimagi notiawa Eda notiko lili gananza la lungu kelevi njimagi notiawa Mukangala wenyanga uri Mukangala uri buza nuri musumba nomba Mukangala wenyanga uri Wamanya Rosirida ni bosi wo Ali mujere wa bene Wamanya Rosirida ni bosi wo Ali mujere wa bene Ibi mulanga Rosirida mujere wo ni bosi wo Ibi mulanga Rosirida mujere wo ni bosi wo Rosilida lero alamanya Mukangalula sundula buzi Rosilida lero alamanya Mukangalula sundula buzi Mukangalu Wenzenza na urina Mubandu nukata Mateshi zamale Wenzenza na urina Mubandu nukata Wateshi zamale Mukangala iyeme buta Mukangala ulisinya musumba Mukangala iyeme buta Mukangala ulisinya musumba Mukangala
That's Adiko. They'll get back. Some round of applause for them, please. And in the same queue, where is our great guitarist in the house? Where is our great guitarist? Where is our great guitarist? Can you hear him? Who? There's a great guitarist right here in the house. Let's see. David. David, what's up? Yeah, David's coming. Let him take his guitar. In the same queue, they'll get to come in back later. So there's David. Can we give David some hoo-hoo? As he gets on stage, David, hoo-hoo. Then after David, of course, we also have some poets. So we're going to have something from Henry, So Henry's gonna come in. Henry, be on standby. Or David, is that adequate enough or should we go?
Okay, just can continue. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Njoro na mtafuta simuoni.
So let's see, David's already here, he's ready. Okay, David.
So I'll just
sure.
Okay. Just for me get the lyrics of Kuliko Jana here on the internet. You just find them here.
So you want me to ask the audiovisual to play it?
No, just on your phone.
My bit is hand.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I remember we've just been doing this with other lady, and our vocals are a bit warmed up, though mine are already now spoiled because I haven't been doing such exercises. So we're going. I'll not die alone in this movie. We're going to sing together. All right. We're going to sing together. We're going to do a few songs that you may never have heard of, but they are quite easy to learn. I just need someone to help me hold here because I'm going to have the guitar with me.
Just let me find what's up. Find what's up here.
Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. So I just want you to know that early in the morning, I remember there is a group that shared something to do with us being the stakeholders in everything that happens.
Yeah.
We are stakeholders.
Then go to film. Do you want to go on the stage?
Yeah. We may need another mic. We may need a second mic.
Yeah. So you come this side, cross over. Okay, so no, just keep the phone, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So you can hold it to one, then another.
Yeah, okay. So we just have to improvise. Yeah, so there's something brief we're going to just do. In the morning, they said we are stakeholders in whatever happens as far as climate change is concerned. And my main focus today is the fact that 50 years from now, it will not be about you, it will be about your children, your grandchildren that will be facing the catastrophic impact of climate change, yet they never took part in it. So in whatever I'm going to sing, I want you to respond with one line that says, if we don't care at all, they will die. Are you able to hear the guitar? If they don't care at all, they will die. If we don't care at all, they will die. So can you sing with me? If we don't care at all. Sing like you've just done some work here. We go once again. If we don't care at all, they will die. Sing louder than me. We go. If we don't care at all, they will die. Louder than that. Okay, so I start now. Drought will come, the rain will go away. If we don't care at all, they will die. All the forests around, all the trees we see, if we don't care at all. Turn to your neighbor. All our children, oh yes, our children. Sing with me. One more time. If we don't care at all, they will die. So I'll sing this now. All our children, all our children. If we don't care at all, they will die. Oh,
my son will say, Papa, I can't breathe. If we don't care at all, they'll die. Oh, and your daughters will say that I can't breathe if we don't care at all. Oh, my mama will say, son, I'm wondering if we don't care at all, they'll die. Oh, my papa will say, son, why did you do? Oh, if we don't care at all, they'll die. Oh, your daughters will say, Dad, my hands are hurting. If we don't care at all, they'll die. Give me freedom, give me fire, give me reason, take me higher. See the champion, take the field now. You define us, make us feel proud. In this season, champions arise. In the every way, dreams be found now. Celebration surrounds us now. You discover us, make us feel proud. Singing the ancient song, singing down to the sun is down. And as long as we can live together, we can sing the song till the end of the day. So we say, when I get old, I will be stronger. Just call me freedom, just like a waving flag, a waving flag, a waving flag, a waving flag. Oh, 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 oh. Sing with me. Give me freedom, give me fire, give me reason, take me higher. See the champions, take the field now. You discover, you will realize, stand on the dancing floor, sing the song of the praise we know. And as long as we can live together, we can sing till the end of the day. We say, when I get old, I will be stronger. Just call me freedom, just like a waving flag, a waving flag, a waving flag, a waving flag. Oh, 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 oh. Sing with me. Oh, guys, sing, give me some energy. Okay, so we go one more time. This is something different, the last one. I will pray for all the people of this land. I will keep them close to me. As long as we got the trees now surrounding us, we will live in harmony. All I want can all be found in Africa. This fine weather is only found in Africa. All I want is only found in Africa. This fine weather can only found in Africa. Say that I love you, Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, yeah. I love you now. I love you, Africa. Sing louder. I love you, Africa. I love you now, I love you, Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, yeah. I'll pray for all the people of this land, and I'll keep them close to me. As long as we have the sun, now we live in harmony, yeah. Let's keep it as it is, yeah.
All I want can only be found in Africa. This fine rain is only found in Africa. All I want is only found in Africa. This fine weather is only found in Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, Africa. I love you, yeah. I love you now. I love you, yeah. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Dave from Rwanda as he takes a seat. Henry the poet, where are you? Henry the poet.
So I'm told our guest is already here, so let's just keep on warming ourselves until she gets in. Mesha Kinyaji. Tumeweka. So where is that poet? Let the poet come in.
The poet is coming.
Poet, ukwaje?
Akona staarabu zake, ana haraka.
Come with the energy.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Now, the next piece we have will take us back to a bit of what our backgrounds are. It's a bit of culture. It's a bit about trying to preserve our stories, our African stories, okay? So this is based on the setting of a Luo community. So it's a small story, okay? It's a 5-part story, but I don't know how much time I'll be granted if I can give you probably 2 parts of that story, okay? It's called Village Escapades. Now, the first part is called the village dance, okay? If you're Luo and you know what happens during a funeral in a setting, there's normally a dance during those nights, okay? If you understand what goes on, probably this will resonate with you better, okay? Ogwanglelo was gaily strutting his nyatiti, his left foot setting the tempo as his fingers skillfully worked the strings. This was music true to its core with no snares and kicks, under the cover of the dark skies and new moon, setting the tone for a night to behold. A chief had let go of the struggles of Mother Earth. And this was the climax of the many nights serenading the Budo. He accompanied his great nyatiti overtones with vulgar eloquence that played the bigger part of the night's seduction games as the village men readied their offerings for the beauties that stood in line for their turns in dance. It's amazing that the more charmful men made away with brides this night. Atieno, with naive excitement, waited in line to be picked. By her third dance, the night had settled. Ogwang let go of all children to take cover under warm blankets. His lyrical opulence gave systematic formulae of how a proper man dances with a lady. One of his traveling soldiers rose to the occasion and took Atieno's hands. Jathum picks one of his liking from eagerly waiting. He leads the rest to a dance of the night. His paces were well numbered to Atieno's steps. His choreography felt like it were a composition with Atieno's hips as template. And his motions guided hers in response to every word from Lelo's poetic schisms. Oh, he made art of her body's will to move, and Atieno danced. She descended to the sleeping gods and rose again that very night, Atieno. And while she gazed the steamy clouds yonder, she yielded with teasing ease like the clay on a potter's wheel. He was a master, Jathum. He played her strings and she sounded with glorious glee. Did we make it to the Abila? Or did the cover of the leaning dero of Odero, the great chief, do us a favor? So when she heard a distant call in the sound of her mother, wailing at the top of her lungs for the nyuka that was so long overdue, the sun rays were already piercing through the thatch. The chirping birds had completed their morning compositions. As she sprang from her pamba-stuffed bed, she could feel her legs fail. That night made a song of her name, Matisse. So when her breasts finally began to ripen, and she began to see the two parts of the one back to her father's homestead from Kulo, Yathum was long gone, and not a name did he leave behind. Just memories of his muscular frame lingered in her mind. Even the face was continually a fading mirage. The great Odero's papyrus wrapping was already turning to manure. Her moods already set on steep hills and slippery valleys, and the smoke from her mother's candle, coupled with the simmering omena, became the greatest source of her midday nausea. Luck rode with Atieno through the unfamiliar jungle, and when the pain that was the curse of Eve's disobedience arrived, and the carefully guarded appeal of her womb burst, her Nyamrerwa grandmother was at hand, ready with the banana leaf-wrapped blade boiled in assorted herbs, bathed the first of her womb, with eyes resembling nobody. He gave his first cry to the gods, the son born of the Simba. That is the first part of this story. I don't know whether you want to hear the second part of the story. Okay.
Haijapatikana bado story.
30 seconds. Ama una boot.
Inakuja.
Haya.
Hiyo story za jaba.
So the second part of the story is called Song of the Village Heart. Okay? Here it goes. Atieno's youthful pelvic girdle was at full stretch. She writhed in agony in the midst of the painful contortions, making her feel like her hip bones were popping from their sockets. The massages on her red ripe tummy by the majestic Nyamrerwa as she caressed her baby into position was the most painful massage Atieno could imagine. She realized then that those menstrual spasms were never enough preparation. Yet this 26-tooth die walked her through earthly hellfire was the most skillful. Her skill had been honed through generations of her grandmothers. Passed down like well-guarded generational wealth and valued more than Louis Vuitton designer collections. They both bathed in sweat like they shared the hot steamed sauna in the Villarosa spa. She wiped her dripping brow with her bare
Imzimie mic bana. Check mic.
Sorry, use this.
Just when we were getting the fire in.
You switched it off by yourself, not even from the control.
Sorry for that. Okay. Her skill had been honed through generations of her great-grandmothers, passed down like well-guarded generational wealth, and valued more than the Louis Vuitton designer collections. They both bathed in sweat like they shared a hot steamed sauna in the Villarosa spa. She wiped her dripping brow with her bare hands, and as she licked her lips through the dark-tanned gum that once carried 6 beautiful teeth looking up to none-comparable Singare, she felt like she would be spitting her 3-day-old Ndawa paste right into her throat. This pain did not allow her to smell the stench of saliva of fermented tobacco, turning and maturing between her tongue and her dated premolars. And as the ways of the old of the forefathers would have it, just when she felt like she was drifting from this world to the next, when she saw the face of her father's Jaduong welcoming her home with Nyakeo warm greetings, she saw his Apoya failed Agwata at the seat Alenya sent from his wife's kendo hit her. The hoarse voice of the Nyamrerwa awakened her back to the realm of the living. She, in a last-ditch attempt, prompted her with the best probe yet to tell of her father, to tell how the father of the child let it be bathed still. And as if she were in a torture chamber with a Gwambo Wodramugi holding hands in hunger strike in the hands of Wodlango, she remembered the dance and the pleasurable movement of her hips that were now being pulled asunder in the pain of childbirth. And she remembered well the name he did not give. And she did not know the Gweng whence he came. So as she drifted back to the numbness, to the world of the spirits, she took the agwata from his hands and took a sip. Then she heard the cry, and he calmly told her to go well with his blessings. He was wrapped in green banana leaves, his large eyes searching for his mother. those large eyes that resembled nobody, perhaps the nobody that was his father. And she named him Okol, and upon him the blessings of milk aplenty. For that is how she had survived the hands of the gods that were calling, of the Joka Jok, of the Joko Winy, and of the Joko Molo, of the lands of the fishing peoples. Okol could not get his roots, and dear Mama had no answer. The Jaya could not get a matching suffix to go with Okol, with a name from the Kanee not making for an easy blending. A crisis of identity hastily bloomed. Okol, son of a woman. Thank you, guys.
A round of applause. A round of applause for Henry the poet. You know, these poets can use words. Natumia majina mpaka unachanganyikiwa. Mbona ndege anaota na akiota mimi sioti. Hey. Wetu siwezi fanya hiyo. Anyway, thank you so much Henry for that. I think we'll invite back the dancers. Are they there? The dancers are to come back again in as we. All right. Our chief guest is already here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for her to just enter the premise. Would like to invite the women rep of Nairobi County, Madam Esther Passaris. A round of applause. Oh, sio yeye bado, sio yeye. Yes, good students. Hivyo tu nikiwapatia assignment na mnafanya vizuri. Hiyo ilikuwa tu ni warm up. Sasa ile ingine next tutaongeza kilo kidogo, si ndio? Douglas, are you here? You can just come on stage. There was a guy called Njoro alipotea. Kalienda. But Douglas, you can come on stage quickly before as you await the Nairobi Women Rep. Msiniangushe hivyo hivyo tu, mnafanya hivyo tena. You are good students. You follow instructions. Douglas, uko tayari? Tupatie wimbo haraka haraka kabla wakuje. Tutaki kukukatiza tena. Yes. Hizi ni nyimbo za jaba sasa. Oh, okay, sorry. Nyimbo za amefika.
No, you could move on the side because Muhesh is coming so that she'll have it easy to pass. So just go ahead and do the performance.
Ni kama
go ahead,
Douglas. Itakatika sasa.
Just go ahead, Douglas. No worries. Go ahead.
For you, the song is called Vema, all right? Can we try this? Vema, I wanna treat you Vema, treat you Vema. Can you sing with me?
Let's give Douglas some energy. Let's clap for him.
Treat you Vema.
Let's give Douglas energy.
Baby Vema. I wanna treat you Vema. Everybody.
Let's give him energy.
Vema. Vema.
More energy, please.
Baby Vema. I wanna treat you Vema. Treat you Vema. Safari ya mapenzi siku hizi sio mchezo mama, nimekupata kwako sitahama, walimwengu wanapenda kusema, wengi walitaka tuingize lawama, tuliwahi formula mapema, watazidi kuchungulia, wakichutama Mungu anawafagilia, sisi nasi twasimama, hakuna haja kuambia, tumelipa gharama. This our love is so special, hainaga drama. The way I cherish you, nime left machozi hapo nyuma. Twende. Ewe Vema, I wanna treat you. Come on, treat you Vema. Vema, turn to your neighbor kama ni lady. Ewe Vema, I wanna treat you Vema. Kama uko na mtu, twende. Vema. 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 Baby, 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 Vema. I wanna treat you Vema. Treat you Vema. Vema. Can I hear some backups? Let's go. Vema. Come on. Vema. Gentlemen, Vema. I wanna treat you Vema. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Everybody wanna sing, hey, Vema. I wanna treat you Vema. Treat you Vema. Vema. Listen to this. When I take you down the aisle, give me a moment just to cry. Let me lift my hands on high. Nimpe Mola shukrani za dhati. Nimwambie vile hakosei. On my bended knee. Nimwombe star. Na pia heri. Kukukidhi shehi. Ewe Vema, everybody will sing. Come on. Vema, baby, baby. Baby, 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 Vema. I wanna treat you Vema. Treat you Vema. If you can dance, just dance, guys. Baby, 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 Vema. Mikono juu twende. Vema, yeah. Treat you Vema. Treat you Vema. 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 My name is Douglas Ogute from The Music and Arts. You can check that music from on Spotify and any other international music streaming platform. God bless you.
Douglas.
Thank you.
Douglas, you're not giving us an additional one, honestly. All right, no worries. I'm kidding. All right. All right, thank you so much for that, Douglas. Let's probably give Honorable Passaris some round of applause for her sparing time to join us. Thank you, Karibu. Karibu Mahesh.
A round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, have a seat. And we're finally here. This is the moment that probably we've been waiting for. So Muhesh is already here, and to just allow her to probably settle in, I see the chairman of the Alumni Chapter of Kenya, Fred Tunya, taking her through what entirely the 4th Annual Youth Climate Change Summit and Festival, probably action them on stage. So just a quick chit chat with them, then we'll get underway with the event. And thank you, your audience, for really being patient with us and waiting for us. We appreciate. Meshach, you feeling great?
I'm feeling superb. It's been an extremely amazing festival and summit led by the Youth on Matters Climate Action. Don't you feel energized? Don't you feel a call of action is placed unto you? Yes, that's how I feel also, Bona Kevins. And as we go through the closing remarks and all that, I'd like just us to reflect on the things that have been taught, reflect on the things that we have discussed, and as we look forward to the African Climate Summit, we put forth these deliberations that are there.
All right. So probably I think we're ready. And we are ready to go. Let's get into the closed session. They have entertained us. They were here with us yesterday. They started us off. allow us to probably bring them up on stage to take our closing ceremony up. The great dancers, can we cheer them up for their energy since yesterday to date? And can we have their musical beat coming in?
Makofi.
Bye.
Hapo sawa.
Chenjigo Iye jamara dikeruenu Ekwadagarigo Omorunga basi Onamekasi Omorunga basi Onamekasi Ekubedike Iberikekwe Wani manaria Achaluko dike Step aside for the game changer. Onya ne kumaki aputago. Anga na bwana tani. Weko.
Usiogope kuenjoy muziki na wao. Naona Madam Okutoi anazikwenda kwa nyuma.
Kapando badango. Oh, Arogajazabai. Imam Arogajazabai. Imam Arogajazabai. Imam time ogonasim. Mama time ogonasim. Samara time ogonasim. Imam time ogonasim. Apenya bendiera. Apenya bendiera. Era korumo kona. Agoyo simu deki matema. Agoyo simu makamaka. Message agoro sama. Kiudo mama me aduoko. Apenya mama karango marachi. Apenya mando karango marachi. Apenya mama karango marachi. Moketo paro karango marachi. Ni mama karango matimi. Paro Arogajazabai. Ni mama paro gajazabai. Arogajazabai.
wala la 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 mama ani wala la 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 na kona toma alaga wala le kunya mo na kona toma you know wala le kunya waya na tuna toma kwani joma dongo muda ya mabuta pelewa kide moro dia lego
Aganes chongo, aganes swere, aganes induzwa. Zawelinde mama we vanduva. Yanzawelinde mama we chunge nenda vanduva. Yanza uninde na jelele tikalundo. Yanza uninde na jelele tikalundo. Baida, baida, omwana inyanya, omwana mabele, omwana indumbu. Yanzo mudara mukato, mudara mupango, mudara mubwaba. Tumisa mubesimu, munange mubebindu. Tumisa mubesimu, munange mubebindu. Manyirenda kuleka mwitala, namakalo kanyasinga. Manyirenda kuleka
ongeza nguvu, usiachwe nyuma.
Unange kuwebi mama wanje wayanze kusoro papa wanje wayanze kusinyira nyamusala wayanze
backbenchers oya
nyamufiti wayanze kusinyira yanzo befile urombo menyo yanzo befile ni kurunga inyombe baida omwana inyanya omwana mabele omwana indumbu yanzo mudara mukato mudara mubwaba tumisa besimu aiswe unange kubebi aiswe tumisa besimu unange kubebi manyirenda kuleka mwitalo na makalo kanyasika
hapo sawa
manyirenda kuleka mwitalo na mateko kanyasika tumisa besimu unange kubebi mama tumbelesyo mwea uyo ora muwa izongota tumbelesyo mwea ora muwe chikasi titsiro tumbelesyo mwea uyo na ulongo wigonae mawelinde mama wechungele na vanduva usava yanza wechunge mama welinde na ndava na vaboda boda aida omwana inyanya omwana mabele omwana
Asante. Asante, asante. A round of applause for this wonderful Green Space Action Network cultural dancers. Makofi kwa wanapokwenda kukaa. Indeed, it has been a wonderful experience, and we are just climaxing it up with just festivities and the closing ceremony that is going to follow shortly. I have been your host and MC, Meshach Omega, together with
Kevin's Raniek Meshach. You know, Meshach, probably the commonality amongst us, probably for anyone who doesn't know, is we're Yali alumni.
Yes. Code 21. I'm Yali alumni, Code 21.
And me, I'm an 11, so it's been a pleasure to really drive this, courtesy of the partnership between the Green Spaces and the Yali Alumni Chapter of Kenya. Okay? And I think at this particular juncture, to just set this context into conclusion, I see there's still a bit chatting, so let's maybe take it a little bit further so that they can synergize. Let me ask you, Meshach, you know, probably for any person in the room who's never encountered the Young African Leadership Initiative, what is its impact to you now as an alumni?
You see, the Young African Leadership Initiative, started by the former US President Barack Obama, has been a really important initiative for the young people. It has built their capacity to tackle some of the difficult challenges they face in their community. For myself, having been a Code 21 in the year 2018 at the center at Kenyatta University, it really boosted my skills in community, and I was passionate, and I'm still passionate about child protection and gender issues. I've been able to handle some of the difficult issues, including FGM and security, in my role as an assistant county commissioner in Baringo and Loitoktok sub-county.
So she's even just released a Pandora box that he's an assistant commissioner, but you can't know, right? So he's I did know, but I was waiting for him to say it by himself, so he said. Can we give you some thumbs up for being a young commissioner? And by the way, reason why we're sharing that again, have you ever imagined somebody who picks your application, hosts you, gives you food, pays you travel ticket, gives you a book, and what else again? And gives you knowledge and resources, and still gives you a platform to push mileage. Have you ever experienced such a person? Who is that? Oh, no, you're just feeding in onto my beat. Eh? By the way, we're just not here to talk about this as a matter of us speaking about, but it's called the 4th Annual Youth Climate Change Summit and Festival. I remember for anyone who's encountered this program right now for the first time, this event was made to happen in February, right?
Yes.
This event was made to happen in February. But under the request of the Ministry of Environment, they requested it to be pushed so that it can fall under the activities that builds up onto the Africa Climate Summit.
Yes.
And we're so much proud and humbled to realize that under the custodianship and the leadership of Fred Tunya, who is the Early Alumni Chapter Chair of Kenya, he managed to put up these in together alongside the partnership from the Green Spaces. They managed to come in together, not forgetting Save the Children. Which other partner do you know that really played a key role in ensuring that this event comes together?
Yes, Kipra really played a very big role.
Kipra really played a big role. Yeah. Yes. Any other additional one, Meshek?
There's USAID.
USAID.
COFE, there's the COFE Youth Green Space. You've mentioned that?
Yeah, I've mentioned that. We're not forgetting the KCB Foundation.
Also, KU are hosting some of our international delegates from Uganda.
And I know there's a KU students in the house. Can I hear them? All right, there they are. Which other partner again? I'll not want to miss out on acknowledging any partner. I know the Little Cubs are giving us a discount of about 200 on our Cubs. So kudos again and thanks to all the partners in the house for just supporting the Early Alumni Chapter of Kenya to ensuring that this turns out to be a success. I just meant to ask Tunya if he's ready to probably just now take... all right, for Tunya to probably just take out the stage as we wait for them to maybe deliberate a little bit.
Ready now.
Let's just do a quick run for any person who wasn't here yesterday and who's managed to come onto this particular conclusion to just give them a bit of an experience in terms of how yesterday was. To start us up, yesterday we had Professor Richard Owuor from Kenyatta University, who did for us his introductory remarks that did set up this particular context. Who else do you have, Meshek?
We had the panel led by Isaac. The panel was very informative on issues of tech and climate change.
All right, and also there was Denise Otole, all the way from Washington, D.C. And if you saw Denise Otole yesterday, that lady is also the brains behind the YALI program, because she was here all the way back in 2015 while she was up working, I think, as the education specialist for USAID here in Nairobi. We know very well that she went to Washington, D.C., but can you imagine that what made her travel all the way was to ensure that she has the calendar of this particular event in her schedule? How powerful is that? And that's the reason I was urging you guys to just check out and ensure that you go to the Africa Climate Summit. Because can you imagine somebody who's got so much passion for young people traveling all the way from Washington, D.C., not to do like anything important to go to the Mara or something, but to ensure that he, or rather she, is at the tail of this particular event. That was powerful for me. Any other bit, Meshach, that stood out from yesterday?
We also had that panel by Dennis Omek, Public Awareness and it was really informative. In the afternoon. In the afternoon, I think I missed that. Yes. There was a representative from the NYC in the panel. We had representatives from Kenya Power. It was just a robust panel.
All right. For any early morning or midday session, I wish the kids were here. I mean, have you ever had a scenario whereby a kid is petitioning a certain government arm to consider them to being part of the Africa Climate Summit? Like you as a young person, like this age, you're not aware about the Africa Climate Summit, but you had children here at the age of, I think they were about 10 or something, or 11, speaking that powerfully and passionately around climate issues. I don't think there's any reason why you don't need to follow up all this particular initiative happening across the world. Meshach, is there anything that I've missed out that probably you could plug in on?
Maybe in the morning we had Dr. Rose Ngugi from Kipra.
I missed out on Dr. Rose's session.
She really gave out an intense and exclusive nexus between public policy and climate change.
Public policy and climate change. You had the kids here saying that we as the elders speak so much complex around public policy. The commissioner there may say a nexus. So what's a nexus? What's a nexus?
I can say they go between, where they meet.
Where they meet.
Yes,
that was on a lighter note. So really, of course, we really had a rich segment that was filled in with insights and also filled in with outcomes which we expect also Fred to just call them out. And I know for a fact that these particular outcomes are going to fall somewhere under the African Climate Summit. Meshach, is there any probably one last one that we could mention?
Not for now.
I think based on that, ladies and gentlemen, again saying thank you so much because you held your patience and you here allow me to call upon Fred Tunya, the chairperson of the alumni chapter of Kenya. I know he's really worked hard to get really to where we are right now. And if at all the remarks are up really, could we probably just have the remarks up so that he can also have an easy time referring onto them? If not, then we're going to give him a digital copy on that. So audiovisual, Leo Farman, to me, it's up. No, it's noted up, so Rosasi, kindly then help me with the digital note so that I can get to share it with him.
Our chief guest, Honorable Esther Passaris, Nairobi Women Representative. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? You ready? Ready to go? Ready for next week? To our chief guest, Honorable Esther Passaris, Nairobi Women Representative. Ms. Denise Otole, Representative USAID Washington. Ms. Arunga, Country Director Save the Children. Ms. Caroline, KCB Foundation CEO. Dr. Ngugi, Rose, Kipra, Country Director. And all our guests and protocols of serve. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Your sugar level is now down, but you have done us proud by making sure that we wait for our chief guest and make this celebration a great one. My name is Fred Tunya, like has been mentioned before. I'm the chairperson of Yali Regional Leadership Center, East Africa, the Kenya chapter. And I'm so happy to invite all of you to the 4th annual Youth Leadership and Transformation Summit, dubbed the Youth Climate Summit and Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no better way to appreciate you for making time, being here, participating as delegate, and of course, making part of this summit by raising your respective voices. Our chief guest, it is worth noting that Yali Kenya chapter is made up of over 1,700 alumni who are spread across the country. These young people are doing tremendous work, and they are represented here across the 47 counties. We also have a representation from this region, East Africa, and I've seen faces here in this room. We have Uganda team represented here. We have Sudan represented here. And in those other rooms, we have Tanzania represented as well as Uganda, Burundi, I beg your pardon. This is a clear testimony that young people are no longer going to be just seat fillers. Young people are speaking up and they're taking the mantle and they want to be part of the decision making. and to be the decision makers themselves. So this evening, as a way or during the closeout session of this 2-day summit, the summit has brought together over 750 young people and partners and stakeholders who attended this summit for day 1 and day 2. And that is not just a number. That itself shows that the model of this summit was meant to showcase the work that our partners and young people are doing, like you have seen in the booths there. A partner, for instance, like Save the Children, who are working with children to transform the future of our planet. Look at the partner like Akofe, who are working so hard to make sure that there is a healthy and sustainable focus on environment and issues to do with diversity. And just to highlight the last pointer before I take what is important as the key pointers of this summit, Chief Guest, it is worth noting we had series of panel discussions. A session like climate financing. The Parliament the other day passed a bill, carbon credit. And these are issues that affect us. We emit the less, the very least. But we bear the greatest burden of climate change. So what can Parliament do to make sure that our contributions are met towards the end of the day? Ladies and this summit is the beginning of what we call the post-summit campaign, a 1-year intense campaign to create awareness, a 1-year post-summit campaign to work on policy, a 1-year campaign on financing, and a complete 1-year campaign to really bring partners on board to address these effects of climate change. And so, ladies and gentlemen, some of the key pointers of today's session, today, yesterday, and today, are shown in the screen. I might not be able to read everything, but key pointers, that is just a brief. The need to strengthen public policy, and we are happy to have you here. The need to strengthen public policy research model around KIPRA's and the stakeholders' engagement is key for us, and we cannot avoid or run away from addressing policy. Climate financing is the biggest issue across the globe. Big nations are taking advantage of the third world countries or developing countries. How do we address that? Young people must step up now. There is no hope for the ideas generated by young people and women without a just, fair, and equitable resource model. As we move to the Africa Climate Summit, Chief Guest, the most important thing, Honorable Passaris, that we want to be addressed is how then can young people's idea be put to the table and considered to the next level of, and then young people, kids, youth, women are the most greatly affected by the climate crisis. So how are these young people and youth in this room taken care of? They have the energy, the creativity to create solutions. And that is the main reason why, ladies and gentlemen, we have created and modeled this summit to address these key points. In just a summary, ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt, I want to thank some of those partners we've worked with, the likes of Green Space Network, my brother Hudson here. I also want to thank other partners, including Kenyatta University, USAID, Yali Regional Leadership Center, Akofe, KCB Foundation, Save the Children, the county government of Vihiga, Little Cab, Ticket Sasa, and all other partners who've made this a success today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now, without a doubt, to invite the next speaker, Mr. Hudson Thomas, who, and importantly to note, are one of our partners. But as Hudson is coming on stage, I also have an executive that we work with. This work is not easy. So I work with an executive who helps me put, and just to come on stage as they have my finance guy here, Mr. Josek, you can just rise up. So this is the guy behind money. Give a round of applause to Josek. And I have Mr. Nelson here in the room. Nelson is behind publicity, is behind communications. This young gentleman is super, super talented. Round of applause to him. And I have Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas is in charge of participants' engagement. He is working round the clock to make sure that all our participants are traveling and getting accommodation across the country. I have Mr. Job Mungania. I think he's in the other room. He's now in charge of all our events and networking activity. And then there's an extensive of the planning committee who are in the room. Please just rise up. All the planning members of the planning committee. If you're here, rise up by show of hand. Anita is here, the co-chair planning committee. We have Lydia Rosasi at the back end. And of course, we have our team from Green Space Network who are also part and parcel of our planning committee. And Adson will have an opportunity to share that. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you and welcome you again to the 4th annual Youth Climate Change Summit and Festival. This is the 4th edition, with 3 editions having happened before. And so far, this is one of those successful events we are hosting, just because of you. So thank you for coming and thank you for participating. Clap for yourself, tafadhali. Thank you so much.
I want us to appreciate Fred Tunya once again. To our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Esther Passaris, the Nairobi Women Representative, Mr. Edward Ngaira, Office of the First Lady, Maureen Chepkoech, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Youth Focal Point for Climate Change, Professor Otieno, Representative KU Vice Chancellor, Denise Otole, USAID Representative, Ms. Arunga, Save the Children Director, Dr. Rose Ngugi, Executive Director, KIPRA, Caroline Wanjeri, Head of KCB Foundation, Fred Tunya, Chair, YALI. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow youth climate action advocates, good afternoon. What an incredible 2 days we've had all through the Youth Climate Summit and Festival. I am truly inspired by the enthusiasm, passion, determination I have seen all through to the end of this day. Each one of you has shown dedication to the cause of climate action and willingness to expand your knowledge in the upcoming conversations relating to culture, policy, science, and technology. Since yesterday, we have gathered here to have meaningful engagement with the goal of unifying youth voices for climate action. And let me tell you, I can see it in your faces and the conversations going around that we have achieved so much. The discussions we have participated have equipped us with knowledge and actionable strategies to address the challenges ahead. Much as the current times have presented unique challenges, we are able to move past the adversity, and as we have the knowledge we have gained to do better for ourselves and the generations to come. It doesn't stop here. The conversations on the need for climate action and cultural integration in solving climate change needs to go beyond the room. Different cultures have diverse knowledge systems, practices, and beliefs about the environment. Integrating these cultural perspectives in climate action allows a wide range of ideas and approaches. These ideas can enhance problem solving and spark innovation, which allows us to develop specific adaptable solutions to climate change. In addition, cultural integration can play a critical role in bringing behavior change, which will then promote environmental conservation and adoption of actionable steps to climate action. It is in this integrated effort of culture, science, policy, and technology that will lead to effective solutions that can be easily adopted by the local communities to build resilience. To us, the young people, we say we are the leaders of today. Action starts now. It is in these forums that you get the motivation to start, but the resilience to be consistent at the small steps depends on you. That's the spirit of discipline that we play to take on. It is upon us to express our interests and contribution meaningfully through research and the next generation of African negotiators. To the government, the young people are looking for advices and opportunities across the country. Engage us in your discussions, nurture our skill set, and support youth initiatives for a sustainable future for Africa. Africa's population is young, and there's need to harness our skill set in order to have prosperous generation. Moreover, let us remember that climate change is not just an issue for the youth. It is an issue that affects every single one of us, regardless of age, background, or nationality. We must engage with all sectors of society, from government to business and local communities. Together, let us unite and demand the urgent action needed to mitigate the impacts of climate change. The Africa Climate Summit, coming up on 4th to 8th September, will provide the Africa Climate Summit. I am positive that the participants in the room are in good standing to strike conversations in the upcoming summit at KICC. There are more events coming up, and we all know, leading up to COP28, set to happen at the end of November. Much as all eyes are on to COP28, it is a call for the young people to grow their skills in their areas of expertise. Do the one thing that they do to set you apart, as such opportunities will be available to you. As the Youth Climate Summit and Festival, we will be engaging in post-event activities that will help us actively implement all that has been discussed through the 2 days. Our main focus lies on social entrepreneurship, where the youth championing for climate action will explore activities that will generate income as well as support climate action. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all organizers, volunteers, and sponsors who made this event possible. The dedication and hard work has created a platform for us to come together to learn and to amplify our voices. Let us go forth from this Youth Climate Summit and Festival empowered and inspired, ready to be the catalysts of change, the voices that cannot be ignored, and the generations that transforms our world. Thank you, and let us continue our fight for a sustainable and resilient future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the attendees. And I know in this room, I have part of my team from Greenspace. Maybe if they are here, they are able just to stand. From Greenspace, I think they are here. Most of them are coordinating. This summit was not just planned by ourselves alone. We came together as a team, as my good friend Fred has put it, and we combined the brains to make this happen and to combine the forces towards the African Climate Summit. And to the extension, I would want to thank Honorable Passaris. I know it was not easy on you. Edward Ngaira, the tight schedules that you have, you making time for us to come and close this event affirms the critical role the government plays in supporting youth structures that are established. And declarations are going to lead towards the African Climate Summit. I would love to stop there and have the opportunity to invite Mr. Edward Ngaira, Office of the First Lady, who will then in turn invite our chief guest.
Thank you, Hudson. And to our chief guest, Honorable Esther Passaris, A joy to see you as you represent all of us in the city of Nairobi. And Maureen Chepkoech, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Professor Otieno, representative of the Kenyatta University, a Vice Chancellor, Dennis Otole, USAID representative, Mrs. Arunga, Save the Children, and Dr. Rose Ngugi, Executive Director of KIPRA, Caroline Wanjeri, KCB Foundation, Hudson Thomas, the CEO of Greenspace, and my brother and friend, Fred Tunya, the chair. Greet you all, delegates and participants this afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe tena. I put on two hats today. One, our guest speaker today and our chief guest, to say just two things to show you that we are concerned about the issues that have been raised here at the 4th annual. I will tell you two stories so that I can invite our chief guest to come and speak to us. One of the stories is when I was driving towards Namanga. Sometime, should have been early this year or late last year, I was driving towards Namanga and went past Kitengela, Kajiado, and I began to experience some things that I had never seen before in our country. I saw carcasses of dead animals, cattle. There were cows, there were donkeys, and you could see they had suddenly died on the sides of the road because of lack of pasture. And what I saw in one of the sections, the name of that place again is Isinya. I saw a change in the way that the Maasai people were adapting to the situation. There was grass, piles of grass that had been collected from Narok and other parts of the country. And people were bringing them here to Maasai land. Narok is still Maasai land, but they were bringing it over to this other part, Isinya, to sell to the other Maasais that are in the area because there was no pasture in this area. So I began to talk to some of them, and they told me that they had to buy this food for their cattle. And one man told me, he's actually a pastor who told me, a bishop, he says that they now spend more money taking care of their cattle by buying this grass for their animals more than they spend for their families. I was very moved by this situation. And I drove right through all the way to Namanga, and that story was repeated and repeated and repeated over and over again. So a summit like this one, addressing issues of climate, is very important, and especially because we have the generation of our young people spearheading these conversations and asking some of us to come and participate in them. I believe that this is the future where we should go, engaging in this manner, so that we have a generation of young people that are concerned, and this conversation comes right in the center of our conversations. In a session that has just gone by, where I was a panelist, I was appealing to the young people to come up and speak to the clergy, speak to the politicians, speak to the leadership, and impress these issues very strongly upon leadership. I am a religious leader, and I remember through my trainings, and I've been to 3 theological colleges, I can't remember specifically an extensive training on issues climate. I cannot remember in all the 3 institutions that I've been to. And so you see, we are without capacity in some of these areas. Yet, you are the members of our churches. You are the members of our temples. You are the members who come to the mosques. You need to come to the clergy and begin to engage us and put this conversation right in the center of all that we do in this country. It is important to us. I will tell you something that is maybe not very known in our country. there was a meeting that we were having with the First Lady in Naivasha, and a strategic team meeting, trying to put strategy together and formulate things around. And I remember in that meeting, it was 2021. We drove into Naivasha and decided to wait for her to come. She came into Naivasha riding a bicycle, 100 kilometers from Nairobi, to make a statement that these emissions that we have in our cars, we need to bring them down. And recently you saw her riding a bicycle from State House to the UN headquarters. That was still a statement about the environment. And we want to bring these conversations right in the center of our dialogues in this country so that it is as important as we talk about it. There is faith diplomacy that you people know about in our office. But I would like to let you know that as we talk about matters faith, God has given to us the earth to take care of. We are here as managers of the earth that God has given to us. And we will answer to him what we did with the earth that he gave to us. So I'd like to bring this challenge to you and finish with this other side of issues that I wanted to share with you. I am born in Nairobi. I was actually born in Ngara. But my parents come from Kakamega, the western part of Kenya. And it so happens that the office I work for and whom I work for, the First Lady of our Republic, was born in Kakamega, raised up in Kakamega, went to school in Kakamega. She has recently given me a challenge that I would like to pass on to you so that we can do something, each one of us. She adapted Kakamega Forest to plant trees there, bring a fence and protect those trees so that the trees grow. And in partnership with Kenya Forest Service, we planted about 5,000 trees. And one of the gentlemen told me here that he was among those people who are digging the holes. He's seated right there. You can just wave at us. He dug the holes there. 5,000 trees, and it's moving on. We came from there and we said, let everybody do it, and specifically during our birthdays, that you plant at least trees equal to the number of years. If you're 30 years, plant 30 trees. If you're 50 years, plant 50 trees on your birthday, and so on. And so we moved it forward, and my birthday is coming on 9th of September, so I'm getting myself prepared to plant a number of trees. There'll be quite a lot of trees. There's a public demand that I say, how many? I'll be planting 52. But please, next year, if your birthday has passed, plant those number of trees so that we're not just speaking and talking and talking and talking, but we're doing it. And then so that the children are able to see them grow and eventually eat the fruit from the trees of those gardens. And I think that that is something you do not need the office of somewhere and make a transformation. So I just wanted to share from our corner some of the few things that we are doing and hopefully inspire some of you to do even much more. I will not say a women rep to come and address this congregation. Karibu sana, mami. Makofi mazuri. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Everybody's feeling good? Okay, great. Fred Tunya, Chairperson of the Young Africa Leaders and Association Initiative. Mr. Edward Gaira, Office of the First Lady. Hudson Thomas, CEO, Youth Green Space Action and Network Organization. Professor Otieno, representative from Kenyatta University. Maureen Chepkoech, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Dr. Ngugi from Kipra. Dennis Otole, USAID representative. Ms. Orunga, Save the Children. KCB, Caroline Wanjeri. all delegates, all protocols observed. It's an honor to be here. I've been through the exhibitions. I've been through to the 2 rooms that are having breakout sessions. And I must say, I'm really proud. You know, we always talk about the youth and we say that, you know, you want to be given leadership. And here I can see you're ready for it. You've taken charge. You've taken charge ahead of the Climate Action Summit. You're meeting. You found your donors, your partners. You've put this together. Honestly, when I was your age, I didn't do this. So you have done something so amazing, and I'm really, really proud of all of you. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy to put something like this together. You know, heads up to all the organizing committee. I'm sure it's been months and months of planning and thinking, nights, begging, knocking doors. But you know what? Give yourselves a pat on the back. You did it, right? You did it, okay? And it's something to be proud about. So now let me read the speech I was given to read. All right, it is a pleasure to stand before you as we draw the curtains to the Youth Climate Change Festival, an event marked by meaningful engagements and the harmonization of voices united against the challenges of our changing climate. I am filled with hope as I witness your resilience and efforts in the fight against climate change, a fight that is soon to yield the results we so passionately desire. Throughout these past 2 days, you have immersed yourselves in a sea of insightful speeches, enlightening panel discussions, thought-provoking lectures, practical exhibitions, and personal interactions that have left an indelible mark in all your collective consciousness. You have voiced your concerns, deliberated over challenges, and fervently advocated for increased funding to confront these pressing issues head-on. Your agility and willingness to engage with this challenge are a testament to the power that lies within your collective determination. Our shared commitment is unmistakably evident. The youth have unequivocally resolved to not only address climate change, but to embody the actions required to make the difference. Climate change, as we all know, is not just a theoretical concept, but a real and immediate threat to our beloved county, nation, and the world at large. Its impact extends reduction, endangering peace, and compromising security. Our reliance on climate-sensitive sectors like agriculture underscores the urgency to adapt to the citizens and exposing the frailty of our preparedness. Beyond the environmental aspects, climate change extends its malevolent community, rapid urbanization driven by a burgeoning population, especially among the youth, leads to informal settlements, unemployment, and a disturbing undercurrent of conflict and insecurity. In response to these challenges, we stand united, armed with multifaceted solutions that will light the path towards a more sustainable future. We must continue to create awareness. Forums like this provide a platform to disseminate vital information, mitigation measures, and commitment by the youth to combat climate change. Waste management holds key importance. Consider my endeavor to build the first ever plastic bottle wall fence at Uhuru Secondary School, a small but tangible step towards a more sustainable world. The youth must actively participate in all decision-making processes regarding climate change. Let's adopt a tree initiative, acknowledging the pivotal role trees play in our ecosystem's health. The boundless energy of our youth must be harnessed and channeled into positive action. In conclusion, I am struck by the immense capabilities of our youth that our youth possess in offering solutions to climate change. I see practical solutions taking shape, potential waiting to be fully realized. The challenges before us may be great, but they cannot overpower the limitless potential within each one of you. You possess the collective power to propel our nation to the forefront of climate change efforts. Remember, even the smallest efforts yield significant impact when driven by unwavering determination. Okay. You know what? We've been so busy over the last 2 days. Parliament having its last session, and we passed the climate action amendment laws just before we ended the session. And today we were giving out bursaries and opening, going to visit the safe house that we're making in Nairobi for. What I want to say is, when I look at all of you, how many of you here are in school? How many of you are still in school going, because I heard about Kenyatta University is unemployment, all right? And I'm sure if I go around, we will find that the rates of unemployment are so high. And everybody's looking for that one thing to grasp to that will give them the hope to be able to now look after, because this is where the cycle of life goes, right? Your parents raised you, put you through school, fed you, gave you a home. And then when they get old, they're expecting you to take over and look after them, isn't it? And majority of you are probably feeling, what hope is there for us? All right, where are we going? And maybe you've seen your elder brothers and sisters suffer the same plight, and the frustrations are reigning in, and that's why we've got a lot of drug. Life has become, you know? And you know, sometimes when people tell me, all right, we're all from different communities, different faiths, all right, different genders, okay? And we all have our own genetic makeup. None of us here are identical. So we're all unique. So the first thing I want you to grasp is that you're unique. There's no one like you, all right? So while you're on this earth, you and only you alone have to crack that code. Why am I here? What is my purpose? And I'll tell you, there's nothing sad than going through your whole life living dead. And you end up exiting and you don't really know what your purpose was. And there are people like that. Do you know, I was sitting down with Mama Ida recently and we were talking, and she saw I was really stressed out, you know, with everything that's going on with around just smiling. Because when you walk around with a smile, it is so contagious. And the person who's feeling, you might meet somebody who is actually about to go and commit suicide, and just by seeing your smile, something triggers in them that says, you know what, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I can pick my pieces together and make something out of my life. And she said that the best place that you can visit as a human being that's alive today is the cemetery. Just go to the cemetery and look at everybody that's there. And remember, they were once where you are, alive. And now they're no more. Their life has ended. So your lives are still there. You still have an ability to be able to pick your pieces and make something out of your life, something out of your family's life, something out of your community's life, something out of your country's life, all right? Nobody is born with a silver spoon. I mean, if you look at Harry, royal family, and his wife, they have issues, right? Look at Princess Diana. She had issues. How many of you would like to trade places with her? She's gone, right? Okay? And she was miserable just before she went, isn't it? She was found love and then boom, it was over. So everybody has their own journey. So the thing I want to tell you, you know, I think a lot of youth spend a lot of time on social media wasting data bundles, which are probably paid for by your parents. You're wasting them forwarding happy morning, happy Sunday, happy Friday, happy new month. Forwarding those horrific stories. I found it on our wall recently, a woman that was battering her child. Somebody posted it on our gaff wall. And then somebody else immediately came back and said, oh, that's a 2018 clip. It's horrific, all right? Don't make your lives, don't make your brains consume horror, okay? Because you put yourself in that state of horror. You are what you eat every day. And that goes for your mind too. So I want you, first of all, to do what Mama Ida said to me, smile. You know, be insane. Walk around with a smile, even though you're faking it. You know, there's that expression, fake it until you make it, all right? And then now we find ourselves, you know, we've got a president. I didn't vote for Ruto. I voted for Baba, okay? Baba was my choice for president. But just like there are some people who didn't vote for me as woman rep, I'm now their woman rep. And Ruto is now my president because he's now the sitting president. Instruments of power were given to him, all right? So what I want to tell you is that nothing is perfect, all right? Not everything goes your way, but then you've got to be able to pick up, learn from that lesson, and forge ahead, all right? So I'm in the Pan-African Parliament. Recently, Ruto came to South Africa to address us. And though he wasn't the president that I voted for, when he stood up at the podium to speak, the entire Africa continent stood up and clapped for this man. He spoke so well. He spoke so passionately. He has brought what he promised in the Pan-African. He came to address us on climate change. And he spoke so passionately about the vision he has of a united Africa for trade, for migration of persons, right? For climate action, for respect of our resources, for technology, for respectability from the global north. You see, we are all the global south. And then there's the global north, which has all the money, does all the damage, and we suffer the consequences. And then they treat us like crap. You know, we have the Paris Agreement, they're not implementing it. They make promises in Glasgow to help us with climate change, they haven't done it. Do you know, we are probably very, very fortunate right now and blessed to have President Ruto, who has the guts of other African presidents who said, you know what, enough is enough. Talk to us like we're on the table having the discussion together, not on the menu. So this conference that we're going to have as a continent is a conference where we want to talk with each other. We want to find solutions. We want to make promises. We want to take actions. We've got a lot of partners and they come and do things with us, but we want solutions for Africa by Africans. All right? We have the youth. We have all of you here with ideas. All right? So take those ideas, work with all our partners. And I'll tell you, some of the partners that come to our country and work with us, they respect us. But there are others who come and they don't respect us. You see, the thing is, if somebody requires 10 fingers and you give him 2, don't expect him to be able to pick what you want him to pick and move ahead with it. All right? So if 10 fingers are required, then we need to have 10 fingers. What are we bringing to the table? Rich with resources. Obviously, we have problems. We've got a lot of other problems, but who doesn't have problems? Even the West, global North has problems. Africa has problems. But what we don't want to lose is the passion and the hope for a better tomorrow. So when you go on YouTube and when you go on WhatsApp, don't waste your time forwarding and reading things that don't make sense. Start listening to audiobooks because they're all there. You don't even have to buy books anymore. Every book you can think of, every self-help book is there. Try and figure you out, all right? I love Michael Singler. He's really, really amazing, all right? This Sister Shivani. Read about Wangari Maathai and her vision, especially now. This is the time to really go and look at all the YouTube videos on Wangari Maathai and forward those so that we can get connected. Look at what's good in your country, all right? You know how you make money? When you find a solution to the problem. So if you see we have a problem and you can find the solution, we can make the money, all right? And another thing I want to say to the youth, I am so tired of the tag single mother, all right? single mother. All right? Our men have obviously proved that they only want to plant seeds and take off. All right? And our women are so eager and willing to let them plant. And then when one has planted baby number 1, he leaves. You get another one, plant baby number 2, he leaves. Another one, plant baby number 3, and you have a house that is totally dysfunctional. And then you're asking yourself, why am I not breaking the cycle of poverty? All right? And you know, I hear people telling me, oh, my child was given to me by God. The only child that came through God and the Holy Spirit is Mother Mary and Jesus. The rest of you are having sex unprotected and having children. Don't tell me that it came from God. All right? Because if you didn't have sex, I can assure you, you will not get pregnant. All right? So I want you to take your time. I had my first child at 32. I met a girl of 22. She has 5 children. I mean, what are you thinking? When are you going to be able to look after those children and make a life for yourself? All right? Your family is going to depend on you. And then you have one situation where one child has an accident and becomes paralyzed from neck down, or one person in your family ends up with a terminal illness, and all hell breaks loose. I have somebody who writes to me and tells me, I have 4 children and they don't have bursary. So I say, we can only give bursary to one child per family. She has 4. None of them can go to school. Why did you have 4? Why didn't you plan? Oh, shauri ya Mungu. No. See, shauri ya Mungu, I can assure you. Try it. No sex for a year and see if you'll get pregnant. If you don't get pregnant, then you know what I'm saying is true. You can have the children you want, but be ready for them. Okay? If you can't look after yourself and you can't look after your family, right, your parents, then it's not the right time to have the children. All right? I have 2. My housekeeper had 7. I thought maybe it's because the government increased the maternity leave, so she kept getting pregnant every year. So I sat down with her one day and I said, Deborah, do you think maybe if you want to have leave, if I give you 3 months leave every year, will you stop having babies? Because you're getting pregnant almost every year. And she said to me, you know what, Mom, I'm looking for a son. I said, okay. So she had 7 daughters. She was looking for a son. And I said, Deborah, what does your husband do? She goes, he's not working. I said, okay. And are you the only wife? No, we are 3 of us. Okay, so here's this man who has 3 women all working, all of them trying to give him a son. And you know why they want to give him a son? Because he inherited a small plot from his family, subdivided over and over and over. It's a 1/16, not even a 1/10 or 1/8. And she wants that land. Let me tell you, afadhali uzikwe kwa public cemetery, badala you're trying so hard to get a son, you end up with 7 daughters. The guy is not working. He's got 3 wives, right? And you are struggling. And then think of the consequences to your health. It is tough out there, all right? Customs and traditions, right? Sometimes this idea of giving somebody a son. I mean, Barack Obama, president of the US, lured blood. He has 2 daughters. He's not going crazy saying, I need to have a son, all right? His daughters will bring son-in-laws, isn't it? So let us try and do something to break the cycle of poverty. Let us try and focus on our lives. I'm telling you, I want you to listen. Google right now, Untethered Soul. Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. Michael Singer. He's an amazing guy. He gives a lot of good spiritual nourishment. It doesn't change your religion. And one of the things that I'd like you to practice is meditation. All right? Because in silence, you can find out who you are. You just sit down, breathe. There's so many yoga classes going on in this country. Find a yoga class that's happening in your community, join it, and then write your goals down. If it's not written, it will not happen. All right? And remember, the country is on the right path. Tap into the resources. Today we found out that Women Economic Fund, WEF is actually on an online platform right now. You have 10 of you. You can easily go in and within an hour get your approval and get your money. Get that money and do something good with it. Don't apply just to have a weekend that's good, all right? And go and plant another seed that you don't want somewhere, okay? So I want to leave you with next week, this country is hosting the Africa Climate Summit. It's a big deal. I know all of you have come up with something. I will make sure I sit with the leadership here. We look at the resolutions you've come up with. We try and meet with the CS of Environment. We try and meet with the relevant bodies. But if you're looking for employment, all right, tap into agriculture. All right, there's so many things coming out. There's fertilizers. If you've got a piece of land, some of you are here and your parents have got land up country that's barren because your parents can't go and farm and you don't want to go there. All right? We're trying to bring the cost of food down. Find something. A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. Whatever you can plug in to earn an income, plug in. I think we're going to be doing a lot of labor exports. Pay attention, but don't be conned because there's a lot of con men out there. And if it's not on the ministry's platform, do not sign up to any of these links that are coming up saying that they're going to employ you here, employ you there, and give you these opportunities. But go into right now, the Women Economic Fund, the Hustler Fund, are lending people money to do something, all right? I started my first business with what, 50,000 shillings, all right? And in the end, it was turning over 100 million, all right? So if you focus, you can start small and grow. I think the biggest problem with us is we want to start at the top, right? And we think life is easy. I started off by telling you, life ain't easy, but it's worth living. Thank you very much.
Pasaris, I know she's given a fantastic speech. I would like to still request you to be on stage. Kindly, please. Allow me, I know it's been a long one, but allow me for this particular case, kindly allow me to hold you a little bit longer. And I'm making that personal request because of the entire team behind the scenes that has put in all the energy and the effort in pulling this together. I'll tend to probably mention something. I don't know if I tell you they are volunteers, you'll get to believe. Will you believe if I tell you they are volunteers? The team, yeah, the team behind? You will believe. And in that particular case, allow me to call upon Fred Tunya and the team. Fred, please kindly come. We have something small that we want to ensure that Fred gets to lead us in. I know Fred has pushed this for about 2 years to put in place. And together with the team, Nelson, Lydia, please just come in at the front because we've got something that we want to give him. And as you go on to the Africa Climate Summit Week 10, we'd like him to take center stage on this. Allow me to probably just also have our elder, Mr. Ndege. Mr. Alfred, kindly please, yeah, I would like you to just come in here. You will support me in leading this. Sure. Mm-hmm. All right. So there's also a gentleman leading in. I'm not seeing Edith on this. She's hiding somewhere. I just wanted to ensure that the entire team that I know that I've been able to be part of. So, Mr. Ndege and Esther, not even the taller bit, because, and I hope we have all the great photographers here, because this is meant to be a powerful one that should lead them up onto the Africa Climate Summit in terms of pictures and images that are going to be plugged in online. Whichever way, that way is just still okay, probably for the pictures. Meshach, please kindly come and just help me up on this.
All right.
Mr. Ndege, kindly, probably under my help, you can maybe just make this as powerful for them. So Tunya and team, we have the great Kenyan flag, right? And I know probably with the bias, where is Huda? He's already here. With the bias, I know there's also been competition across the alumni chapters of East Africa, in terms of which is a great alumni chapter that's gearing to probably lead initiatives. Yeah, we will. But before we do that, Madam Esther Passaris and Mr. Ndege, I wanted you to take the honors of giving this flag to Tunya and the team as a sign of appreciation for them lifting up our Kenyan beat up. There's no probably better way we could probably do this for you and the entire team for making this possibly really happen. And with a gesture of really ensuring that they get a perfect, awesome picture, that also Passaris tries this particular remaining week to lobby the entire teams from the Ministry of Environment, as well as any particular department that's geared towards planning the Africa Climate Summit. They have a clear picture with the background indicating that they deliberated for 2 days, had outcomes, and they're really indeed serious in championing climate issues, not only from a continental local beat, but entirely they are ready to plug into the local scene. So Esther, I really wanted you to be part of that. I'm glad you've done that. Thank you very much. And for the case of, as I see Mr. Chair Tunya is mentioning that there are 2 Ugandans who traveled all the way from Uganda to just come and witness what their colleagues are doing. So let's give them a chance. Please, where the 2 Ugandans who traveled all the way to come and witness the scenario? Rwandan also is here. Yeah, so this is not entirely just a local beat. I know this is a lady from Lesotho. Please, M-Pesa, for the sake of all Pan-Africanism and all African beat, please just come in for this. She's come from the South African region, but she's Lesothian. M-Pesa, please be part of this. Is there anyone I'm missing out? Where is the team from Sudan, please? Sudan? And where is Osman? There he is. Please come down. Come down, please. And by the way, a very interesting story about this gentleman, Honorable and Mr. Ndege. This gentleman was undertaking the yearly program about 2 months ago. Then because of the political situation in Sudan, whereby until now there's no the flags, bits and all, Yali has been hosting a group of 8, Osman? There's 7. No pay anything, but they have taken care of them and to date. And because of this initiative, again, he's volunteering and he's taking time to be there. So that's really powerful now. I don't know, am I missing out on anything in terms of the Green Space team? Is there anyone here that I'm not calling? Please ask them to come because this is a photo moment with Muhesh. Kindly, please. Please kindly come because this is just a signature photo that you can perfectly use in pushing your agenda online. Kindly. Anyone? Where are they? Where are the 2 children? We had a powerful series in the morning for the 2 children and they are serving. Alright, so for that case, let's do our best to raise the flag a little bit up. I hope the photographers are getting that really perfectly right? And that's a signature picture. I hope you take that as part of your campaigns in driving the upcoming communication that builds up the African Climate Summit. And once again, I want to say thank you so much, Muhesh, for gracing of your presence. Mr. Ndege, where is he gone? I'm not seeing that. Panda Miti, thank you so much for being here. And before we leave you, Passaris, to get off stage, the team also has something for you. So please, could we maybe just spend this time to bring that up for them? Yeah. Yeah. The others can still plug off. Thank you for that. Sitting down. You can get back to sit down. Okay. The executive team are being told to be on the standby a little bit for a quick the children, because now you come in right now, you can get a last one with Passaris. The executive team, please just be on standby for one last big bit, that picture. You can take a photo with the children over there.
So on behalf of the planning committee from the early side, we would really appreciate you for coming. Thank you so much, Honorable Passaris. So we'll give you this gift. As you know, we are heavily sponsored by the US Embassy and Kenyatta University, so this is a gift from our embassy. So thank you so much. Since she didn't walk alone, she has tight security behind her, without which we wouldn't have her here. I will invite Mr. Fred Tunya to offer this.
All right. I believe we're done. I hope there's nothing I've missed out.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't be in a hurry to leave. After here, we'll be going, proceeding for the meal, so don't be in a hurry to leave.
And also, to just remind you, I hope I've gotten this right. Measure. Nelson, Tunya, Douglas, probably for the sake of time we could join this picture with Mama. Tunya, Nelson, just for the sake of time. Nelson, sure, you could join this picture with Mama so that we get this done. Yeah, feel free to demonstrate your Kenyan flag. That's, hey, ask the children to help it up for you, all right? So, yeah, all right, so there it is.
Colgate smiles. Smile for the camera. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Pasaris, for that. Take your seats. We are closing shortly.
So, ideally we're done, but then again, the early team has a request. They have t-shirts for you. That t-shirt is coming from somewhere. I know these are bulk of t-shirts are meant to give. But here, honestly, from entirely me care special to close this because I know you've held your mouth for long. And tell me where the t-shirts are coming from. It's 5:40. We can't do it anymore. So they are t-shirts. So the t-shirts, will get them down when you have your lunch. Let's have Sheikh, please. I want us to